And look at my hair. Is this thing working? Can somebody let me know if you can hear me or if you can see me? This hair is not it. It's so hot. Can everybody hear me? Oh, I think it would help me if I went to the comments. Hi. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Can you see that my hair is lopsided? just just act like it's straight and it's not lopsided. How is everyone? Happy Thursday? I've had a shitty day. I'm like, I woke up to an email that my system I have so much grading to do. And I can't do the grading because the system is not working. So I decided to go live instead. So haven't done a single thing today except for like hang out with a friend who just had a baby. So I've been listening to a hollering baby. That's okay. That's okay. I love her. And that's really it. I mean, I didn't want to edit videos. I didn't want to shoot any videos. So I just decided to go live. And people have been asking when I'm going to go live. So today is the day that I'm going to go live. I don't know how long I'm going to be on here. I found myself going down rabbit holes on Twitter earlier, which was interesting. It wasn't interesting, but it was interesting, if that makes sense. So yeah, I'm just being an adult today. I went to Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A got my order wrong. How many of you can say Chick-fil-A's ever gotten your order wrong? The Chick-fil-A got my order wrong, but that's okay because then they gave me my meal for free. So I will happily accept a free meal. And yeah, I was going to release a video today. It was all ready to go and it was set up. And I didn't release it because I decided to go live. So I am live. So if you want to talk to me, if you're happy I'm live, I am here and I am live. And I don't really have any topics to talk about because there's like nothing going on and everything going on. I feel like I'm counting down to the Olympics because I want to see some good volleyball. I like watching swimming. So yeah, I'm just here. And then obviously I've been on like Steeler boards lately and everybody like that's a whole different conversation. So I don't want to deal with that. Then I was listening to a bunch of Texas stuff yesterday because SEC Media Day happened and all the talking points about Texas and all the things that came out about Texas. They're trying to make me believe. Nope, I don't trust them. So I don't trust them. Nope. And then I was watching Smiley last night and she was playing the college football game. And so that was pretty cool. So yes, I do watch track, but I was just think like at the beginning of the Olympics, it's swimming and volleyball. And so that's what I like focus on. And then obviously like you have to watch track. Like who doesn't watch track in the Olympics? But then I also get into like the weird sports. So like I like watching water polo. I don't know why, but like, okay, I'm not gonna lie. Last Olympics, the US women's water polo team had a black goalie, and I was fascinated by that. So I watched all of USA's women's polo matches last year. Don't know a rule or anything about water polo, but I watched all of their games last year. And then obviously you have to watch Simone Biles. So yeah, so I'm just excited. I like watching people at the peak of their sport. I think it's fun to watch them. So hey her moments, how are you? Hello Diane. Hello Neymar. It's so nice to see some of you in the chat. So yeah, so I'm like, but it's like this weird time where it's like it's not football season. It's like, but there's a lot of football stuff coming out. It's not Olympics yet, but there's like a lot of Olympic stuff coming out. It's like it's not anything. Like obviously WNBA is going on. I'm not here to like lessen anything that they're doing, but there's like this weird thing in sports. Obviously, I watch baseball. Most people don't care about baseball, so there's not much for me to talk about when it comes to baseball. But baseball's not exciting. Like I'm not on the edge of my seat watching a baseball game. Like I don't get anxiety when your team is on the goal line and can't freaking run the ball when they're playing Oklahoma. You know what I mean? Like I don't get the same like feel when I watch baseball. So It's just kind of a thing. But yeah. So yeah. How's everyone else doing? How's everybody else's day going? Is everybody excited that it's almost Friday? Wait, yeah, it's almost Friday. And it's blazing here. It is blazing. So I think so funny thing is I don't usually watch opening ceremonies. I usually just watch obviously like the events and stuff. Sometimes volleyball plays a little bit before opening ceremonies, so I'm actually like already in it, and it's already so it looks like it's July 26th opening ceremonies. But like rugby, it looks like rugby, some soccer, and a couple of other things are like starting before that. So same, JB. I'm just having one of those days where I'm like, you know what? This ain't it. This is not it. This is not it. So I decided, so this is like very therapy of me. And what's funny? So I watched myself back on Coach Hayes because I'm gonna be honest with you. I played volleyball in college. I'm used to watching like film and like studying things like when it comes to myself. And so I went back and watched myself on there and I realized that a lot of the things that I think and the way that I talk is a lot of it is like things I got from therapy. And so I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse. But something I realize is whenever I'm having a day where I'm just like, and I feel like crap and I don't care and everything's a mess, I always try to share love out or like try to like do something that's like helping other people. And so that's why I decided to do this live. And so I realized I do that often. Like anytime I need like a pick me up or something, I feel like I always try to like give back to other people and like put love or put good energy out in the air. And usually you get it back and usually it works really well. But so that's something I try to do. So that is why I'm on live. So let's see. Whoa. I'm late. Oh, here's the question. What made you come up with a great question about how racists watch sports that made me think about it 24 hours later? No, seriously. So if you go to that video, somebody that I think is racist actually responded to the video. And I've just been curious. I'm just curious because I think we've been told how racism works and we've been told that it like racist people don't like hate something or racist people are this racist people are that and they could be all those things, but I think there's so many more layers to somebody being racist because if I don't like you, like if I actually hate you, I'm not going to watch you. That's just not something I'm going to do. So if you're a racist, like how do you consume sports? But it happens. So I was just curious. So to be honest, some of the videos that you'll probably start to see over the next week or so were recorded. Well, you can tell by my hair, but they were recorded a while ago and I've just been holding on to them because I didn't know when to release them. And then I started my NFL series so I've just been holding on to them. And so I want to release them and get them out into the world because they are my thoughts and I edited those damn videos. So I'm going to post them. And so, yeah, so it's just like a question that I've always had of like, how do racists watch sports? I'm curious. Like somebody tell me. Hey, DC Carson, how are you? Then nobody here should bring up CU. Oh my gosh. My thing with CU is like, I don't consume CU content as much as other people. And so for me, like whenever people bring up things that are happening in that world, like sometimes I don't really know what's going on. So that's why for me, I'm like, yeah, let's talk about we can talk about the football side of it and stuff like that. But I don't know all of the, who's talking to who's talking to what. Like I made that Shador video because I obviously saw that. And I obviously feel like Shador was right. But to be fair, the same way that I consume like CU stuff is the same way I consume Texas stuff and is the same way I consume Steelers stuff. I think I just have so many things going on that like I can't dedicate that much time to focusing exclusively on one team and consuming like all of their content. But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm a terrible human being. I don't know. But that's just how I feel about it. It's hard for me to uh it's hard. It's hard for me to like know every single thing that's going on with every single person and every single this. I just can't do it. I just cannot do it. Hold on. One of my friends was messaging me. All right. And then the other thing is that hey Ellen, how are you? Hey. I read the book The Four Agreements. And then Lane. You respond to bad day. Be one with your word. Don't take things personal. Don't assume do your best. Yeah. Most of the time, I'm just doing my best. This hair is out of freaking control. Just make it look good. Jesus. Just can it just like look good? Can it just like look decent? So yeah, so that's why I'm just here. I'm just chatting. I don't know how long I'm going to be here. And I don't know what I don't know what the future holds, but I'm here. And if anybody wants to come up and talk to me, let me know. I'll drop the link and then you can come chat with me. Usually, for those of you that are new here that haven't been here when I've been live, usually I drop the link and nobody wants to come up here and then I just take questions from the chat and I talk about them. So, I don't mind taking questions from the chat. I don't care, but I'm just saying. So if you want to come and talk to me, you're going to have to tell me because like I said, I've dropped the link before and people are like, no, I just want to hear you talk. No, I'll just sit back and listen to you. So if you wanted to talk to me, just let me know. That one would be kind of boring to consume only call. Yeah, I can't. Like I can't consume one team. I just can't. And it takes the fun out of it for me. I don't want to be friends with the players. I don't want to like them on a friend level, because I'm a competitor. I like to compete. So if I start watching you and I did that last year. Like last year I watched all the Well Up, all the Reach People. I watched all the stuff and I started to realize that my opinions on people were skewed because I could see them. And so I started to cheer for them because I liked them as humans. And it jaded my ability to see them as football players. And so now I kind of have that degree of separation so I can view them as football players and not view them as a friend or not have to think about seeing their feelings get hurt on a video. So I've kind of had to like remove myself from viewing that. And that's okay. And that's not a knock on anybody who does watch. I don't want to be your friend. Oh my God. I sound like my parents. I sound like my parents right now. But seriously, I don't want to feel that connected to you. I need to be able to be objective. And if I get all connected and start caring about your feelings, and then I can't make a video about something because your feelings, or I can't state my real opinion because I care about your feelings, you're not going to get the real me. You're going to get like a watered down version of me. And I'm just not that type of woman. So in order to protect myself, I don't consume it. And so I can be objective and I can see them as players and not as, oh, but it's his birthday, or yeah, but like I don't want that. I don't want that responsibility. So I've removed that responsibility from me. Who do you believe will win the Big 12 SEC? So funny thing, I have a video that I've already recorded about that, DC Carson, that I will release in August. So in August, I have so what I'm going to do in August is we're going all football. So I've already recorded I've recorded a ton of content. I have some cool things coming in August. So that's another reason why I want to kind of get out my old videos so I can like have the old videos and then like get ready for football season. But I will answer that question for you. And I have an answer and I have my reasons. And some people are going to get pissed. But I will answer that question, just not right now. If anybody comes up here acting a fool, like seriously, people, like, can we not be adults? Can we not be adults? Be adults. Ooh, hello, Blue Devil Gee. What a name. I need to stop saying people's names. I'm terrible at saying people's names because sometimes I screw it up. Exactly, Ellen. So I have to remove my feelings out of it too, so that when I give a critique, I'm not thinking about hurting somebody's feelings. I don't want that connection. I don't want, and and I'm like this with the University of Texas as well. I Some situations it's harder because like your friends, that's your friend's son, or your friend that knows somebody, like that's their son or whatever. So even that is kind of hard for me, but I try very hard to like remove myself from that. Now pros, I don't care if you're in the NFL. I'm going to tell you what I think. That's just how it is. So that's how I like to be with college, and I get it. So if I'm constantly watching them, it's like now my favorite's going to be somebody, right? And then, but when my favorite does something, like I can't be real about what my favorite did that was terrible, because like I like them. I don't want to do that. I want to just say what I want to say, and that be what I want to do. So if I don't watch and if I don't get that connection, then I can be me, and I want to be me. I think if I didn't have a YouTube channel, I might be different. I think if I didn't have a YouTube channel, I might be different. I think. No, no, because I stopped watching well off before I got a YouTube channel. So I just lied. So no, that's just how it is. So I don't know. Texas will be in the national championship game this year. Have money on it. Oh, Texas. Texas fight, Texas fight. Do, 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 do. Oh, I forgot to hook my horns. Hook them. Often. Remember, be very nice. Speaking of Bronny. What do you mean? To be honest, I don't have anything to say about Bronny. I mean, he got drafted to the Lakers. He's in the summer league. He's playing basketball. I don't know. Like, I don't I don't know what to say about him. I mean, he'll figure it out. I mean, who's your favorite team? So I'm a Steelers fan, I'm a Texas Longhorn fan, and I'm a Colorado Buffalo fan. Those are my teams. So I have 3. So obviously before Coach Prime, when he was at Jackson State, I was watching Jackson State, obviously. So he goes to Colorado. I'm a Colorado fan. If Coach Prime went to the University of Texas A&M, he would never do that. But if he did, I would cheer for Coach Prime at A&M. He's not going to do that, but I'm just saying. So those are my teams, and those are my people. Why the Steelers? You want the short version or the long version? If you want the short version, I am a Steelers because I like the color. I liked the color yellow growing up. But the long version, and CJB, I have a video on this, and this means you have not been watching my content. So I am a Steelers fan because when I was a child, there was a blue team and a yellow team that were playing against each other. And at the time, people were cheering for the blue team. And I didn't know who the blue team was, but I didn't want to cheer for the blue team. I wanted to cheer for the yellow team because I liked the color yellow. So long story short, it was the Cowboys against the Steelers. And if you know anything about Cowboys Steelers back in the 90s, you kind of know where I'm going with this. And so I decided to cheer for the yellow team, and that was just who I wanted to cheer for, and that's just what I did. So I didn't realize at the time that it was the Steelers, but I just started watching them because of that. Then what ended up happening, because I'm a Texas fan, Casey Hampton, who, shout out to Casey Hampton, hook 'em, gets drafted by the Steelers. And so when Casey Hampton got drafted to the Steelers, it was my first experience where I got to watch one of my favorite college players transition to the NFL. And then they just happened to go from like my favorite team to my favorite team. So it just embedded me into being a Steelers fan. So I credit some of the things I know about football and some of the things I know about like the defensive line and things I know about like the offensive line to Casey Hampton because that was his position. And then obviously being a Steelers fan, you can't not know football. If you are a Steelers fan and you don't know football, you're not a real Steelers fan. That's just how it is. So anyway, so that's what started my journey. And so I became a Steelers fan and then obviously found out about the organization. Obviously we were winning. Then obviously they hired Mike Tomlin, a black coach. And then I've read like Tony Dungy's book when he was talking about the Steelers when I was in graduate school the first time. I heard about how the organization ran and different things that happened in that regard. And so I just stayed with them. And then obviously it is what it is now. So great organization, pillar of consistency, likes black people. Like that might sound funny that I'm like, oh, they like black people, but like for real, you know? So that's important to me. And so, yeah, so I'm a Steelers fan. And I feel like the Steelers taught me inside out football, and the Steelers taught me about balance, and the Steelers taught me about like consistency and coaching and culture and all of those things that you can talk about. I got all of that from the Steelers. And so that's why I always say I am a privileged sports fan, because if you have a team like the Steelers, and then I started to like NFL more than I liked college football. And then I started like I know like I know some, NFL players and stuff like that. So like I just became more like focused on the NFL. And so that was like my shift to NFL. And that's why on another video that's why I started liking the NFL more than college. It's not that I don't like college football. There's just something about the business side of the NFL that I really love, and I gravitate towards that. And I understand that world a lot, and so I just like it. So that's the long story that nobody cared to hear about. Just kidding. In regards to why I'm a Steelers fan. So that is my team, and they're my foundation. And so I often am a privileged fan because I come across like, do this, do this, do this, because that's what I've seen done. So that's how I am. JB, you don't have to apologize. You're good. You're good in my book. Carolina Panthers fan, Duke basketball. Okay. I can see that. Ooh. If I see a coach, who would you draft in your football team? I don't think I understand the question. If I see a coach, if I was a coach, hello. I'm so happy you're here. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you. I appreciate anybody that watches my content. Oh, if you were a head coach, who would you draft to build your team? Well, what division? What division? What division am I playing in? Do I have 0 players? I need more information. I need more information. If I was in the NFC, what position would I pick first? If I'm in the NFC, okay. If I'm in the NFC, because I think the NFC has a lot of game managers. So if I'm in the NFC, I'm going to pick a left tackle first. I'm going to go get the best left tackle I can get. And I think that goes for any team in the NFC. I think I'm going to get a good left tackle because historically, in my personal opinion, I think the NFC right now, their quarterbacks are not as good as the AFC. And I think there's a ton of game managers in the NFC. And I think if you're going to be a game manager or quarterback, I would rather have an amazing left tackle and have a good foundation. And so that's what I'm going with today. Now, if you ask me that question tomorrow, I might have a different answer. But that's what I'm going with today. And so, yeah, so NFC East, like I think I would get a good left tackle. I think if I was in the AFC West, so the AFC West has to play Patrick Mahomes. And you have to play. If if I was in the AFC West, this is all fantasy. If I was in the AFC West, I would go get the best pass rusher I could get. 100%. I would go get a pass rusher if it was for the AFC West. Yep. AFC West, I'd go get a pass rusher, like a good one, not like an average. Like I'd go get a really good pass rusher. I think my answer is going to be the same for the NFC East, so we're good there. AFC North. I would go get somebody that can stop the run. If so, I would go get like a good nose tackle or good defensive tackle. Like I would go get somebody that can stop the run if I was in the AFC North. So those are my final answers. So almost anybody in the NFC, I would go get a good left tackle, like not like a good one. And then AFC West, I would go get a pass rusher. But in the AFC North, I would go get somebody that could stop the run. Final answer. Done. any other questions? I don't know if I would go, I don't know. This might be like a hot take. Sure. I'm not sure if I'm like impressed enough. Like if you give me 5 or 3 picks of who I would want, I don't know if a Bosa would be one of them. I don't know if I would go get a Bosa as my top. But that's just me saying this right now, like not thinking about it. But if I could get both of them, I would get both of them. But I don't know. So yeah. Which coach on CU team could you see being successful? Ooh, that's a really good question. What coach? You know what? I think I'm going to say Phil Loholt. And I think I'm going to say Phil Loholt because the offensive linemen that I'm seeing him bring in, they're built like him, and he's probably going to teach them to play like him. Not saying it's always going to work, but I could see Loholt going in and being a part of crafting a good O-line. I think I like his temperament, and I think I could see that. I don't, and the other thing is I don't want to see Coach Prime in the SEC, so I don't even want to see him. And I'm just trying to think of the other coaches. And it's weird that I'm going to say that because I think that I don't know, something he was the first name that popped up, so I'm going with it. So this year the O-line should absolutely dominate. So I think your line of questioning, okay, is a little bit disingenuous. So let me say that. Let me call out the fact that your questioning is disingenuous. One does not mean the other. You asked who I think could be successful there, and I said that. Now, I don't know if this year's O-line talent is going to be like an SEC O-line. So that's a totally different question. So I know that people like to say and think it's going to be, and maybe it will be. I just don't know if I believe that. And so until I see that, I won't believe that. But I do think based on like his coaching experience, his background, and his ability, and just based off of the potential, I think that he would do good in the SEC. So nobody is saying this year the offensive line should absolutely dominate. That's not what I said. Who is a guy in the NFL that is highly underrated and vice versa? Who is a guy in the NFL that is underrated? That's a really good question. So I actually can't believe I'm going to say this, because I just can't believe that I'm actually going to say this. I think Dak might be underrated. Not because I think he's good per se, but because I don't think he's as bad as people make him out to be. I think Dak, I'm not here to say like I think Dak is great because I don't think he's great. But I think every time something happens, everybody blames it on Dak. It's like it's Dak's fault. It's Dak's fault. It's Dak's fault. And I just don't know. I don't know. I just don't know. And I'm going to be honest. The person that I think that is overrated is Brock Purdy. Oh, somebody just said it in the chat. The person I think is overrated is 100% Brock Purdy. Absolutely not true. See you. Yeah, I'm not even. What are your thoughts on fans wanting Mike Tomlin gone? I got love from Tomlin, so I'm biased. So I think I'm not shocked that people want Mike Tomlin gone. I think that some of our concerns are also valid. But I always say this, who would you go get? And what has he done that deserves to be fired? So that's my thing. Like before I was like, so at the end of the season, if you know me, you have heard me say this. I don't think anybody, my dad isn't in this live, I don't think. But at the end of the season, I was livid at Mike Tomlin. And I was like, I am not going to say he should be fired because I'm not going to come out and say a black man should be fired. I'm not doing that. But I was like, if he doesn't get another freaking quarterback, I'm going to be pissed. This is disgusting. This is ridiculous. If he does not go out and get another linebacker, I'm going to be pissed. All the things I said he needed to do, he went and did them. So I feel like, he's doing what he's supposed to be doing. Are you picking Lamar Jackson for undervalued or overvalued? Yeah. I'm just ignoring back at the bus right now is being inappropriate in the chat. So I'm just ignoring them in the chat. Ooh, Mike Evans is a good one. Mike Evans is a good one. Mike Evans is a really good one. Yeah, Brock Purdy, I don't see it. Green Bay quarterback is underrated. I don't know if he's underrated or if he's new. Like I don't think he like he hasn't been around and had the starting job long enough for us to kind of categorize him. So he's there. Hey TK, how are you? Oh, flicking me off in the picture, I see. Great. Got to be more careful. Really fun. Do you think the running backs in the NFL are making a comeback? I do not think that they're making a comeback. And I feel the next position group that's going to be treated like their running backs is going to be, say, the second safety. So I think the safeties need to be careful because I think safeties have the potential to be like the running backs. Now, if they decide to branch off and do the thing where they're going to have like quarterbacks have like their own salary thing and then the rest or whatever. But the problem with the NFL is you can't keep paying quarterbacks more money and more money and more money and more money and then not expect another position group to take a hit. That can't work. So unless they figure out how they're going to do that money, I think more and more position groups are going to become like this. And I think the safeties are going to be next. I think you're going to have one really good safety and then you're going to have one safety that you're like, okay. But that's just how I feel. You've been there. Yeah, I'm assuming you've been there with Mike Tomlin. Yeah, it's like, there's no loyalty in the NFL. Respectfully, there's no loyalty anywhere in sports because it's about making money. It's about making money and winning. And if you go into the sport thinking you're going to get loyalty, you've already lost. There's no loyalty. That's why players hold out. That's why there's zero loyalty. There's no loyalty in college football either, though, if we're being honest. There's no loyalty there either. Derek Carr. No, I don't think Derek Carr is good. I'm a terrible person. I don't know. I'm not sold on Derek Carr. I don't I don't know. I'm not really feeling him. Yep, back of the bus. Yep. I knew what you were up to, leaving that where it's at. Lamar Jackson is undervalued. What else can't he do? Yeah, I think the problem with Lamar Jackson is that I do agree. I do think he's undervalued. I agree with that. Tyler Boyd's a good one. Tyler Boyd's a good one. Tyler Boyd's a good one. Do you watch the WNBA before? So I don't watch the WNBA now, if I'm being honest. So I don't want to come on here and be like, I watch the WNBA. I've never. I actually stopped watching, and I said this in another video. I stopped watching basketball when Kobe retired, and then I was all into the Warriors dynasty, like obsessed with it. And I have a video that's titled like I'm sad, and it was because Klay Thompson left the Warriors. And that was kind of my last tie to basketball. But I actually am not like a basketball person. I will watch and I'll go to games and I'll sit courtside and I'll look cute and all those things. But it's not like my thing. I don't readjust my schedule to watch a basketball game. That's not what I'm going to do anymore. I'm past that. But what I do is I just buy the league passes. So like the WNBA has like a, I think it's a league, whatever it is. And so I just pay like the $2.99 a month or whatever it is to like show my support. But I don't watch it. But I also basketball is not like my thing. But haters, I can't anymore. They're averaging. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Back of the bus is very toxic today. Back of the bus is toxic. Back of the bus is on one. So we'll just let him be him. We'll let him have a moment in the chat and do his thing, which is fine. Goat, hey, how are you? I'm so happy you're here. Hey, Jack boy. So yeah, he's toxic. Like, yeah, he's just toxic. Like, it's just exuding toxicity coming out of there. Oh, I can never usually say that word, but put me on a live and I can say all words. I cannot complain. I am okay. So if you just showed up here, I am live. Hi. I am your host and I am live. No, but seriously, if you showed up here, I said earlier, if you want to come up and talk to me, I will drop the link. You guys, most of you don't know the rules, but the rules are if you come up here and you have something to say, we cannot cuss on here. So that we do not say the N word. So you have to be very creative with the words that you use if you want to come and talk to me. And I think those are the only two rules I have. Are those the only two rules I have? I mean, don't be disrespectful, but I shouldn't have to say that. But if you want to come talk to me, great. Right now, people are just dropping questions to me in the chat, which is fine. Usually I get up here and I just talk. So if you have a question or something that you want to ask me and it's respectful, drop the question in the chat and I will answer for you. But if not, I will just start talking about random things and you never know what I'm going to talk about because I am very random and that's just how I roll. So it is what it is. Oh, you're here for the toxic. Yeah, he's being very toxic right now. He's being very toxic. Hey, Smiley, how are you? So if you're not subscribed to Smiley and you like watching people go play video games, Smiley was playing college football last night, and it was my first time watching. I was watching her live, and it was fun, and it was a good time. So just throwing that out there. Jack Boy, go rewind it. Go watch it. What I miss? This is a calm show. This is calm. You know what? This is like the vibe you get when you like go to like your favorite. I don't know. I was gonna say something totally inappropriate, and I'm not. I'm just letting it go. I'm just letting it go. I'm just letting it go. Hello, IMAX. How are you? I love how distinct the visor is in that picture. I love that. Nope. See, DC Carson. I think DC Carson is coming with a toxic too. No toxic allowed. No. Z, he's being toxic. There's a lot of toxic things happening in this little chat I'm noticing. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Enjoy your vacation. You know what? I'm trying to figure out why I'm not on somebody's beach right now. Why am I not on somebody's beach right now? It's crazy. That's crazy. Talk about the college football game and are the rankings accurate? From what I could see, they're accurate. From what I could see. I mean, again, I don't play video games. The last game I played was like Mario Brothers. No, the last game I played was Sonic the Hedgehog. Does anybody in the chat know what Sonic the Hedgehog is, or am I old? If you don't know what Sonic the Hedgehog is, I'm signing off. I gotta go. But yeah, so I don't play video games, and then so it's just been interesting for me just to see it because it looks good, but I don't know what to do. So I don't know if I think they're accurate. I will say Texas looks amazing on the game, and then Texas has like two defensive linemen that aren't even in the game, which is actually interesting because they have our top two defensive linemen aren't even in the game. So I don't understand what's going on there. They need to get themselves in the game. Webby sent to if I asked what your chain represent and means to you, why you like them, please say something. My chains? My chain represent? Are you talking about this? Coach Hayes coming through being petty. Being petty. Okay. I respect it. Yeah, I'm not paying attention to anything DC or Back of the Bus says. They are toxic today. So we're scrolling all of them. We did have fun, Smiley. It was fun. Anytime I want. So here's the thing. I'm gonna be real honest. And this is you know what? This is going to sound inappropriate. We're adults here. So just go with me. Anytime somebody is doing something that they love and they're passionate about, make some noise. Like get excited. Show them emotion. So like watching Smiley play, like she's into the game. Like if her team turns the ball over, she's like, like she's giving me stuff. And so I don't know, like if you're into something and you are enjoying it, make some noise about it. Like let people know that you're enjoying it. You played Sonic? Yes. Okay, we're still here. Everyone's fine. Everyone's fine. We're still here. Jack Boy is playing the game right now. Are you playing with Texas? Who are you playing with? Who's your team? Yes, Sonic. Oh my God, I love Sonic. What, the little Sega? And when you turned on the Sega, it goes, Sega. I love that. That's like, no way it's accurate. No way it's accurate. Like it's not, or no way that it is accurate. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's accurate. Defense. Yeah. Okay, y'all are having your own conversation. Okay, cool. Cool. Hello, Unpopular Opinion Sports. How are you? How is life treating you? My team in the game is Kansas. Interesting. Okay, okay. I kind of like the Kansas pick. I can respect that. I kind of like the Kansas pick. Hey girl, hey. So if you're just coming in, I'm just blabbing and I'm just talking. And so if you have questions you want me to ask, drop the questions. If you don't have any questions to ask, don't drop the questions and just sit back and listen to whatever random thing that pops up in my head that I decide to talk about. Because most of the time, it will be a random thing that I decide to talk about. And it's kind of funny because I decided to go live because I'm like, maybe if I go live, my systems will come back up and I can get some work done. No, that did not happen. That is false. Dylan should be a cheat code then. Well, that's true. That's true. The game is still new. Let's see. Oh, my mouse stopped working. The game is still new. They're going to update all the teams once the college team, which is fair. I feel like week to week, everybody should get an update, even if it's just like a small update. I love it. Ooh, do I talk politics? This is talking dirty to me. What do we want to talk about? Absolutely. What do you want to know? Ask all the questions. I will always talk politics. Always. And you know what? If you are somebody who doesn't talk politics, what are you doing with your life? Talk politics, people. The thing about I always tell people, like, the thing about politics is politics impacts politics impacts all of us. So to not talk about it is doing us all a disservice. We have to talk about these things, you know? Like, why not talk about it? What are we hiding behind? Like, what's the worst that can happen if we talk about politics? We argue. I listen to people argue on panels all day. So, like, what's wrong with talking politics? Let's talk it. You have a question? Who doesn't talk politics? That's the real question. Because I feel like some people are like, oh my God, don't say this. I will be honest and say that my opinions are always interesting. So I vote Democratic. I also I'm very progressive. So I am on I'm on the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And that's where I fall. I'm actively recruiting my parents to come on the progressive wing of the party with me. But yes, which is kind of funny because I live in Texas. Like I get it. The jokes write themselves. But yeah. Why does Kamala Harris excite me? Because she's classy and she's a woman of power. And for most men, when you see a woman who's classy and in power, that could be sexy. And so I don't think it has anything to do with her age. I think it has everything to do with the fact that you see her and like, I think that that's cool. What I vote Dem. So I feel like the Democrats are trying to help people, and I think they're trying to help the most people. I don't and won't vote for anything or anybody that I feel like is trying to take away resources and is trying to limit other people's ability to live their lives. I can't go for that. So if you want me to have rights, if you want me to be able to vote, if you want me to be able to have an abortion, if you want me to be able to do things in my life, I'm going to vote for you. You are going to have my vote. That is how I see it. And I think this version of the Republican Party is all about isolating power, being in control, telling people what to do, and I don't like it. So that's why I vote Democrats. The other thing I also say now that I'm talking politics is I vote. So, and I have a video out about this, and it was an earlier video, and it's my 80-20 rule. Okay, so I'm about to go on a tangent. So like, just buckle up. So in politics, I vote 80-20. So what I mean by that is if you do what I like 80% of the time, the 20% of the time is the 20% of the time. It just kind of is what it is, right? I can't like anything really 100% of the time. That's why, well, anyways. So my 80-20 rule is with politics. With people, I have like a 90-10 rule. If I like you 90% of the time, cool. The 10% of the time, like whatever, right? But what you cannot do is you cannot harm children because that's a no. And you cannot be like a despicable human being. So it's like, those are like my rules of engagement. So like, if you're 80% what I like, you're going to get my vote. That's just how because nobody in politics is perfect health. There's no body there's no humans that are perfect. So that's kind of how I kind of judge how I vote. And that's why I vote the way that I vote. Hello, how are you? Shout out to you. So if you don't know, wait, is that your whole, is that your YouTube name? I don't think that's your name, because I was about to call you something else and now I feel like an idiot. So now I have to Google it so that I'm not wrong, because I don't like being wrong. So here's the thing. When I did my NFL fan series, I was fortunate enough to run into some lovely people. And when I say lovely people, I mean people that I still talk to, hang with, go to their lives, and all of their things. Oh, you're right, because y'all have the big blue crew. Okay. So I just put one member of the big blue crew's YouTube account in my in the comment section. So the person I talked to when I did my Giants conversation with my fans, that's his YouTube. But the cool thing is I still hang out with those people. Like now like the Giants people are my people. So I hang out with the big blue crew. And the thing that I love about what they've done, and I wish Colorado would do this, content creators, if you are a Colorado content creator, the world would be so much better. And so the world, this space would be well more informed if some of you could rally together and create something that we could listen to at least once a week, where you all come together and have one live stream. And when you put all your egos and all of your things you think you know and all of the whatever, we have to be positive, we're going to be negative, whatever, put all of that to the side. And if you can put out great content together, this space would be even more amazing, because they're doing it over the big blue crew for the Giants. They're doing it for the Raiders. They're doing it in San Francisco. They're for the Niners. They're doing it for the Eagles. And I have been listening and I chime in and I like interact with these people. So if you all could get it together and decide to form something together, it would actually be a benefit to this space. I don't know why it's so hard for people to like come together and talk about the same thing. I don't consider myself a CU content creator per se, but if somebody wants me to join and we want to talk about Colorado, great, I'll join it. I just think it's a huge miss for CU content creators not to have something where they can all come together. Texas has a whole thing where all day you hear from 8 to 9 at somebody, from 9 to 10 at somebody, from whatever, and everybody can consume this content. And it's like, if you're listening to this and you're a content creator for CU, like consider joining forces with at least 3 to 4 people and have your own thing running. And I will get off my tangent because I think it's needed. And I did Google you because I didn't want to get your name. I didn't want to get your channel wrong. Okay. I'm going to take the extra second to look it up. An old boss of mine said, sometimes you have to go, what did he say? He said you have to go slow to go fast. So yeah, so I needed to make sure I had the information right. And the reason why I thought that is because for some reason I thought that your channel was called the Big Blue Crew, because obviously when I show up and I listen to you guys, that's what I see. So that's why I was like, let me go check, because I actually don't think that that's the name of it. So that's why I went back and looked. But yeah, so again, there are ways that we can improve the CU content creator space. Some of you guys just need to realize that we can do bigger. We can do bigger. We can do better. We can have better quality if we could come together and do stuff. And everybody has their different silos. We could have like an hour and a half live, and it could be 15 minutes of one thing, and content creator A focuses on that. And the second thing can be content creator B focuses on that. Because you know what else is great that I learned with the Big Blue crew, with the Raider Nation crew, with the Niner Gang crew, is that they don't agree. They don't agree. Like, I'm not like, I kid you not. I was on one with the other day with the Raiders fans, and they were disagreeing on their takes, and they didn't agree with the same thing. But you know what it did is it gave the audience a chance to say, Okay, I kind of see what they're saying. Because they're also having this weird quarterback thing going on right now. The Giants are having this weird thing with their offensive line. Who should be the offensive line? So there's so many things going on. Like, this is football. Everybody's opinions in football matter. This is the opinion business. Like, this is time. So, like, if CU content creators could come together, and I'm not kidding, there should be like 4 or 5 of them to come together, come on camera, have specific things that they're talking about, and just engage with your audience. I think it would be great. But I'm getting off my soapbox and I'm letting it go. And that's it. Hey, she Googled me. What name would they call their child? Clarence Thompson. Gross. Ugh. I don't even want to talk about that man. He's gross. Livingston back at DB position coach. Wait, what? I don't get it. I'm telling people from now on, Google me. I didn't Google you. I went to YouTube, okay? I agree with the coordination. Exactly. It would just be super entertaining to hear different perspectives all in the same space. I think the highest level of emotional intelligence being an adult is being able to come together and have a conversation and disagree and then be like, all right, we don't agree with this take. Cool. What time's the game? Come on. And we move on. It's like maturity, like just like, yeah, but all this like personal stuff and all this other stuff, like we don't need that. We don't have to agree. It's our team. We just want to see our team win. That's it. We just want to see our team win. I was on a Steelers Now channel earlier today, and those guys were going at it. And they were going at it, and they were like, no, because Najee and he should play right tackle. And if he played, like, they were having a full-blown football conversation, and it was brilliant. And I just thought, I wish I could get this in the CU space. Like, I wish we could talk football in the CU space. I wish that we could talk real effing football. It would be fantastic if we could do that. It would be fantastic. Why is politics so dirty in 2024? Even the judiciary judges has been politicized. Because everybody has realized how much money they can make, and these people like attention. And there's a lot of things that aren't set up in this space for success. I think a lot of things this country does is outdated. And until we come up to date on things, that's always going to be a little bit of a mess. I love content creator beef. Oh God. You know what's actually funny? I don't care about beef. Beef is cool. Y'all can beef. I don't care. Beef. Be emotionally mature enough to know that I'm beefing, but we can still talk football. Why not? Like, it's just funny to me. People always say, like, women can't get along. Women are this. Women don't support women. Women this, women that. I've never in my life seen so many things in so many spaces acting like women than I have lately when it comes to football. Talk football. Just football. It's just content. It's just football. Like, let's not get it all in it's not about our feelings. F your feelings. This is football. There's no feelings in football. Yes. The big blue, y'all do represent. And you know what? And I know I haven't been on the panel lately. Sorry, I'll come on the panel soon. Again, I'm sorry. But it's great. And like I said, I see it. You guys do it well. The Raiders have one that I watch that do it well. The 49ers have one that I do it well. Obviously, I watch the Steelers do it. Texas does it. Like, people are doing it, and it can happen well, and people love it. It's just, for some reason, the CU content creator space, we can't quite figure it out. We don't want to talk about each other. We want to do this with their shots. Who cares? Talk football. Let's talk football. You know how cool it would be? Now I'm on a tangent. You know how cool it would be if one day on a random Wednesday we pulled up and we have CU content creator day. And one channel starts off with here's what I think about the offensive line. And they go for 15, 20 minutes and we all talk about it and we go. And then the next time we move on and we go, this is what I think about the linebacker group. And then we can all talk about the linebacker group. And we can do this weekly. Why? Why are we not doing this? This is so simple. This is so freaking simple. Ah. So shout out to the Big Blue Crew. I love you guys. Thank you for giving me good football content. I respect it and I appreciate it. Hey, Rose, how are you, boo? No way, it's not about football. You know what else would be cool too? Is even if you mix and mingle the people that don't know sports as well as others. Like I am on record of saying multiple times, I am not an X's and O's woman. That is not where I shine. That is not my expertise. That's not my thing. So I'm not going to be breaking down film. I'm not going to be doing any of those things. That is not my thing. I'm not doing it. So that doesn't mean though that I shouldn't be somewhere where somebody else is doing that. And it's like everybody has a different skill set. Let's use each skill set. Let's learn and let's figure that out. Let's just figure that out. Hit that subscribe button. You're so sweet. These fans too worry about damn jersey the team. That's what I'm saying. Like, and you can talk about that. Like, that's fine. But like, and can I just also say that let me give you some perspective about me when it comes to like sports talk. Sports talk is dramatic and sports talk is objective and sports talk is how people learn. For me, being a woman, I learned about sports through sports talk. For example, I used to, and sometimes I still do. I listen to sports talk radio all the time. I would listen to my dad and his friends do whatever. I would listen to my group of friends have dialogue around. So like, I want more women also to lean into learning more about sports. And I want more women to understand football. And I want more women to understand if somebody says like, I'm totally making this up. But if somebody says like, yeah, you know what, the reason why our running game didn't work that game because the box was overloaded, right? I know what that means. I know what the box being overloaded and you not being able to stop. I got it. I know what that means because that's football talk, right? But if you're a woman and you're learning sports, or even men, because a lot of men think they know sports and they don't. They watch sports. They think they can talk football and they're effed up and their takes are terrible. Terrible. Sorry. But if you're new to football and you start to hear certain terminology, then you start to be able to associate certain things with certain things. So moving forward, I will know like, oh my God, the panel I listened to the other day was talking about loading the box. And now when I watch the football game and I see them loading the box, I realize they shouldn't run the ball. They should do another play. And it starts to kind of make sense. You know what I'm saying? So like, but we're missing those opportunities because we're too busy focusing on things that don't matter. You can't even talk about OSU fans because the first thing you say, and that's the thing. And here's the other thing. Colorado was 4-8 last year. And for some reason, the Colorado fan base thinks they have to defend 4-8 last year. You know what I've never defended ever? I don't think since Texas lost in the semifinal game. I've never joined a live and defended Texas losing in the semifinal game. Now, if we talk about football and then I go off on my tangent and then I'm like, well, yeah, Sark's play calling and the running the ball, like, yes, then I will do it. But like, I think so many times in sports, as new sports watchers, you think your job is to defend, and it's not. Your job is actually to understand it and to try to help somebody else make sense of it. Now I'm like off on this whole tangent. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I offered to produce our group show, but no, yeah, yeah. Hey, her moments. Oh, talk about. You can't talk football. See, yeah. Oh, I'm behind in the chat. I'm so behind in the chat. Oh my God, I'm so behind. Some men are more emotional about sports than women on her period. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So what I've realized is some people get offended when they realize they don't know. So, okay, I'm going to use Coach Hayes because I know Coach Hayes wouldn't care. If me and Coach Hayes were on the show right now and I made a point and I was like, yeah, well, they don't do that because their linebackers are slow or whatever. And Coach Hayes might say, well, the reason why their linebackers might look slow is because of this, that, and the third. I have two options. The first option I can say is, oh, wait, what? Explain that to me. What do you mean? How? Okay, wait. Because you're seeing something that I'm not seeing, right? You learn, it's a learning opportunity. And now we're talking sports because now you said something, I've said something, we don't agree. So now we're going to figure out why you said what you said, right? Because that's what we're going to do. That could be our response. Or the response that I unfortunately see more often than not is, what are you talking about? It's like, whoa. Whoa. The point was just they didn't understand it, so they need you to explain it. And like that's the kind of sports talk I'm used to. Like just let it flow. Instead, it's like everybody gets their feelings hurt, everybody overreacts, and everybody gets sensitive. And it's like, you guys, like, come on. This is about sports. I want to talk about football. I want to talk football about making money on accurate football picks. Yeah, I'm not your girl for that. You know what? I have the best way you can make money. Anybody that I pick, you just do the opposite. You'll probably make a ton of money. Because we haven't realized that there's strength in numbers, and by working together, you can exponentially increase your capabilities. Which I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. And that is why I think that it's important for us to come together. Are you a mother? You're giving off mother nurturing vibes. So here's the thing. I usually don't answer questions about my personal life, but no, I'm not a mom. I think so. What you're seeing here is therapy, self-reflection, emotional maturity, and giving people what I wish that I had. And this is just a learned behavior. So that's what you're saying. And I'm an educator. And so I think sometimes with educators, you kind of have to be a little bit of a whatever. And so you're probably seeing the professor in me that's like, hold on, let's think about this. You have to write a 15-page paper. Great. Let's break that down. Let's remove our feelings. Let's find good sources. We can do this. So that's probably what you're saying. I would enjoy watching younger. Lord, every comment you have is like teetering on the inappropriate line, and I don't know how I feel about it, but I think I like it. I think, but I'm not sure. So just keep teetering on it, but don't just keep teetering. So when I play beach volleyball now, if I could just walk out of my house and play beach volleyball, would I? Yeah, but it's not that simple. Beach volleyball is hard. Hard, 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 hard. Really hard. Next week on Coach Hayes' show is about to be straight comedy fest. Oh gosh, literally. It's literally going to be the best show. It's literally going to be the best show. Literally. You are a professor, right? Yes, JB. And you know what's funny is I don't always realize when I'm being professor like until I start with F your feelings. Research doesn't care about your feelings. That's great. I'm sorry, DC. You guys are probably laughing at something that I said. Jason, hey, how are you? I love when my friends join the chat. My friends. I don't want to see the show matchup. It's gonna be a mess. Oh no, not the mathematics. Literally, right? I should literally drop my mathematics. That's hilarious. Have you played any sports growing up or no? So I played volleyball and I was really fucking good. So yeah, I played volleyball for a while and I went to college and played volleyball. I also played basketball for a long time, long, long time, but I fell in love with volleyball. I always tell people volleyball was the first thing I fell in love with. So, Rose, he is where he is supposed to be right now. Okay. He is exactly where he's supposed to be. I'm happy to see you here, Jason. The mathematics. Any other questions for the chat? Because I guess this live is just me ranting about whatever I want to rant about. So here we are. Here I am showing up at your service to rant about whatever I need to rant about at this point because I feel like there are so many things going on. And if you did not see me on Coach Hayes' show, when was that? Last week? Yeah, it was last week. If you did not see me on Coach Hayes' show, go watch Coach Hayes. I was there. I was battling it out for the women. I was letting those guys know. I'm just kidding. They were fine. It wasn't them. But yeah. It's so weird when I have this like merge of like people who know me and then people who are like getting to know me and when those worlds collide because I'm the same person. And so it's like every time I do these lives, sometimes my dad will watch me and he'll, whatever, which is kind of cool to like have my dad watch me do things and like give me like feedback, or most times he's just like, it's just amazing to me. Like, I knew you were going to be, anyway, that doesn't matter. So it's fun to watch like my worlds collide sometime where it's like my personal life merging with my YouTube life. You like to what I don't understand what it is about me that people like to hear me talk. Why don't my students like to hear me talk? Well, that's not true. My students do show up to the office hours every time I have them. I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't listen to myself talk. So I don't know what it is that people like to hear me talk, but I'll talk. It's fine. Why you be on Miami Spaces? Really, just Coach Hayes. Are you asking me why I'm in this spaces? I'm confused. I don't think I know the question. If you're asking me why I listen to Miami conversations, it's because I like football talk. I just listed off all these NFL teams where I show up to their channel and I show up to their spaces and I listen to them talk and all this. I like listening to people talk football. And back in the day, I would watch sports talk radio like Dan Patrick and Jim Rome and all those people. Like Colin Cowherd, I still like during football season, I start listening to those. Like I like listening to sports talk. I love listening to sports talk. So that's why I am there. I don't necessarily cheer for Miami, but I don't cheer against Miami. I don't hope they lose. Hey, Bishop. I told you to put this on your vision board. Show about the experience, our life, from sports to politics, from women and men points of views, being a life coach to the people like me. Okay. It's just interesting how people see you differently than you see yourself. It's just an interesting thing. I don't know. I mean, I hear you. I hear you. And you know what? Thank you, because that's a compliment. It's just me. Like, no one wants to hear me talk, do they? Like, I started a YouTube channel and I was like, no one's really going to care about this, right? Like, nobody cares about my opinions, right? Nobody cares, right? NPR voice. Ooh, I love NPR. No, NPR is like, let me tell you about the dark of the dawn. Like, I feel like it's very like it's structured and like monotone, but it's like a good monotone. Oh, I keep hitting the mic. God, please don't F up. Now I'm caressing the mic. Someone's going to clip this and be like, look what really was doing on live. Gift of gab. Maybe that's what it is. It's because you're well spoken, always have interesting to say. Is that it? Or is it because you never know what I'm going to say? Is it because it's going to be interesting, or you never know what I'm going to say? You have something, I hope you grow your show. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep putting out content and different things like that. Hey, Nay, I'm happy to see you here. I hope you had a good day. I did have a good day. That's why I'm on live. Okay, my day wasn't bad, but you know, semantics. Are you an undercover Canes fan? Because you should be. I don't know if I would say undercover. I mean, I don't cheer against them. If you asked me to name 3 players, I can name the quarterback and Ruben Bain. That's it. That's all I got. Hold on. Can I name a third? That's all I got. I can only name 2 people. So that's why I'm like, I can't call myself a fan if I can only name like 2 people. Because you bring empathy from a human experience. Okay, so I have a question. I have a question for you. I have a question for the chat. So in my videos lately, so I have a lot of outtakes where I'm doing random stuff, or sometimes I don't realize the video is recording and it's recording. And I have started not editing out those wild takes. I've started keeping the wild takes and sometimes and just like playing it and then editing it and playing it and then editing it, right? And it's like this whole thing. As a watcher, I kid you not, the ice cream truck never comes. Every time I'm on live, the ice cream truck shows up. And I don't get to get any ice cream because I'm on live. Anyways, so for those of you that have watched my latest videos, when I have like the error in speaking, or when I have the moment where I'm like, or I'm like, what did I just say? Or what? Like, do you like seeing those unfiltered real moments, or is it annoying and it kind of like breaks up the content when you're watching a video? Like, I would love to hear thoughts. You're the voice of reason. Listen, if people are listening to me as the voice of reason, we might be in trouble. We might all be in trouble. I'm just kidding. I don't mind being the voice of reason. Somebody's going to comment. Yeah, like the second you start stroking anything, people are like, oh, did you see what she did to the mic? Hey, old school. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you, old school. I love that picture, even though it trips me out. Those are hilarious. Okay. We are all a spiritual being, have human experience that you can express, connect people as a gift, and why you have an audience. He said, it doesn't matter what you think. Fair. So it's kind of funny. Who was the third freaking Miami Hurricanes player? Gosh, I have Cameron Ward. I have Ruben Bain. I should know a third Miami player. This is wild. Is Restrepo still there? Is he a receiver? Is Restrepo still in Miami? Miami fans, let me know if Restrepo is still in Miami. If Restrepo is not in Miami, damn, I can't think of anybody else. I'm really trying. I'm really trying. All right, let me catch up on some of these comments. Okay. You are listen, we are not correcting grammar. Jason Rudley. Jeez. Really? Let's see what this says. You can talk about football, then immediately switch to talking about the oh my god, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Hey Cliff, how are you, sir? He's on the team. So I got 3. He's still on the team. Xavier Restrepo is still on the team. Oh, I always forget I'm on a delay. Some people are talking about the stroking. I'm just saying, you know how this goes. Like, I'll show up and I'll do something random and I'll never even think about it. And then later people are like, I'm like, come on, Jesus. Like, I would be on live stroking a mic and really mean it to mean a thing. But, you know, I got 3 players on Miami's team. Killed it. Thank you, Jack Boy, for confirming. Yes, I said stroke. It's okay. It's okay, friends. Anyways, what other questions do we have? So it looks like one person likes my content when I leave my errors in them. At least one person appreciates me being a mess. I'm good. So what's the topic today? So the topic today is ask me anything appropriate. And most of the questions, well, no, I got to talk a little bit of politics. So I've gotten some political questions. I've gotten some football questions. I've gotten just questions. So yeah, it's just ask me anything. You know what's interesting? So okay, random here. Oh gosh, name 3 on Texas. We have Majors coming in at center. We have Anthony Hill Jr. coming in at linebacker. We have Barron coming in at corner. We have Ewers coming in at quarterback. I could go on and on and on and on with Texas players. So that's easy. That's super easy. But Texas is my team, so you should be able to name players at your team. It's the random teams that you're like, oh, I cannot name 3 Sooners. Okay, here's the thing. Don't ask me to name. The only teams I know that I can name people from is Texas, Colorado, and 3 people from Miami. Everybody else, I don't care. That's all I got. Oh, I'm sorry, Rose. I missed your question. Let me see. Posted earlier, but now the season is coming along. Record predictions for the Steelers and Texas. I did a video for Texas where I said 10-2. And I think I'm going to stick by the 10-2. I think I'm going to stick by the 10-2. But you know what's interesting? I'm going to stick by 10-2. I'm not going to say anything crazy. I'm going to stick to 10-2. The Steelers, oh God. I'm actually recording my Steelers video in a few days. And today, I'm going to say the Steelers are going to be probably 11-5. That's what I'm going to say today. But boy, they piss me off. So I'll do Texas 10-2 and I'll do Steelers 11-5. Can they be 11-5 or do they have to be 11-6? Can I add? Absolutely not. Wait, they would have to be 11-6. Yeah. Um, who do you think should start of the quarterback for the Steelers? So I think Wilson should be the quarterback. I think Wilson should be the starter. I think Wilson should prove that he shouldn't be like I think Justin Fields should prove that Wilson shouldn't be the starter. It's not on Russell Wilson's it's not Russell Wilson's job to not be the quarterback. You know what I mean? Like he should be the quarterback. Justin Fields needs to be the one that comes in and takes that job from here, from him. Oh, I see all the hurricanes. Why is Oak East State called the Pokes? There doesn't seem to be any consensus. I have no idea. I have no clue. Oh, have any of you ever been to Stillwater? That should tell you everything you need to know. And kudos to everybody that lives in Stillwater or that likes Stillwater. But you know, mm, but maybe it's something in Stillwater that makes them be called the Pokies. I don't know. Maybe there's something going on there. Yeah, Steelers, not the one. I can't stand you, Jack Boy. 12 on fire, 11-6. Yeah, I know. I have on my list of videos to create because I'm a nerd. I don't like the word nerd because I am a over preparer. Because I am a efficient person. Yes, because I'm an efficient person. I usually make a list of the videos that I'm going to create, and it helps me like to stay organized. And the other thing I do is like if I see a video I'm going to create, I can like do research on it and make sure that I'm ready to make the video so I don't just like hit record and start talking. So I'm super excited because I'll break down what I think this is going to do. And I'm going to be honest, I can't actually call it. I can't call it, but who do you start at QB? For the Steelers? Yeah, I think you have to start Wilson. Did you get a response to your question about the people who watch football and or basketball? Oh, they were asking me if what I watch more of. I'm curious what other role Justin can play on the team. In the AFC North, he's going to play backup and he will play. So, and have you seen the Steelers schedule? It's brutal. It's brutal. The Steelers have the toughest schedule in the NFL this year. It's brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Yes, we're not missing. JB, you can kiss my ass. Thank you very much. Do you think the Steelers have enough wide receivers? I do not. As of today, no. They need another receiver or two. WNBA finals. What about the finals? I think the Steelers go 10-7. Bengals will be great, and Ravens and Cleveland had amazing. They all have amazing defenses. The whole division is tough. The whole division is full of crap. It's the best division in football. But we'll see. Like nothing. Here's the thing. Nothing that happens with the Steelers, I will be surprised. So they will either be good and I won't be surprised, or they will be terrible and I won't be surprised. I just don't know what I'm going to get. So that's why it's just like, I don't know. I'll be cheering for them. I'll be watching. I don't know. JB, we are officially mad at each other right now, so I will not be responding to your comments. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, I saw the schedule. Who do you think making WNBA? Oh, who do you think's making the WNBA finals? I'm like, what is going on? Who was in it last year? Was it Liberty and Vegas last year? If it was Liberty and was it Liberty and Vegas last year? Because from what I've seen, I feel like it could be a repeat of that, but who knows? I'm interested to see how this Olympic break impacts teams because it's going to kind of knock them off their rhythm a little bit. Would you go on Shay Shay's show, bare your mind to the world like Kay Williams? Would you expose so-called friends and relatives? If I was in that world, maybe. My life's just not that interesting. So, like, there's nothing to expose. So, if I was Cat Williams, would I do what Cat Williams did? Yes. Yes, 100%. I would do what Cat Williams did if I was Cat Williams. If I was me, I wouldn't have anything that great to really say that people even want to hear, so I wouldn't do it. I also, though, I'm like a vault. I don't like sharing people's business. I don't even share people's business, even if it means that I could defend myself in a situation. So like if somebody says to me, if somebody like talks trash about me and are trashing my name or is saying that I'm something I'm not, I don't even care enough about that person to defend myself to them because I just don't care about them that much. So I don't really care to like spill the tea or anything like that. Like I'm just not in that business. It takes so much energy. So I'll just let it go. Like if you know me, you know me. And if you don't, you don't. I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, but who was in the finals last year? Whoops. Who was in the WNBA finals last year? Yeah, it was the Aces and the Liberty. So I feel like it could be them again. I feel like it could be the Aces and the Liberty again. But we'll see. Like I said, with the Olympics coming up, every time, this is random. Every time I say Olympics, I hear the Olympic song in my head. The dun 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 dun. So if I ever say Olympics and I'm doing this, it's because I hear the song in my head. So that's why. Oh, look, my good friend JB decided to drop a question. Sean Lewis or Deion Sanders, better record? Ooh, talk about being petty. I don't know anything about who San Diego plays. So let me judge them by looking at their schedule real quick. He's at San Diego State, right? Did you watch The Simpsons growing up? I did not watch The Simpsons. And yes, oh my God, I was watching I watched the women play water polo in the Olympics. I'm not gonna lie. It's fascinating. Okay, so they play Oregon State. They'll probably lose. To be honest, I know absolutely nothing about San Diego State. I don't even know what their record was last year. So because I know absolutely nothing about them, I'm going to say that Coach Prime's going to have a better record. I don't even know. Like, I can't tell you anything about Central Michigan. I don't know anything about Central Michigan. I don't know anything about New Mexico or Utah State or UNLV. Like, I know nothing about those teams. So I'm just going to have to say Coach Prime. Because I believe. Oh, okay. Sorry. Sorry. That was kind of aggressive. Braska Rascal, how are you? Shout out to Shakur. Yeah, special. Kudos to her for like bouncing back, being like all the whatever. Like, kudos to her. I hope she goes out there and is phenomenal. So, yeah. At least you don't try to like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know these teams. I don't know anything they have to offer. So because I don't know them, I don't know what to say. So I'm rolling with what I know. And I'm going to pick Coach Prime. And he better not disappoint me. He better win games. And if he doesn't win names, I will have a problem. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit and act like I do. Outsider. Hey, now I have to be careful what I say because everything I say, outsider is gonna remember. Okay, so got it. I'm getting refocused. I'm getting refocused. I've already talked about politics, so I probably won't have to do that again. Okay, I'm getting focused. I can't make any blank promises because outsider will call me out on it. That's so funny. So yeah, any other questions? All right. I haven't even dropped the link. I suck at this. So here's the link if anybody wants to come and talk to me. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. Okay. I also don't know a lot about boxing. So I'm one of those people that like I don't like boxing, but I always find myself watching freaking boxing matches. So I don't know. I don't know enough about any of these people to make a decision. But didn't Shakir, like, didn't he just put on like a boring match? Was that him who just had a match? Is his name like Stevenson or something? Anyways, I feel like I just watched both of these guys fight, not each other, but different people. But I could be wrong. So am I wrong? Did they just fight two different people? And one was boring? And I think the other guy lost too. I don't remember. But I don't know a lot about boxing. Okay, Tank Davis? Is that what I'm talking about? I know who that is. It's like I know the fighters because like I said, I watch it, but I don't like boxing, but I watch boxing. So it's like I guess I do like it. I mean, I don't watch golf. Yeah, so maybe I do like boxing. I just don't know boxing. Stevenson. See, like the random things I know, like I said, I watched it. I just don't have an opinion. And then obviously I'm on Twitter, so I see like what other people are saying. Devin. Yes, I would rather watch UFC as well. Ooh, and maybe this is me. I only watch maybe that I don't know though, because randomly, you know how you ever I I like I like seeing people compete. It's fun for me to see people compete. And I would never be a boxer and I would never learn MMA. Those aren't things I'm into. And it's fascinating to me that these people train and do all of this stuff and all of this rigor and all of this focus and all of this stuff. And then they just go and do like I guess the process for me is fascinating. And I couldn't do it. Like I couldn't train and then get in a ring and then let you hit me. Like obviously the goal is not to get hit, but like that's just not my thing. So it's like it's this weird thing. It's almost like watching a train wreck where it's like I don't want to see the train wreck. I don't want the train to wreck. But when it's happening, I can't stop looking at it. So it's like it's entertaining. But I don't consider myself like a fight fan, but I'll listen and I watch it apparently because I know people's names. I know everything that's happening in that sport. And then obviously, this is going to sound kind of ridiculous, but anything that's like conspiracy theorist like that centers around sports, count me in. Like, count me in. So, how boxing has like all these different things and all these different weight classes and all these different like boxing things that people are like, oh, he's never going to fight him. He's never going to fight him. You know how boxing like count if there's a conspiracy theory with sports, I'm interested. What is the theory? What are we trying to figure out? Count me in. Conspiracy theories? Count me in. I'm interested. I'm invested. And I feel like boxing is a lot of that because it's like, and the other thing about boxing or any fighting is that it's one of the only sports, if not the only sport, to where one thing can end the whole match. Like you could train for 6 weeks, 8 weeks. And as soon it takes one punch or one kick or one whatever and it's over. And there's something about that quick like ending that is fascinating because you can't get that in any other sport. And no other sport is it just over like it is over in fighting. So I don't know. I'm really good at going on tangents that whatever. Quinn Ewers or Arch Manning? I am going Ewers. I'm going, as of today, July 18th, I'm going Quinn Ewers every day and twice on Sundays. And in my opinion, it ain't even close. Today, Ewers. He's the guy. Hook him. I'm going Arch. If you knew what I knew, Jack Boy, you would be saying Ewers. But yeah, that's just how I feel about that. You know what else is interesting is, have you all been getting YouTube notifications? Because I feel like lately, like YouTube hasn't been sending out notifications. It's kind of weird. But I didn't know if it was me or if like, you know how is anybody like this? Like if something happens in like your life, like you assume that it's only you that's dealing with the issue, but in reality it's like 95 million people are dealing with it, but I'm always like, clearly I'm the only person that's dealing with this. It's like, no, the whole world is dealing with this. Nope, no notifications at all. It's so weird. That's so weird. The other thing I have found weird is my school systems haven't been working, but I feel like lately everything has had an outage. Like last week, AT&T, I couldn't access my account. So that was weird. And then earlier this week, one of my banks, I couldn't sign in. And that like, I feel like you know what? Speaking of conspiracy theorists, we're probably under cyber attack and we have no idea. Because there's a lot of weird things happening with major systems and major corporations that I'm just like, you're just not working? Like, how do you just not work? I don't understand that. So, I don't know. It's hit or miss right now. Favorite summer Olympic sport? So, I'm a volleyball girl. So, anything volleyball, beach, sand, count me in. I love watching swimming. I love watching swimming. I also love gymnastics is fun. I love watching gymnastics. I love water polo. I laugh because I don't know the rules, but I will watch it. If it is on, I will watch it and I will find it. So, you know how like when the Olympics is on, they tell you like where you can go and it's like NBC Sports, blah, blah, blah. And you can like find what you want. I will find water polo and I will watch it. So that's interesting to me. Track and field is obviously fun. What other random sport though do I like to watch in the Olympics? Those are like my go-tos. And then sometimes I'll just kind of watch, you know, like and just like I said, I like the competition. Favorite country to watch in the news. So it varies by sport. So I like watching Australia in swimming because they're usually pretty good at swimming. Australia's usually pretty good at swimming. I like to watch Brazil play volleyball because they're usually very good at volleyball. And then I like to watch Jamaica run track. I don't know enough about water polo. I like to watch the Chinese in gymnastics because they're usually really good at gymnastics. So I think it really just like depends based off like what sport it is. Simone Biles come back is interesting to watch after episode. Yeah, I know. I'm so nervous for her. I'm so nervous. Like, I hope she's ready. I like, no, she is ready. But I hope she doesn't have to have that experience that she had before, because I felt so bad for her. I just didn't like, I was just like sad for her. Manning can transfer to Miami. We'll see for next year. I mean, yeah, I'm just going to leave that where it's at. But I'm glad that we have him. And I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be great. And I'm happy that he is a Texas Longhorn. And I think that for whatever reason, when it's his time, I think he'll be ready to go. So, oh yeah, so I am saving. So there's a couple of things I'm saving to like binge watch. And that's one of the things. I want to see her documentary, but I'm one of those people that like, if a show comes out and it's like a 10-part series or whatever, I will usually watch it all in one setting. I don't like watching one thing and then waiting a week and then watching the thing and then waiting a week. Like, I don't like to do that. I like to like watch it all together. I think that's cool. It's my favorite thing to do. My favorite thing to do? It's one of my favorite things to do. It's just like binge watch all of it at once. Who are the two teams you expect Texas to lose to? So that's a tricky question. I only expect them to lose to Georgia. That's the only team I expect them to lose to. Being a Texas fan, though, something tells me they're going to lose to somebody that I'm not thinking about, and I'm going to be pissed. It's going to be like, I don't know. Like something is telling me that whoever Texas, whatever there's, if they lose 2 games, whoever it's going to be to, it's going to be stupid. And I'm going to be like, are you freaking kidding me that they just lost to this team? Hey, Brian. Hey, Bishop.
What's good? Yeah, I can hear
Nothing.
you.
Nothing. Just on here talking with the people.
For sure, for sure.
How are you?
Good, good. Just got off work.
Oh, nice.
Oh man.
How's the weather where you're at?
Ooh, hot.
Yeah.
Hot.
Yeah. It's hot
So
here
what's
too.
shaking? Hey, I mean your neck of the woods. What
Are
you
you?
got going on?
Well, it's hot. Okay. I ain't going outside. I'm staying inside. I'm staying where the air conditioner is. What are you doing in the great state of Texas?
Who?
You said you're in my neck of the woods?
No, I'm in Fort Sill,
Oh, okay.
Oklahoma.
Oh, you must be talking to somebody.
Yes.
Okay, listen, Nebraska, you will not say Oklahoma. Okay. Okay. I will not say that. Stop saying that. We're not losing to them. Oh, we might. Who knows?
Uh,
What do you have Oklahoma's record being this year, Bishop?
man, we got a gauntlet.
It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, 9-3.
Who do you have your 3 losses to? The 3.
I know it's like 4 toss-up teams because it depends on how they start developing throughout the season. But LSU, that's definitely. I'm not quite sure us going into Baton Rouge if we're ready
Yeah, that's
for
hard.
that. I'm not sure about. Mm,
Oh, you guys have Ole Miss.
yeah,
Oh, and
that's the other
Alabama.
one. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah. It's kind of hard too, because it's like I I think the reason why it's hard for me with Texas is because I don't know what they're going to look like in the SEC. Meaning, are they? Because I feel like I don't know how they're going to adjust to that type of football. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I have questions. Like, I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you know what it is the truth of the matter is going from the Big 12 where they were spread them out to now we're going to the SEC and it's all about the line play. So it ain't gonna be easy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I mean, you know what's kind of funny is so many people are giving Texas like so much praise. And for the normal person, they would be like, "Oh, okay, cool. Like we're in there." For me, I'm like, "Stop." Like, the praise isn't making me feel better. You know, like now that we're getting praise and recognition, I'm actually more concerned because now there's expectations and I just don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know if we're that type of team that we have expectations and we meet them. Is that I don't know if that's who we are. I don't know. Maybe we do. I don't know. But it's like people everyone's saying it. They're like, "Oh, Texas, they're gonna be great, they're gonna be great, Texas." And I'm like, I hope you're right.
So who's your two losses?
I don't freaking know. So I have Georgia for sure. I don't like that we're going to Michigan. I just don't think we're going to lose to them though. Hold on. Let me see. Let me come up with a loss here. Not in Alabama or not in Oklahoma cuz no. So no. I mean, because do you ever say like, "Oh, we're going to lose to Texas"? Like nobody says that. You know what I mean? Like it's like you can't say like that. It's almost like me saying in A&M. Like
Yeah,
no, I can't.
no,
Even if
ain't
I
happening.
think it, like I can't say it.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. But you know for a fact that game you could throw out the records because we're gonna just do a backyard brawl. May the best
Yeah.
team win.
So that's why I'm like 10-2. The two will figure itself out. But like, and again, do I think we're going to lose to Oklahoma? No. But would I be shocked if we lost to Oklahoma? No. So it's like, I don't know. I think Texas is going to lose a game, and I've said this from jump. I think Texas is going to lose a game this year that I'm going to be like, what was that? Like, what the hell was that? I just don't know who that's going to be. I just don't know.
All right. Well, then for the chat to come in, who's your 12 making the playoffs then?
So I have a video that I'm going to record and do that. I'm at 15. I don't have 12. So I can't decide. So what I was actually doing today, because I was going through my list of videos that I need to record. I was going through today and I was like, okay, who would be my list? And I just listed the teams. And then I realized I have too many teams. So I need to do some research and look at schedules further before I answer that. Because I want to make it informed. I don't want to just be like, oh, this person. Because the other thing that's interesting to me is it comes down to how many teams you think are going to make it out of the SEC. Because if you think there's going to be 4 teams out of the SEC, that gives you more leeway. But if you think there's going to be 5 teams out of the SEC, it throws off everything.
I don't know. It's gonna be a brutal season because you're gonna have to be every week. You're gonna have to be on your game. But the expert has USC making the playoffs, 12-0.
Who has that?
Some analytical person that's been doing it since 2010. He has USC and Ohio State in their bracket.
If USC makes the playoffs, again, Oregon, Ohio State, USC. That's who I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody.
UCLA.
Yeah, I don't know. That's wild. People are asking me, am I going to go to the Texas OU game? No, because if you've ever been to that game, it is not the game you want to go to. Absolutely not. No. If I was 21, 22, absolutely. I would be, yes. If I was 21, 22, I would be making plans to go to that game right now. At this age, absolutely not. No. Texas going 8-4. I don't see them losing 4 games. Are you going to the Red River? No, okay. So for those of you that don't know, so yes, the Texas OU rivalry is a big rival. And it is. It's a big game. Both teams have the game scheduled. It's the same time every year. Yes, it's a big deal. It's a big rival. It's all those things. However, it is chaotic, hot, unsafe, and the facilities are old.
And it's at 2:30 this year.
Yeah, and so it's like not. It sounds fun because you're like, oh, a rival. Oh, it's not. It's just not, and it's so freaking hot. It's hot, and people on both sides take the game entirely too serious, like entirely too serious. So, like you could just like try to be cute and go to a game. You might have like a Texas shirt on, and then you might F around and take a right, and you take a right and you're on the wrong. It's just like you don't. I mean, the whole stadium is divided. It's just not. Yeah.
Girl, you don't want your fried butter and fried ice cream?
No. I don't want any part of that. It's a mess. It is an actual mess. I mean, it's a mess. So I went when I was, I don't even know. I don't even remember how old I was. And I'll just never forget because, again, I like football. I want to see the game. It was when Adrian Peterson was playing. I just want to see the game. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see the game. I don't care about you wearing your Oklahoma stuff. I don't care if you do horns down. I don't care. Do you? But I want to watch the game. But it's so divided that it's like a gang. It's like minus the bullets. It's like people take that super serious.
So what did you think of last year's OU Texas game?
So last year's OU Texas game went how I thought it was going to go because I didn't like that. I felt like, so, okay. Sark's play calling makes me nervous for all the wrong reasons in a weird way. He's an amazing play caller. Anybody would be lucky to have him as their play caller. I also know there's moments when Sark falls in love with that play calling and doesn't do what he should do based on the strength of his team. And that's what I saw when they played. At the beginning of the game, remember all the turnovers, all the things. I'm like, why is yours even passing the ball though? Like, why are we going against the grain? And Sark does that. And so I feel like that happened. And so it didn't surprise me how the game started. And I feel like the thing that worries me about Texas is exactly what happened in the Oklahoma game. A team gets up on them and they're making mistakes. And how do they recover? How do they, whatever. And they were able to recover. And you know what? They, lost at the very end of the game. So it was fine. But it was like, that's what worries me about Texas is sometimes Sark's play calling, I fall in love with it. And then in the same moment, I'm like, if you don't run the freaking ball right now, run the ball. Stop doing this. So it's a year later. Let's see. Let's see. But if USC makes the playoffs, this college football season is going to be interesting.
Yeah. Do you see Colorado making the playoffs?
No.
Why were you so quick on the draw?
Oh, sorry. Want me to think about that for a second? Okay. Colorado making the playoffs. I don't see it right now. Is that better?
I'm just saying. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I don't see that right now. The other interesting thing. So, and I'm like in the thick of it, and I haven't made the video on it yet because I'm in the thick of it, is I don't think we often think about what it means to get down to 12 teams. I mean, think about what we're saying here. 12 teams. I mean, it's wild. We used to do it with 4, but now it's almost I feel like with 12 teams, it might actually be harder because now it's more wide open, but that just means more options. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing yet. Oh, happy birthday, Endo Sports. If I could sing, I would sing to you. But to save everybody from having to listen to me, I will not be singing. Do you think they're going to the playoffs?
No,
Oh, okay.
no. I do have them making a bowl game though.
Yeah, me too. Me too. And I think Colorado. So football is interesting. So I think in the season, I think it might not look as it might look away. But I feel like at the end of the season, when we reflect on the season, I think it's going to be a good season by measurements. But I think when we're in it, I think I don't know if it's going to feel that way. Because like I remember when Texas went 8-4 and we were in the season and we were losing games we shouldn't lose, but we also just knew we weren't ready to win them. And so in the season, we were like, oh gosh, because it was like, are you kidding me that we just lost that game? Are you kidding me? But then when the season was over and we looked back and we were 8-4, we were like, 8-4 wasn't bad. You know what I mean? And it's like, but when you're in it, you're like, but we lost to these idiots, like, yeah, but we couldn't beat them, or yeah, we couldn't. And I think that's how Colorado might be this year. It's like in the season, we might be whatever and annoyed or whatever. But at the end of it, I think we might look back on it and go, you know what? That wasn't bad. It could be better. But like, it wasn't like, because last year, when I look at last year, I'm like, that was bad. Like, I don't think we're going to have that same feeling this year. That's just my personal opinion, though.
I'll put this take on it. If they can just be 50-50 on running the ball successful than last year and not give up on it, I think they can definitely do some damage in the Big 12. But they have to be willing to stay with the run pass, that more of a 60-40 type deal. If they can do that, then they'll be more successful.
I do agree. I do think it has to be balanced. And I always tell people, not always, because I don't often talk about Colorado, but the one thing I always say is I think we spend so much time praising Shador, and we should, because he's amazing. I think the defense scares me. Can we stop the run? If we can't stop the run, like a lot of people will say, like, oh yeah, we're going to have a bend, but don't break defense. Historically, teams that have a bend that don't break defense are good defenses. They have the ability to not break because they're good. Like, so even that saying isn't necessarily what it is. You know what I mean? Like, bend don't break means when you get close, you know what time it is because you're legit. I don't know if that's who we are. I think it's going to be a bend and sometimes break defense. And I think sometimes we're going to get stops, and I think sometimes we won't. And think I think maybe we might be okay with it, but I just don't know yet. And mainly because of Livingston. We don't know what he's going to do. We don't know. We don't know. We hope. We don't know, but we hope. So.
And see, both of us coming out of the Big 12, we know that they built themselves to make sure if anybody's a passing team, they want you to methodically go down the field. So you'll have a lot of three high safeties and different things to make sure that everything is underneath. And so that's what I was sharing with Rawhide, is that if they going into that season, if they can break that by running the ball, then you can get them out of that.
That's a good point.
Because you know how it was with Iowa State, Kansas State. They knew going against Texas OU and a few others that in order to ball with them, they had to find a way to stop the big play,
right?
And just make you play the percentages. Is basically what they're saying is, hey, we believe you can't move it all the way down the field without making a mistake,
right?
And that's what we're banking on.
Yep. I also think that the unforgotten about thing, and I feel like I'm on a little bit of repeat because I recorded this video already that I'll release in August at some point. But the one thing that I don't think people think about when they or realize when it comes to the Big 12 is how many times teams have come back to win games. I don't think people realize that that's a thing in the Big 12. Like, as a Texas fan, it almost happened to us 3 times last year. Houston, Kansas State.
K-State. Yeah.
And I feel like it happened again. I feel like it happened. I can't remember. But my point is, and then like if you go look, even like didn't like UCF go up on somebody like 30-3 or something stupid, and then that team ended up winning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Oklahoma State. So my point is, even in the game for Oklahoma State to get to the Big 12 championship game, they were behind that game. And I don't think people realize that from my experience, most Big 12 games are not over until they're actually over. because it's weird. I don't know how that happens or why that happens. Maybe it's in discipline. Maybe I don't know. But every time, I don't know if Oklahoma lost any games like that last year where you're like, oh, we're up, we should be fine. And then you're like, how did we lose that? What happened?
Kansas. That game with Kansas. Yeah, that was bonkers.
It's weird. But those are the little like Big 12 nuances that I tell people. I'm like, I don't know if that was a Texas experience. I don't know if that was an Oklahoma experience or if that's the Big 12. I don't know. We're going to find out. And so that's why I just tell people because some people are like, yeah, and then if we get up, we can pull the starters and then we can do this, we can pull that. I'm like, let's not plan for that actually, because I've lived through we'll get up by 20 and we'll be fine. We'll get up by 14 and we'll be fine. And it's like, no, you won't be actually. But one of those things, again, with experience, you learn. So it is what it is.
I was trying to explain to them about Okie State last year in the beginning. They had Ollie Gordon as third string running back. He wasn't even playing.
Yep.
And then they lost to that FCS school, and then they had a bye. And next thing we know, he's the starter. They went back to just running the power I.
Yeah. I just think it's interesting being on the outside looking in with a different team, because obviously I'm a Texas fan. I knew what Texas had, what they didn't have, all the things. So I could assess them pretty well because I knew. And so I kind of knew who would give us trouble. I knew against gritty defenses we would struggle. I knew, because you just know your team. now, obviously, they're in a different conference. I don't know that conference as well. Like, yes, I know the teams, but I don't really know them. But I know the Big 12, but then I don't really know what Colorado has really. So it's just this weird way of like, it's the same, but it's not, because my assessment is totally different on how I would assess it normally. So that's why it's like, I can't wait to just see what the games look like, to see if it's something I remember or if it's a new, and I don't think it's going to be those. It's the same coaches, but it's just interesting that it's different. It's just different.
Right.
But can't tell you how. It's just different.
Okay, then who do you have coming out of the Big 12 into the playoffs?
When you first said that, the two teams that popped up in my mind was Kansas and Oklahoma State. Like, those are the two teams that immediately I thought of. I think Utah, if their trenches show up, could impact that. That's kind of where I'm at with that. But
what about K-State?
Who?
K-State.
That's why I said Kansas. I said Kansas State and Oklahoma State. I like Kansas State's defense. And I don't know, like, there's something about their defense that always gives people problems. Like, most of the time when you beat Kansas State, most of the time, it's a close game and the defense has played really well. They hardly ever lose in like blowouts, or you know what I mean? Like, when they lose, it's like 10-13 and you're like, what the y'all scored 10 points?
Yeah, that's because of their coach, Chris Kleiman. He came from North Dakota State, remember?
Yeah. And it's like, it's fundamentally good football. And so it's hard. So when I look at Kansas State, and Kansas State gave Oklahoma a run for their money every time they played, they gave Texas a run for their money. Hell, even like, so for me, it's like, if you can compete with, and this was last year. I'm not saying like for the last 5, I'm saying last year.
Right.
And so if you can do that, why would I not pick you this year? That's just kind of how I feel. And I don't know. I like, there's something about Kansas State I just like. I think the team that's going to come out of the Big 12 is going to be a team that's better on defense than everybody else. That's just, I don't know. But then I think, you always have Oklahoma State, and nobody will ever count out Oklahoma State in anything. But then there's obviously Utah, which is just this weird, I don't even know what to do. What do you even do with, what Utah is? Utah is like the girl who's like great, but you don't want to date her, but you can't tell me why. But she's great. She's amazing, but you can't tell me why. That's how I feel about Utah. It's like, they're a team and they're great, but I can't tell you why I won't pick them, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. I just don't believe, maybe. It's just because I just don't believe. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Then they're the blue collar team. That's why.
Yeah. See, even Rob said physicality. Yeah, I agree. I think the thing with like I said, there's certain teams that when you beat them, you beat them, because it's a hard fought game. It's tough. It's gritty. Nobody does anything flashy, but it's just like solid. And Iowa State's the same. I just don't think Iowa State usually has the skill positions to compete, but their defense is always solid.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of those teams that runs that 3 high, where they make everything because they had to play us and you guys.
Mm-hmm.
they learn how to keep everything underneath and make somebody play the percentage to make it all the way down without making mistakes.
Yeah. So that's why I say, like, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how teams that I've been watching play Texas, and me kind of knowing what these teams are going to do and what they're going to bring, and then to watch them then play Colorado. It'll be interesting to kind of see, because it's just different. It's just different. But like, I'm excited, and I can't wait till football season starts, but like I can wait till football season starts because I don't want to rush it. Like, it will start when it starts. Like, but it's going to be interesting for me this year because it's just different. It's just different. Wait, what did Robert just say?
What did he say?
Forget all of that. What about Oklahoma, the new MSU of the SEC? Yikes.
Okay, well, all right.
Yikes.
Okay.
Shots fired. Yikes.
He's trying to throw too many strays flying out in these streets. I need to cut it out.
Yikes. Mississippi State. No.
Oh,
Wait.
don't even mention Mississippi State.
Nebraska said Iowa State always play. No, they did. That's what I'm saying. They always. So the thing about Iowa State too is, so like everybody knows this. Texas, I don't want to say Texas was like the darlings of the Big 12 because it's not like that, but Texas was like the prima donna of the Big 12. I think that's fair. And everybody knew that Texas was a shiny school, has a lot of money, all of these things, right? And so when you play Texas, you're like, F those guys. Like, whatever. And Iowa State was a prime example of, they knew, it's almost like they built their team to beat Texas. And that might be really extreme, but they did everything good that Texas didn't do well. And it was like every time, every single game, it was like, all right, we got to play Iowa State. Here we go, and kudos to them. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah.
Yeah. You remember that Creed where he did that tire scene where you got to stand in the tire and you got to just trade blow for blow.
Yeah.
That's Iowa State, Kansas State type of mentality.
Yeah, I agree with that. At least Oklahoma won't be Vandy of the SEC. There you go. I think it's interesting. I think that Oklahoma will be fine. Maybe this year won't be their best year, but I think they'll be fine. Their schedule's brutal.
Don't be sugarcoating it. Hey, we can't hide nowhere. They put it on us this year.
I mean, the schedule isn't going to change. Like, who you play this year is who you will play next year.
Next year. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that will be good for Oklahoma to kind of be like, oh, this is okay. This is who we're going to play. Okay. Cool. So I think they'll be, average. I think they'll do some things, but I think what I know about Alabama football, and I don't like Oklahoma at all. Forget Oklahoma. But one thing I know about Oklahoma football is they will figure it out. And it might not be this year, but they will figure it out.
Not so fast. Don't put it. Hey, we know we got a gauntlet, but hey,
I'm back to being nice.
Diamonds are built by fire. So
there you go.
Who knows?
Do you guys historically get better towards the end of the season?
Yeah, remember championship November, toward the end of the year when we was winning those 6 titles in the Big 12.
So that's good.
We always had that gauntlet. The last 4 in November was always the gauntlet.
Yeah, I always just I don't worry about Oklahoma though. Like, as a football program, like, they'll figure it out is what I'm saying. Some people I'm like, oh God, I'm not worried about Oklahoma. Oh, JB has a good question. Who do you think is going to have a better record, OU or CU?
That's cold. That's cold. Because CU might get it by 1. No, I don't. I really don't know. Like I said, I got Oklahoma as 9-3, but we got like 4 toss-up games that it really is going to predicate on making sure that we stay error-free.
Fair. Do y'all play Alabama in Alabama or in Oklahoma?
They come here next year. We go there this year.
And then do you guys play Ole Miss home or away?
Away.
Yikes. Okay.
We play LSU there. That's the last game of the year. And that'll be prime time. And then we got Alabama and Ole Miss. And then, of course, you guys in the Cotton Bowl is that's a neutral site. So,
are you saying 9-3 for real because you believe that, or are you saying 9-3 on a hope?
No, I really see 9-3.
Okay.
Why? What? So, what's the pushback? Go on and hit me up.
I don't know who y'all have, so you could be right. I just think, I don't know. And who are the other, like, I don't want to call them throwaway teams. That's not fair. But let me see. Okay, so Temple, Houston, Tulane. Okay. Then you have Tennessee,
Right.
Auburn at Auburn, Texas, South Carolina at Oklahoma, Ole Miss at Ole Miss, Maine, Missouri at Missouri, Alabama comes to Oklahoma, and then LSU and LSU.
Told you it was a gauntlet. Wasn't playing.
So where are you? So where are you getting? Okay. Where are you getting the I'm stuttering.
Go on and get it out.
So you see you guys beating Missouri?
Yes. What are you talking about?
Boy. You know what? I need to go.
86% of our defense.
I need to go get something real quick. I'll be right back. I'm going to let you think about what you just said. Okay. So just to recap.
Go ahead.
You have Oklahoma going 9-3.
Right.
And you think their 3 losses are going to be LSU, Alabama, and Ole Miss.
Correct.
Okay. Which would mean that you would beat Missouri, Tennessee. I don't know. Maybe.
We bring back 86% of our defense. And if they don't score, you can win. So it's a different conference, but hey, when you bring back people that already know your defense, you're already ahead of the game.
That's a good, okay. What do you have CU's record prediction?
For CU?
Yeah.
I think I had them 7-5 when we was on Rawhide.
Okay. Somebody asked me in the chat how I feel about the Arkansas game. If you're talking about Texas going to Arkansas, I don't love it.
See, Arkansas is another one of those back in the day type of bloody nose type game.
Yeah, don't love it. Wouldn't be my first pick. And I think that it's interesting because I believe we play them like towards the end. So you have a supporter. Somebody is saying they agree with you. 9-3, 5-3 SEC play. Does anybody know anything about Auburn?
They're supposed to be decent. But they got Freeze, and he's building something, but it's too new. So we don't know a lot about him.
Okay. Go ahead.
No, what I was going to say is, though, right now, it's all about the line play. And even though we got some through the portal and others, it's just you have no continuity there. So I know a lot of people are a little hesitant on that. But once again, Beatonbow, our offensive line coach, has taken 3 stars and have them the highest paid offensive lineman in NFL.
Oh, so development at Oklahoma happens? Oh, okay. And you're saying that when you get a lot of people out of the transfer portal, it's hard to really have good camaraderie, so it takes a little bit of time? Is that what you said?
It doesn't take a little time. It takes commitment.
Okay.
To the little things. And if you get everybody to buy in, you can come out with a special year. But understanding, if it doesn't happen, you know why.
Okay. I agree with that take.
Because you got the center from Kansas City Chiefs. You got 49ers offensive tackle. So you got a lot of players that were 3 stars when they got to OU that have been able to show that if you develop them and that you make sure that you put them through the fire, that they can be very important to the NFL.
Yeah. And that's the name of the game. Is I think that sometimes we forget about development because we want it right now. And sometimes you're developing and building for the future, but we still want it right now. So
yeah.
And you know what? I mean, and listen, it's not lost on me that on your 9-3, you have Oklahoma beating Texas. So, okay. Noted. I see what this is. So for that alone, y'all are definitely going 8-4. So good luck with that.
So
now that I've had time to reflect.
Yeah,
definitely
I was waiting for that other shoe to drop. Man.
I was letting you know what, because that's the thing though. I think I said this before. That's why it's important to like let people explain to you their reason. You don't have to agree with their reason, but listen to what people are telling you because you might know something about your team that I don't know. Rawhide, can you hear us?
Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
I snuck on. I don't supposed to be on right now. That's okay.
What's up?
It's okay. How y'all doing? I'm sorry. I forgot. I saw your live post and I got caught up. And I'm so late. But anyway, hey, Bishop, I want to commend you. You're being a true fan. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Are you talking about his 9-3 prediction?
Yeah, it's 9-3 prediction. Yeah, that's off the chain, right? That's off the chain. I will admit that's off the chain. Hey, Bishop, I had 7 losses. Hey, when she was rattling off the schedule, I put L's. I'm like, oh my God, they're not gonna win this. It's gonna be so bad. But hey, the problem, let me tell you what y'all got. The problem Oklahoma got is that they carry the name Oklahoma, but they don't, but I don't know if they carry the weight and the players that develop that name. So when they play people, they are gonna look at Oklahoma as a true Super Bowl, not a clown show. So yeah, they gonna be trying to stump a mud hole in them, bro. I'm just letting you know, bro. Just letting you know.
Hey, bring it on. Hey, it just means more.
There it is. Who do you think, Raw? Who do you have having a better record, CU or OU?
Oh. Okay. Can I say better or worse record is not an indication of who is a better or worse team? Let me just first I'll start by saying that. Honestly, the teams that you rattled off for Oklahoma, I don't even know. Do you mind rattling them off again?
Yep. So we have Temple, Houston.
Okay, hold on. Hey, if you don't pause between them so I can respond, if you don't mind.
Okay. So we have Temple.
Okay. Colorado can beat them, so can Oklahoma.
Houston.
Both teams can beat them. Yeah,
Okay.
both teams can beat them.
Tulane.
Ooh. Oklahoma can beat them.
Sneaky good, right?
Yeah, Oklahoma can beat them. Okay. All right, I'll go with it. Colorado. Oh, yeah, I'll say Colorado can beat them. All right, just
okay. Tennessee.
Oh, Colorado can't beat them at all.
Auburn.
But Oklahoma may, if everything hit right, they could beat. There's this possibility, but I got both of them losing. All right, go ahead. Who'd you say next? Auburn?
Auburn.
Yeah, both teams would lose. Oklahoma got a chance. Colorado has absolutely no chance.
Texas.
Okay, both teams are going to lose. It'll be a massacre for Colorado, and Oklahoma would try to keep it interesting for a little while.
South Carolina.
Colorado absolutely cannot beat them, but Oklahoma can.
Ole Miss.
Okay, both of them are going to get donkey stomped. Colorado would really get donkey stomped. Oklahoma, they can attempt to make it look good.
Maine. I don't know anything about that. Do they even play football in Maine for real?
There you go. So both teams can win again.
And then there's Missouri.
Oh my God. Yeah, Colorado.
Well, listen to the last three. Missouri, Alabama, LSU.
Okay, Colorado don't even deserve to be on the field, and Oklahoma, they kind of got a chance.
So it sounds like you think
they'll lose all games. Both of them lose all three of those games.
I don't know. You might have a tie. You might think that CU and Oklahoma might have a similar record.
Yeah, I mean, it may be okay. That's why I explained it.
I know. No, I know what you're saying by like the talent of. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
And Oklahoma's in the SEC, so the competition is harder. I mean, let's be real. Missouri, Alabama, Ole Miss, Texas, Auburn, Tennessee are better than any school that's in the Big 12.
For the most part, I would agree.
So, yeah. Bishop said 9-3, and not only did he say 9-3, he stood on 9-3.
Yeah, I mean, he's supposed as he should. See, I'm good with that. It's because at least Oklahoma recruits on a level where they ain't just outmatched. You know what I mean? Yeah. They ain't just outmatched. The problem is that the cult members, they don't even understand recruiting, and it's like, bro, it's such a difference between talent when you talk about the Oklahomas and I'm not even going to go to the extreme tiers, right? We're talking about the Oklahomas, we're talking about the Miamis, we're talking about the Auburns, right? I mean, I know y'all watched us talk. I mean, bro, Auburn was a mid team last year. You look at their last 4 years of recruiting, I think the average was top 10. I mean, you follow what I'm saying? I mean, that's just
it's just different.
it's just different. It's just different. You know what I mean?
It's like level. But that's the thing. It's like a billionaire is not a millionaire. There's a complete difference. But a lot of people would just say, well, they all have money. And it's like, yeah, but it's different.
It's different, right?
It's different.
Yeah, it's just different, right? Yeah. It's just two totally different classifications. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah. Am I talking low? I don't know.
You're talking like it's midnight storm.
Oh, okay, my bad. But yeah, I'm even supposed to be on right now. I just, Bishop got me riled up with that 9 wins, which I respect. Don't misunderstand. I do respect it. And honestly, if we just be honest about it, put it back to layers. From a talent standpoint, if they were playing anywhere else, 9 wins would be more than achievable. If they were still in the Big 12, I would probably say they're going to win the conference.
Yeah,
but I don't even know how good Brent Venables is as a head coach. Sometimes.
Yeah, do you like him, Bishop? Like, what do y'all think in Oklahoma world
versus LR? Are you kidding me? Lincoln Riley to Brent Venables, we'll take him all the time.
Okay, so you like him. What does he do well? Like, what does he bring that you all like?
He brings that defensive mind type of mentality that we used to have to go along with the offense, where instead of us losing in 2017 on an off tackle run in overtime, we'll be able to stop the run. And that's huge.
Oh my God. Wait a minute, man. Come on, Bishop.
He likes the defensive prowess.
Oh my God, Bishop. Come on. You don't believe that. Bishop. I love you to death. You can't Bishop, you taking Brent Venables over Lincoln Riley.
Every day, and even including Sunday.
Okay, can I ask? I gotta know why.
Okay, I knew you was coming, because understand, and it's nothing against Lincoln Riley. It's just the bottom line is that with him, he had a ready-made team when he became the head coach. And we did some great things, but when we could win this season and win the Big 12, but when we got into the playoffs, there was such a big divide, and that the type of defense we were bringing into the playoffs was a shame. It was just a shame, because you had an offense that, you have Baker. You look at all pros that came off of there in 17, and for them not to even have a defense that was comparable is truly a shame. I don't see how
So you don't like him because you don't think he can build a defense?
Oh, without a doubt. Because if you build even if he built somewhat of a defense, then those years that we won championships in the Big 12, we at least are competitive in the playoffs. It wasn't competitive.
Huh? Come on, Bishop. Why are you making me do this? What are you doing? Okay, Bishop. Hold on.
I'm serving you up now. This is your moment. You better take it.
Hold on, Bishop. I think, okay. All right, I may be way out in left field. I get that. A lot of people don't. Yeah, I get it. Right. I don't hold it against John Stockton, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, Garen Payton, Seattle Supersonics, Patrick Ewing. I don't hold it against them. because they couldn't win a chip because Michael Jordan was there. What do you say to that? Right? I mean, it was MJ, right? It's hard to me, and I think and I agree. Hold on, this is where, hey, my main man Law, he be getting on me because he's like, well, Raw, you don't have a team, but I do understand the concept, right? When you got a team, you're looking for whatever you can and the reasons to be like, hey, man, we can win it. You know, I get it, right? A little bit of irrational thought. I get that, but I would ask everybody, go watch the post-game interview, Brian Kelly, Notre Dame versus Alabama, right? And Notre Dame had an exceptional season. You know what I'm saying? That was the catfish season. And he had an exceptional season. But even in his interview, and I'm not going to I can't repeat it verbatim, but the statement basically was this: there's levels to this, right? It's hard for me to blame Lincoln Riley when he's rolling up against Georgia and Alabama. It's extremely difficult to blame anybody because guess what, Bishop? Nobody's beating them for the most part, right? Nobody's beating them. Think about how he got put out. Them the people that put him out.
That's a good
I mean,
point.
he had Georgia on the ropes the Baker Mayfield year. They lost their mind. They couldn't get a stop. They were so up on them. They came back, couldn't get a stop. But when you are the number one recruiting, number two, number three every single year, right? And you pick up and you in the area where you grow them. It's hard for me to blame anybody. I think it's asinine for Ohio State fans to be blaming their head coach because they ain't winning chips. Bro, I'm sorry, he got beat by Georgia. Can you blame him for that? So I guess I don't believe the coach that you have now will even get close to what Lincoln Riley did. The problem is if you remove Alabama, if you remove some of the SEC teams, hey, guess what? Lincoln Riley will have a chip. I mean, let's be honest about the chip that Stoops got. He shared it. He didn't get the real chip. That was LSU. That's Nick Saban chip. You remember? So
I think can I just say, I think it's interesting when you look at the sport from a different lens of not necessarily what you have, but what you lost to, because that's what you're basically saying. It's like I heard Bishop say like, yeah, well, we couldn't do this in our defense and that, but you played against teams that nobody can do it. It's not just you. Everybody is struggling.
Let's be realistic. He is an excellent offensive coordinator, but if you're gonna be the head coach of a team, you cannot be offensive top heavy and not pay attention to the defense.
Bishop. See, let me tell you where I push back. I don't disagree. Okay, well, how about this? I'll give you, if you had told me if he had just fired his homeboy, maybe he'd been in better shape, I would agree. But, bro, I don't think Nick Saban is over there looking at the offense, bro. I just don't really think he's paying a whole lot of attention to that. Now, I could be dead dog wrong, but I just don't. Kirby Smart, defensive guy. You know what I'm saying? It's just the deal is, though, they recruit on such a premier, even Ohio State, let's throw that in there too. Even Ohio, they recruit on such a premier level where the X's and O's portion of it, I'm not saying that it's not important, but you can make a whole lot of mistakes when you play those guys. Now, if I truly believe, let's say you remove the SEC and Lincoln Riley, he was a coach at Oklahoma, I think he'd have a national championship. If he had to run through Alabama, you know what I'm saying, Michigan, Ohio State, you know what I'm saying, if he had to, Clemson, you know, some of those teams, and I know you finna throw away, he lost it, you know, I get that. But the amount of times that he's been there, I think he would have rung the bell. I think he would have rung the bell at least 1 year. But it's just hard for me to blame anybody, right? Well, you didn't beat Alabama. No, duh. Nobody does. You didn't beat Georgia. Really? Okay. Who beats them?
JB.
What's going on, man? This is 9-3. I appreciate you being a fan. I'm missing Oklahoma too. My homeboys went there and played linebacker, so
Oh, can y'all hear JB? I can't.
Okay.
No,
He just went out. He just went out.
But the thing about it is, I might be messy, but hey, that's how fandom goes sometimes.
That's true. You're right.
You're right.
You're right.
That's how fandom goes. And hey,
You're right.
the bottom line is, I can choose that, but they still gotta play it on the
You're
field.
right. No, you're right. I mean, I don't disagree. You're 100% right. I mean,
And
no different.
in your fandom, it's like, I don't want to, like, it makes sense. Like, what you said makes sense. And if I was a fan and I kept saying the same thing, I would want something different, because I'd be like, what is this? You know what I mean? Like, we're tired of this. Do something different.
Well, you was in the same conference. What was the narrative every Big 12 media day? Oklahoma can win the championship, but can't win in the playoffs. That's all we kept hearing. That's all we kept hearing. And and part of that is because, we were blessed to get there, but after a while, you want to see that you're moving in the right direction, and maybe that was because I'm also jaded from Lincoln Riley leaving the way he did too. So, like I said, I might count it as a little messy, but I'm standing there.
No. Well, and you've experienced it and lived with it more than we have. So you would probably know. I don't know that feeling. We all know about Lincoln Riley's defense, but I don't know that feeling every single year. Like, our issues were different. I didn't have that issue. So,
well, just think about it. We were up on Georgia in 2017, and we did an onside kick and let them get back in the game just before half.
Yeah, that's true.
No reason to do an onside kick.
No reason.
Just kick the ball.
Can you know how arrogant you have to be to do it against Georgia?
Well, I honestly believe, that game. I don't think Lincoln Riley trusted. I think he knew at that point of the game that he was up. And I don't know if a lot of people remember that game. He was up, right? Not, I'm going to use the statement of not in a football way. Like, they hit some plays and all that, but he knew the game was going to settle down. And I believe that's why he did that. No different than New Orleans, Indianapolis in the NFL, the onside kick, right?
That's true.
You see what I'm
saying?
What
you're saying is, like, based off, because he's on the field. And so his feeling of the game was, this is our chance. Like, this is
I got to take advantage. I got to take advantage. I know, right. When it settles down, they come.
Yeah.
And he knew that, no different than the new Sean Payton in New Orleans, right? And teams do that. I mean, let's be honest about it. Michigan did a flea flicker early in the game against Georgia. He did that. Why? Because he's like, oh my God, I gotta take advantage now because I know they're gonna steamroll. It failed. I mean, it didn't work, but that's not why they got steamrolled. But all of a sudden, that machine started cranking. It started cranking. Next thing you know, they shut them all the way down. So I think coaches, right, when they watch the game, they try to listen. The Baltimore Ravens did something extremely similar to that because they were afraid against the Kansas City game. They went for it on fourth down, I think on the other side of the 50, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the Bills did it too.
Yeah, that's what happens. When you get that pressure get on you, that's what happens. But those two particular teams that we're referring to, they are able to apply that type of pressure.
Yeah. Neymar wants to. He has a Giants football question. So
Yeah,
we talk football up here. So what's up?
What's up? So as a Giants fan, I think our defense will be great. I was gonna ask you guys a question. Riley, you've been on Pat's channel. I was gonna ask all of you guys a question. Will DJ ball out this year? Do you guys think? Or
The quarterback.
yeah, the quarterback, Giants quarterback. Yeah.
Daniel?
Yeah, Daniel Jones. I think it depends on what you define balling out. The Giants need Daniel Jones to be a really good game manager. They don't need him to lose the game. And I think, to be honest, the Giants have to fix their offensive line. They were one of the worst offensive lines last year. Like, if not the worst. I think they were like 29th or 30th.
Yo, that's accurate, Riley. That's what I think. Pat said the same thing whenever you were on his channel. I think it's close to that.
The offensive line is atrocious. But I think Daniel Jones. I think Daniel Jones has potential. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think about Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones is an NFL quarterback, but should be a backup.
Oh my.
Okay.
He's good enough to play in the NFL.
I'm going to refrain. My mother told me the old saying: "If you don't have anything good to say, just don't say anything at all." Hold
on. Can you name 45 quarterbacks better than him? Or
Probably.
what? Can you?
Probably so.
He'd be about 45, 46.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is Neymar a Giants fan?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
I don't want to do that to him.
No. The Giants, they're real with their team, though. He honestly wants to know somebody else's perspective. That's what I'm saying. Like other sports channels that I go on, that I visit, that's where he saw me at first. They're honest about their teams. They want the truth. They don't want the maybe. Like he's asking because he wants to know what we think.
It's the truth. Riley's correct. I do want the truth mostly.
Yeah.
Can I ask Neymar a question though? Just one question.
Yeah.
Outside of the realm of Giants fans, which I'm sure a lot of them don't like it either. Have you heard anybody say anything positive about?
You could hear probably Lou. I think Lou's channel and Pat's channel have some positive stuff.
I apologize. Mainstream media wise. I apologize.
Mainstream media wise, I don't think so. No.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
God dang it.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Hold on, Raw. Who you got better, Derek Carr or Daniel Jones?
Give me Derek Carr all day. Every day.
I take Daniel Jones over Derek Carr.
Derek Carr is so underrated.
I think so too, bro.
Really?
He's been in terrible, like literally the worst situations ever.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Derek Carr. I honestly think Derek Carr, bro. I be straight up with you. I think Derek Carr is probably top 15.
Okay. Now
I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna hold on.
Now we're losing
it. Derek Carr top 15, really?
I think that's currently playing. Don't misunderstand. When a person tells me they don't agree with that, I understand why they don't. But what I'm doing is I'm looking for, since the time he came into the season up until right now. First off, Derek Carr in the beginning already had a negative outlook when he hit the field because of his brother. Yeah. His brother already put negative on him anyway. If I can tell you right now, if Josh Allen name was Derek Carr, Josh Allen would not be the starter of the Buffalo Bills. He was god-awful for 2 years. God-awful. And because of Derek Carr's brother, which was punch drunk because Houston couldn't put a offensive line together, they thought Derek Carr had to fight that off. So he had to play decently. I think Derek Carr was an MVP candidate a couple of years ago.
People forget about that.
I feel like though I've watched games where Derek Carr just couldn't throw to the wide open receiver. Like
He
just
probably had a terrible. I mean, his coaching was so bad. He had a terrible line. He had a different offensive corner every 6 months.
It was so
He's-
bad. Oh my god. Hey, Rick
so
Paul,
if you're, but can we take those same things and apply them to Daniel Jones?
No,
he's just bad.
Daniel Jones has better players. He's had, I don't want to say stability, but better stability than the Raiders have been. He's definitely had better players though.
Yeah, he's just been bad. I mean, he fumbled. Every time you blow on him, he's putting the ball on the ground. I'm like, come on, why are you acting like you playing? Okay, my bad. See, you got me. Quit putting batteries in my back, really flawed. Quit putting batteries in my back. Okay, you already got me one other day. So let me. Somebody told me I was a bully because you put a battery in my back the other day. But
Would you guys not say it's the O-line problem though? Like he had no good O-line. Like people that have been on Pat's channel, we've been saying it on the Giants channels that there's no good O-line for him.
I think. Can I just say? I think it's double. I think the O-line is a problem. I do agree with that. I also think the injuries that the Giants have experienced, I never know who's going to play. Like I never know from week to week when I turn on the Giants game, no matter who, I never know who the running back is going to be at that time. I never know which receiver is going to be healthy. The offensive line literally was like a dance last year because somebody would go down and they'd be like, okay, he's going to right, he's going to left. And I think at some point they were like, they haven't had the same combinations all season. So if you're looking at the quarterback play, in my personal opinion, as one of the most dependent spots of the field, then I could see him being inconsistent because everything around him has been extremely inconsistent. I think the problem is we haven't seen them be consistent in like a year or two as far as a team. And because of that, Daniel Jones gets all of the negativity because he's the only consistent thing that's been there, even though he's been hurt.
Would you say Daniel Jones? Would you put him above all the Browns quarterbacks for the last 10 years?
I mean, no, Baker Mayfield's better than Daniel Jones, but
okay.
Probably everybody else.
Well, let's think about it. The problem I got with him, I agree. Okay, if the offensive line is bad, that does not mean you fumble the ball. You just get sacked. You see what I'm saying? If he got sacked,
that's
right,
valid,
and then turn the ball over, then we can have a different. I can talk to you about the offensive line.
You know what? The turnovers are his fault, so that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
but also, But also, how many times have you heard quarterbacks or even just people say that they thought that they're doing more than they needed to do, and it caused them to be not good and make mistakes? My Dak argument from a couple of hours ago, that was kind of my Dak argument, is that I think he gets more heat than any quarterback, mainly because he plays for he's the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. So he's going to take a lot of stuff. But if he plays similar to, let's say, Derek Carr is never going to get as much criticism as Dak Prescott ever. Just because
Derek Carr gets quite a bit of criticism though.
I think it's unwarranted too.
Derek Carr. I mean,
he's Derek Carr fans.
I fuck with Derek Carr. I'm super sorry. Dang. I like Derek Carr. Ooh.
Well,
I think he's a mid quarterback.
Spencer Rattler is probably going to play over Derek Carr this year. There's a hot take for you.
That's a good hot take. I don't think so, but it's a good hot take.
If y'all see Spencer Rattler running on the field, just remember on July 18th, I told you.
But the Saints, I mean, I actually believe you because the Saints ain't really the Saints like that. So they gotta fix their stuff. This is the problem with Derek Carr's career. He's been in like the most tumultuous, whatever word I'm about to say, messed up situations as a quarterback you have probably ever seen consistently. Like his entire career has been like.
I can agree with that. That's fair. Yeah, okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you think that if Daniel Jones played for a different team, he would be better? Like,
yes.
What if Daniel Jones went and played for the San Francisco 49ers?
He'd
wouldn't
be
as good as
okay. He'd be okay. He wouldn't
Come
be
on,
great.
JB.
He would
JB.
like the San Francisco 49ers is a coaching. I mean, it's coaching heaven. Like they will figure out what to do with Daniel Jones. They figure out what to do with every quarterback that gets into San Francisco.
Okay, can I ask a question about Daniel Jones? Y'all help me out. Y'all help me out though. Because honestly, I think people like Daniel Jones because of his athleticism.
He fell in the open field.
Outside of
He
that,
tripped
and
on nothing.
right, I can speak to Neymar could probably speak better to with that. What I'm not asking to criticize. I'm asking to for understanding. What is it that Daniel Jones does well? What does he do well?
That's fair. Oh, you're on mute.
He
I
does.
thought I
He has.
unmuted
He has.
myself. My bad.
He's
Hold on.
decent
Let's
at.
wait.
Oh,
Hold
my
on,
bad. Go,
JB.
go.
Let's hear from Giants fan.
Yeah, so he can run. So yeah, he can definitely run. Also, his passing is I'm not gonna say his passing is bad or good. It's mid right now, but he is mobile, pretty mobile lately.
Okay. That's what I thought. I knew you was gonna say that. I knew you. That's why I asked. Outside of the athleticism, what does he do well?
Yo, like
So
I
think
said
he's-
earlier, the O-line is the problem, and Giants fans will say this, that Evan Neal is probably going to be a bust at the end of the year. Like a lot of people do want Evan Neal to be benched if he doesn't play well, but I don't know. Evan Neal could ball out, be good, could be a good offensive tackle also. So I don't know.
got you. No, I got you. That's a good response, but I'm going to blow people's mind. I just think Daniel Jones is a poor man's Lamar Jackson. I'm just gonna tell you, I think he's a poor man's Lamar
You
Jackson.
got it. This is. You got to stop.
No, I knew what I said. I knew
Is
what I
that
said.
a softball there?
No, I knew when I said that people were going to. I knew I was going to get that response. But I know we love and cherish. Oh my God, you making me. Why are y'all making me do this? Don't make me be like this. I love Lamar Jackson. I love him, right? But the normalcy is the same problem I got with Daniel Jones. The normalcy, bro, make the pass. Make the right decision. You ain't gotta throw that 15-yard comeback when you could just hit the check.
So somebody said something in the chat, and I think I agree. He would be Josh Allen if we had time to throw.
Yes.
I agree with
No. Whoa.
Because I think here's why I agree with that. I think Josh Allen struggles with accuracy from time to time. And I think Josh Allen tucks and runs more than he should because he's super athletic. And I think Josh Allen sometimes makes decisions too quickly. And I think Daniel Jones does all of those things as well.
He'd be a poor man. If you said a poor man's Josh Allen.
A poor man's Josh Allen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't, because here's the thing about Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson, I don't know, maybe because I just feel like he's hella talented, that I don't see Daniel Jones even matching that level of talent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Y'all should be ashamed of y'all say that.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
No, you up there.
But I do agree with like what's in the chat. Mosley is another Giants fan. I do agree with him actually. Like,
okay, do y'all know when y'all say? Okay, hold on. When I say he's a poor man's Lamar Jackson, I'm not trying to defend him. But when y'all say he's a poor man's Lamar Jackson, and then you flip it, I say that y'all disagree, and then you flip it to Josh Allen. The only reason you did that because he white.
No,
I think Lamar Jackson has elite speed, and I think Lamar. But it's hard. This is why it's hard though when you talk football because all of their situations are different. And I think coaching wise, I also think Daniel Jones is a better match. I think the Ravens try to do things that match Lamar Jackson. I think his offense matches him. I don't think the Bills have built an offense around Josh Allen, and I don't think the Giants have built an offense around Daniel Jones.
See, okay. I would say
JB, it's your fault, JB.
No, listen. So I think you're funny. So I think the Bills have tried to build their offense around Josh Allen. That's part of the problem with them. But if you, man, Lamar Jackson's speed, athletic ability, vision is 10 times better than. I mean, we are talking about athleticism, so I see what you're saying. Like athleticism, Lamar Jackson on a whole different stratosphere. But I would agree they don't cater towards what's the Josh? I can't remember his name. Josh
Daniel
not Josh
Jones.
Allen.
They
Daniel
don't
Jones.
cater to him.
They don't. I'll give you that.
What do they do?
Okay.
What can you say that the Giants do for Daniel Jones?
I think
None.
the Giants
They does employ him.
What'd you say?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Bishop. Go ahead.
They employ him.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, come on, Bishop.
One of those
They are
true.
the same type of team.
But
The Giants-
Rawhide. Let's be honest. Every year, the Giants, if they had an offensive line and some additional wide receivers, would be least decent. But it seems like it's always some type of injury bug that hits them, that depletes them, and we don't. In the equation, we can't really know because he's never gotten up to his full potential.
We can't even use the injury because we don't know how they play out. But the deal is the three individuals that we talk about are all in the same bucket. I'm not saying that Daniel Jones or Josh Allen has the type of being elusive. I couldn't even get the activity out. I don't even think that ain't what I'm saying. I give you that. But all three quarterbacks is a tuck it and run it. The Baltimore Ravens said before this season, we just gonna do it. Well, actually they did a little bit this year too, but we're gonna design it where you can tuck it actually in the play, you tuck it and run. Daniel Jones does what the Giants and the Bills does the same thing as far as, hey, make it up yourself. A few design runs for the quarterback, because the big exciting runs that you get from Josh Allen, those are not design plays. And even in managing the roster, the Buffalo Bills been needing and begging for a running back since Josh Allen turned into a good quarterback. And what did the Giants do this season? They kicked the best running back off the team. How y'all don't see this? It's the same thing.
so isn't that then a coaching problem?
Well, it's
not
a
a Daniel
GM,
Jones problem?
It's a GM problem. I don't even believe that the head coach, because y'all do remember that the dude that made that people give the credit to turning Josh Allen to who he is the head coach at the New York Giants. Do we all understand that? I don't know if y'all do it. But
No,
anyway,
this is interesting.
Yeah, so and then they're going down the same path. It's the same thing. Josh Allen just lacks the talent and the arm talent that Josh Allen does, but the team just ain't that good. I think if you take Daniel Jones, you stick him on the Bills, it looks eerily similar. They'll just be bad because he's just not that good. He's not as good as Josh Allen.
Interesting.
Somebody in the chat said Jalen Hurts.
Ooh. You know what? You know what? I can see it. That's not that far-fetched.
True that.
Oh, last point. And I think the Giants hired him as the head coach. Why? Because they wanted to salvage Daniel Jones. They thought he could do the same thing that he did for Josh Allen to Daniel Jones. I honestly believe that was a big reason why they hired him as the head coach.
What's
you know better than me.
Maybe he's Justin Fields.
Who?
David Jones.
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones said Daniel Jones.
Yeah, Justin. Oh,
I kind of agree with Mosley that he is somewhat like Hurts, but I can't exactly say that until we see him this season. But I kind of agree with Mosley's comment there.
I can see Jalen Hurts. I I don't know though. It's hard. It's hard when you like. Okay, let me be honest. When I think about Daniel Jones, all I can see are all the times I had to watch this team play on national TV when I was pissed that they were on national TV. Because I feel like it's like at the beginning of the season against the Dallas Cowboys and they never beat them. So like, oh God, I gotta watch this guy play this game again. You know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like the way that I see him, I don't know if I can be fair because I'm just like, the things I do see are so annoying. So it's like, and then he
And
gets
I'm a
hurt,
Dallas
and then you
fan,
don't
so
see him anymore.
I'm not fair.
But like he gets hurt. I feel like when's the last time we saw Josh Allen or Daniel Jones? What week did he get hurt last year?
Oh, when they brought in Tyrod and turned into a good team. Oh,
what week was that?
Here, I have to look it up.
Was it? But I'm not 100% sure. Was it weeks 8? I'm not like 100 because I haven't looked at the schedule, but I'm not 100% sure. It might have been week 8. It was one of the weeks. Might have been.
Yeah, and then they turned into a good team. Explain that to me. I don't know, Neymar. Let me know if I may be off. I mean, I'm coming off the dome.
Consistency. Yeah, no.
So week 6. So that's what I'm saying. It's just like I don't even know what his body of work is at this point. And I don't know if that's because, and again, whose fault is that?
GM. It's the GM.
I blame the GM.
You blame the GM. So that's what I'm saying. So maybe there's a bigger issue here. Like maybe the argument is always like what's happening on the field and this and that, but maybe there's a bigger issue where it's like, not only have I seen his body of work, I don't think they've surrounded him with amazing talent either.
Everybody they bring in gets hurt before the season even starts. Yeah.
So is that like terrible player evaluation? Like your offensive line has been abysmal at best. Your receivers, we literally never know who's going to be out there and who's going to be healthy. So in my opinion, whose fault is that? Like obviously they're so that's why I'm just like, and I would. Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, and I quite frankly, I think they waited too long to get rid of Saquon Barkley because he wasn't working. It wasn't working. And just because you're talented doesn't mean you should stay. Sometimes it just doesn't. It just doesn't work.
Well, I think they look. They never should have drafted Daniel Jones. They should have drafted a dude that went to out of Ohio State that went to Pittsburgh that passed away. You know, rest in peace.
Oh, Haskins.
Right. Now, hold on. I know what y'all gonna say. Oh, Raw, he's terrible. That's hindsight thought. You know what I mean? So what I'm talking about is at the time, but they wanted to be cantankerous. They tried to go get the next because he was cool with the Mannings, and you wanted to get the next Eli. You went and drafted Daniel Jones. Now they probably would have took the L2 with Haskins. You probably would have took the L2, but at least you could justify the L. The problem with the Giants is you drafted Daniel Jones. He ain't working out. And I'm like, how you didn't know he wasn't going to work out?
Can I say something? Because
Law said cantankerous.
Man, come on, man. What nobody told to hear me like this, bro? Quit doing that.
Law said what?
Raw said cantankerous.
Oh. So good for you, Rawhide. That's what I'm talking about. Stepping up to the plate. The other thing I just want to call out here though too is I think the Giants, the Steelers did what the Giants couldn't do. The Giants lost Eli and haven't recovered, haven't figured it out, haven't whatever. The Steelers lost Big Ben. They still haven't figured out a quarterback, but because everything else around them works, they've been able to be successful. And that's why I think that there's a bigger issue here than just saying it like Daniel Jones sucks. Like he could suck. And also what they're doing could also just not be working either. Because what are we doing? I don't understand why everybody gets hurt. I don't get that.
But I don't disagree with you guys about the GM, but this injury bug has been bugging the Giants for a while. I would blame Ronnie Barnes. Every Giants fan, like most people, like I talk to, they blame Ronnie Barnes in here, and I don't understand what type of
Wait, Ronnie
conditioning.
Barnes, who is he? What is he?
He's a strength doctor, I believe.
Okay.
So yeah, so I don't know what type of conditioning he's giving to the players, but most of the people are blaming him.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I feel like that's the thing though with football, right? We always talk about it's multi-layered. It's this or it's that. It's this and that, and this and that plus this and that. If you keep drafting people that keep getting hurt, that's a problem. If you keep drafting people that keep getting hurt that go through your strength and conditioning, that's also a problem. So, like, what are we doing to fix that?
Critical different is different in NFL though. It's not like college. It's a whole different thing.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, we have people that they're drafting the same type of player, is what I'm saying. I think they're drafting wrong.
Can I ask a question to the panel?
Oh hell.
Nah, Raha said cantankerous. What does cantankerous mean?
What the fuck is that word?
Yeah, what does cantankerous
Jackboy language.
Oh, yeah, what is that word, bro?
Cantankerous. I just want to get clarification on that. And
It was my bad. I was trying to say he cannot see, and I guess it just was jumbled up, and that what came out.
Nah, you always trying to see, really fly. See what you do to dude? He over here using words he don't even know how to spell. That's all I want to do. I ain't got much, Jack boy. Hey man, listen, you better get out the panel. It's finna go down.
Did y'all? Okay, y'all got y'all.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna do no talking. You will see.
So I don't know. I mean, that's why I've always said organizationally, I think I could be wrong. I'm not a Giants fan, so this is just me talking from the outside looking in. But I think the Steelers and the Giants are very similar. And I think that there's things that the Steelers have done that the Giants haven't done. And I don't understand what they're waiting for. Like, what are you waiting for? Like, look, the Steelers got Kenny Pickett, first round draft 16 or whatever. They let him go as soon as they knew he wasn't it. They were like, absolutely not. You gotta go. Like, no, like you're not cutting it. Why? Like, so if Daniel Jones, like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is it? What? I don't know.
No, I get what you're saying, and with the Saquon Barkley thing, also, I think some Giants fans might hate me if I say this, but I think with the Saquon Barkley situation, also, they say that John Mara, like if some of you guys seen the Hard Knocks, John Mara was meddling in the Saquon Barkley situation, where Joe Shane was like, no, we got to let him go. So I don't know. I think our owners got to step aside a little bit, not too much.
Wait, the owner was in the room with the GM?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a Jerry Jones.
If you see the Hard Knocks episode 3, that's what I was watching, and I was like, the owner telling Joe Shane, I will lose sleep tonight if I don't have Saquon. And I was like, okay.
What?
Well,
that's not great.
Can I ask a question about that though? Because y'all may know better than me. Oh my God, let me also say this: how I love the NFL. I love it to death. But anyway,
me too.
So yeah, now I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, they came back and tried to offer Saquon the same thing that Philly offered. Is that true?
That is true. Yes,
Okay.
It was in the Hard Knocks. So yeah, it is true.
Which I don't blame him why he didn't go back, and taxes. But so I'm like,
business decision.
Why didn't see? To me, I think they should have re-signed him and made him the focal point in the offense. What did you give? You gave Daniel Jones, what's that, $40 million a year?
$40 million, y'all.
No,
but you know what that says, Rob? But that tells you that they believe in Daniel Jones more than they believe in Saquon Barkley.
I honestly believe it's another testament to how people are quarterback drunk. I believe that, and I get it. I'll never agree with it, because you know how I feel about quarterback. So,
Mm.
because I think they could have won more games. They could have got Tyron Taylor, paid Saquon, and they would have won just as many games.
And that's the thing, right? Is like, I think that, and I've said this several times because I watch football. There's two things I think there's one thing I think coaches do wrong, and there's another thing I think GMs do. The one thing coaches do is they fall in love with their playbook. They forget what's happening in the game and they fall in love with their playbook. And because they know somebody throws a great out route, they would rather call that than freaking running the ball 17 times because that's what's working. So that's the first problem. But GMs do something where they get fascinated with players and they start to like the player. And they don't realize that if you can get somebody in cheaper that can do that exact job, go get somebody cheaper that can do that exact job and go spend that money elsewhere. Like if Tyrod Taylor can get you the same thing Daniel Jones can get you and he's cheaper, what the hell are we doing? This is simple.
Yep, I agree.
So
I know y'all gonna. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's just always interesting though, because we see this. Like we watch football, we see this every year, and we're like, "What? We can have so and so. We can have so and so," and it's like, why don't you go get so and so then? Like, why do you have to have this guy? What is this guy? What is he doing? The owner should never like a player. Honestly, the owner should be like, I need to win. What is the formula that's going to make us win? I don't care if I like so-and-so's mom and aunt and their wife and their children.
I agree. Hey, let me go ahead and blow the show all the way up. We talking about winning Super Bowls outside of Patrick Mahomes. What quarterback dictated a Super Bowl victory? I'm listening. I'm waiting.
I'm thinking.
You ain't gonna tell me the Rams. He wasn't even the MVP, was it? They gave it to Cooper Kupp, didn't it?
They did.
Cooper Kupp?
They did.
Didn't it?
Yeah.
Hold on.
The first thing I was going to say was Ben when we beat the Cardinals.
Yeah, y'all defense was off the chain too. Come on now.
But I was just gonna say, our defense won the end of the game and James Harrison as we're going into halftime. So that's a no.
You can't tell me Tampa Bay with Tom Brady.
Not Tampa, not any of Tom Brady's Super Bowls. Right. You can't say.
Let's be honest about Tom Brady played like Jameis Winston in the playoffs. Let's just be honest about it. But nobody wants to talk about that. I'm good with it.
And even the Giants Super Bowls, that was their defense.
Yeah,
well, I was thinking Eli Manning, but I think I agree with you. It's mostly the defense.
I mean, come on, bro. Nick Foles won Super Bowl with Philly. He can't get a job. I mean, Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl and he couldn't even turn his head with Denver.
It's true.
And the Super Bowl he won and at the Colts, I think Joseph Zadai could have been the MVP. Let's just be honest about
it. You said he couldn't turn his head.
He couldn't turn his head.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
No. So quarterbacks. Here we go. Let me go and blow it all the way up. Quarterbacks is the most overrated position in football. It's the most overrated position in football. I don't care if it's college. I don't care if it's NFL. When we're talking about winning championships, the teams that notoriously win championships, Georgia, Alabama, those two teams, come on now. And the one Ohio State won, the most recent one, it was on their third string quarterback. Guys,
well, okay.
Team.
So if we go with your theory, who do you think is the most, or what, because it could just be, what do you think would be the most important? Like, what do you think is the next factor to who wins? Because if it's not quarterbacks, go ahead.
Let me answer your question this way. If it was an expansion team, I'm the owner. This is how I would build my expansion team, right? First year, first season. This is how I build it.
most important. What do you
Sorry,
Uh,
my iPad is talking to me. Sorry, that was weird. Go ahead. That was weird.
This is how I would build it. And
Okay.
honestly, I was talking to David Talk Buffs, right? And I kept imploring him. I'm like, bro, I do not want your Denver team to select a quarterback. I did not want them to do that. But anyway, if I was a GM, right? I'm sorry, an owner, and I'm building my team. I'm coming off top, first round draft picks, right? I'm picking trench players. I may go tackle, I may go defensive end if I got the first pick, right? My first pick. Then I'm filling out those defensive line. After I do that, my next level is I'm going D-backs, I'm going D-backs, then I'm going linebackers. Offensive side of the ball, going wide receivers, right? And maybe tight end. My last pick, my last as far as structure-wise is going to be the quarterback. The last thing I'm going to do. Because I think what happens is I think we have turned football into a sport where we evaluate from strictly the quarterback position. For example, if a quarterback loses a game, they throw for 280 yards, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers, right? And they lose the game by 7. People are going to say, if only he had completed the other pass. But they're not going to talk about what the defensive side gave up. See, to me, that's an A. He played, he did what he's supposed to do. No different as a running back getting 20 carries, 100 yards, 5 yards a carry. You did your job, right? So I think true evaluators of the game, i.e. Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells, and we can keep going, Nick Saban, we can go Kirby Smart, but none of that matters. But the problem is we want quarterbacks to go over and above instead of you filling in holes or your deficiencies on the team. And then what we do is because you didn't feel the deficiency, you like, well, because the quarterback didn't overcome the deficiency on your team, you're trying to blame the quarterback. To me, that's the problem that I have when we evaluate the game. That's why you get the Brock Purdy.
That's true. You're what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. And so to that point, that is why the Steelers have had a winning record, is because the team has been great. Quarterback play, no comment. But the team, and I think the reason why we struggle in some games, though, is because our quarterback play was terrible. And when you need that thing or that one pass or that one play, the guy isn't even good enough to do the one thing. So at some point it runs its course. And that's why we can't beat teams that have good teams plus quarterbacks, is because we can't really compete. It's like, it's different. But I think it's interesting because it's a different way to look at football than what we're taught, because I think the media sells quarterbacks and running backs and receivers and tight ends, that we don't hear about the defensive side of the ball unless the person is stellar.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the Bosas, the Watts, the Myles Garretts, the Aaron Donalds. Unless they're that, we don't get to hear about them. And I think that's a disservice because I don't think they sell. They're not sexy.
Right. And honestly, here we go again. But
so far, you've been okay, so keep going.
Here we go again. That's why Lamar Jackson disappointed me this season. There was absolutely zero reason why they should not have gotten to the Super Bowl. No one can come up with a reason. You can come up with an excuse, but there is no reason. That defense was solidified. And even in the game they lost, they played very, very, very well. He was the reason why they lost that game. People want to point to the wide receiver fumbling the ball. That's true. He did. But the pass in the end zone, right? Not keeping your offense out there going. It's those little things, right? All people do is see the third down play, but they didn't see the first and second. They didn't see why it was 3rd and 7. We don't talk about the 3rd and set, why it's 3rd and 7. Because, right, you handed the ball off, got 2 yards, and you missed the check down on the second down. Now it's 3rd and 7. People don't talk about that.
they talk about the third down play that the wide receiver dropped. We don't talk about the bad decision making.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So
Go.
it's a whole lot deeper than that.
But I'll say about the defense, I do agree. It's mostly the defense, but like going back to the Giants, I think it is the defense for the Giants also that could help us out. But like you got to look at the bad coaching staff. Wink Martindale having a fight with Brian Dable. So I don't know if it's sometimes the defense could be the problem, but I feel like the defense could help out also sometimes.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. I agree with
And that's
that.
the thing, like the Giants defense has always been fine. They've just never been great lately. And you can't have a fine defense and a terrible offense. That doesn't work.
Right.
Hopefully Shane Bowen changes it. I'm hoping that he changes the defense a little bit this year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
No. I'm saying, yeah, I was just agreeing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I hope so too. And I hope it's just interesting though, because this is why, and now I'm about to go on a tangent, but this is what disappoints me when I want to have football conversations, because there's 11 guys on the field on offense. There's 11 guys on the field on defense. There's 11 on special teams. There's coaching. There's wait staff. There's, different position coaches. There's scheduling. There's conferences. Like there's so many things that go into football. And people try to dumb it down to, well, we have the best quarterback. We have the best running back. We have the best corner. We have the best linebacker. And it's like, that's not how this works. Like, on any level. Like, you could have the best linebacker and the best defensive line, and you could lose every single game, because it's bigger than that. And that's why I love football, is because it's bigger than that. There's so many factors, because you can say, I'm a Steelers fan. Sometimes our offense looks atrocious, but then our defense has 3 turnovers. And then in the fourth quarter, we could still be losing the game, because that's football. It's not just one thing or the other. And I think we forget that when we're having conversations, is it's like, this is a whole thing. Are they hurt? Are we good at stopping the run? Oh, we suck at that? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different dynamics that I feel like we don't talk about when we say we're talking about football. And that's frustrating, because it's like there's just so much to talk about. And yet we pigeonhole it to one thing or one possession or what, you know what I mean? And let's not even talk about like traveling and home or away, or, dome versus outside in November. Like, there's just so many things going on that I don't feel like we cover with football, because we get so bogged down on one thing. And like you said, Rawhide, like, what did happen on first down and then second down to make it third down? We don't talk about that. Instead, we talk about third down and when they didn't convert. And it's like, that's not how this works, though. Like, we missed it. We missed it.
Right. 100%. You hit the nail on the head. And I grant it. I get it. You a creator. You know what I'm saying? I play like I am, but the deal is, though, it's exhausting trying to get people to understand that concept. It's just flat out exhausting. I'm like,
yeah,
bro, that ain't what happened, bro. You know what really made it really evident to me? I know I'm going on a tangent, so I watched Cam Newton, right? And Bill Belichick signed him, and he made him a starting quarterback. And I'm watching Cam Newton play, and I'm like, he is so god-awful bad. And I was sitting watching the game with somebody, and I'm like, there was drives that was stalled out. Now, he made the right decision, but his accuracy was so bad. And I told him, I said, hey, listen. I said, it went third down, they had to punt, or third down and something else happened, whatever the case. But, in that series, he threw a check down. But, the the running back runs out, right? And when he threw the ball, he threw it behind him. And he didn't throw it. He didn't throw it in a manner where they can catch it and run it. They had to hesitate. and they kept them in 3rd and long. I said, hey, and I was explaining to somebody, I said, that's the reason why they lost 2 or 3 games.
Mhm.
He could not keep drives going because his accuracy was so bad, even on the check down throw. And Tom Brady Tom Brady is the GOAT simply because of the check down.
Right.
Let's just be honest about it. And he was missing those throws so bad, so god awful bad. But you know what? Y'all know how many people I heard talk about that on mainstream media? 0.
None.
Nobody
Because they're not teaching you, they're not there to educate you or to teach you about football. They're there to give you the talking points or the things they think you want to hear. And that's where we go wrong. That's because that's not how this game works. I mean, we're all 3 people that are talking about the New York Giants of all freaking football teams. Let's just call it what it is, because we're talking football. You know what?
Right.
It's not about the fact that I don't know. I can't name 7 guys on your team, and I can't name, because certain things are just certain things. You know, you got to stay healthy. You got to have a good offensive line. Like certain things are just what they are. And I think too many people try to make this game to be something and it's not. And it's like, if you don't have basic things, there's no point in talking about anything else.
Facts.
Also, with the mainstream media, mostly, like, I've been on other Giants like YouTube channels. I will agree with like NYG Lou and Pat. They can be really negative sometimes. Like, I've watched Colin Cowherd. They're so negative, and I'm like, what's the reasoning behind that? Like, no need to be negative. Like, there's probably reasoning behind it, but like, I just get upset whenever they're mostly negative, like too negative about it.
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes I think what happens, and I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier on my live, I don't know if you hear, sometimes you get desensitized to it because it's your job and it's just what you do. So I'm being a Colorado fan, obviously I'm a Texas fan too, but Colorado gives a lot of access. And it, to me, knowing the type of person I am, I can't watch all the access because then it starts to shape the way I see players and it becomes personal and I lose my objectivity because now I like you as a guy. You seem like a good kid. You know what I mean? And now I can't keep it real with you because you're so nice and you were so sweet when you did the thing in the video. I think those guys, it's their job and they're getting paid a ton of money to be very whatever. I don't think they see it as negative. I think they see it as doing their job.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, really, Flaw. I mean, I would say, Nemo, I would tell you this. I personally feel like people who care the most and wants the best, people on the outside looking in can't identify that, and they interpret what you're doing as being negative. Like, if you see it, for example, if you see a parent and he's at the game and all you hear is him critiquing and trying to tell his kid, well, you should have done that. You should have did this. You should have done that. You should have did this. He ain't hating, or he don't think of it as, because, hey, hold on. Me. He ain't doing that. What he's doing is because he's so invested. He wants them to be successful deep down. So talking about the obvious good is not helping them achieve the goal that they want to achieve. It's the negative things that's holding them back. So they lean on the negative. I think that's what it is. Because you mentioned that, you summed me up perfectly, right? Family members, people that I care about, when I watch them try to achieve something, we having a conversation about it, I can see how a person would think I'm being overly negative. Because if you want to be the top, right, and you've done some good things, I'm not mentioning the good things. You hadn't made it to the top. I'm not mentioning the good things. I'm mentioning the things that's preventing you from achieving your goal. That's the topic of conversation. So I get what you're saying. I 100% understand where you're coming from with that, but that's my reasoning is why I think people that people can be perceived as being negative. I don't think it's because they don't want them to win or anything of that sort. I think it's because I think it's the opposite. They actually want them to win, you know what I'm saying, desperately. So they talk about the negative.
That's interesting too, because I think what you're talking about is how we show our commitment or how we show our investment. Some people show it through like support and love, and you're going to be fine and everything's okay, and keep going and keep grinding and keep, you know what I mean? Like that, and that's fine. And then some of us are like, if you don't get a damn, you know what I mean? Like it's different. Either way is how it is, but I think all of us express our intention differently. And I think the intention is the thing that people are like, oh my gosh, she's being negative. And it's like, I'm not being negative. I'm just telling you what it is. And I work out. I do this to myself in the gym every day. I'm looking at myself and I'm like, get it together. Like, do the lunges. Stop. What are you doing? I can't be in there and go, okay, now don't forget, if you don't do the lunges, you're not going to work out your legs. You know what I mean? It's like, that doesn't work. And so, but I agree with you. It's like how you express what you're saying, different people perceive it differently.
I agree with that point for definite.
Yeah. And then also never forget that big media is trying to sell. They're trying to get attention, and they're trying to get people talking about their thing. Because if you're talking about their segment and they're trending and they're all the things, great. So I think a lot of these people do that. That's why when the season starts, I mean, Skip Bayless, I guess, is leaving, but that's why they only talk about the same freaking teams over every week. It's the same freaking teams. We don't know what anybody else is doing, but the same freaking teams they choose to focus on. That's just because that's what they think sells.
That's what annoys me, because that's what Colin Cowherd does. Every week I watch him, he's like, hey, I'm going to just focus on this same freaking team. I'm like, no, Colin.
He does. It's the same thing. But I think that's media. I think that's what media has become. And I think that's what they do, is just the same crap over and over. And quite frankly, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to have a YouTube channel, is because I wanted to talk about things the way I want to talk about them and bring a different perspective. I'm probably never going to put. One time Rawhide had a whiteboard, and I'll never forget when he had a whiteboard in the background and he was like drawing things on the whiteboard. It was like a whole thing. I will probably never do that.
Bro, oh my God, really? Why did you bring that? Listen, they pissed me off. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but they upset it. They really got under my skin so much, because I'm like, you all don't understand math, and I'm like, you got to base the decision on the availability of time, and it's like they could not absolutely understand that concept. I'm like, bro, you need 2 scores, and you got the ball on the 20-yard line. You got to go 80 yards, and it's 5 minutes left, but you need 2 scores. And you acting like, with no timeouts, and you acting like you need to be in extremely hurry up. I'm like, bro, you got to go for the onside kick.
And I really mean a whiteboard. I'm not just making this up. He had a whole whiteboard, and he stood up and was writing time on it and circling and trying to prove the point. So listen, if you ever want to experience chaos and you just have nothing better to do with your life, and you are like us, go follow Rawhide's channel. Whenever he goes live, just put it on the background and just listen to the chaos. But I'm not kidding you. This man went and got a freaking board and was circling and adding time and trying to. I'm not going to do that.
You know, I bought that whiteboard explicitly for the Colorado USC game.
Did you really?
That's the only reason I bought it. That's the only reason I'm like, what is it that y'all don't understand? They didn't have no timeouts. It was 5 minutes left. They needed 2 scores. Obviously, they got to get an onside kick.
So my point is big media is not doing that. Big media is not going to roll out a clipboard or a whiteboard with a marker that half of us can't even see because the marker is not. Anyways, it doesn't matter. But that's what you get when you watch content creators, though, because we're actually creating content for our teams, and those people are creating content for the NFL or for college football or for whatever it is. So you're not going to get, and they only see what they see. Let's be honest. Shannon Sharp has said this. He doesn't really watch these games like this. He doesn't really. He watches, but he's not watching. He has said this. And he said he watches them on no sound. So if you're watching a game, because I've watched games on no sound sometimes when Tony Romo is the commentator. If you're watching things on mute, sometimes you don't hear so-and-so got injured, or, you know what I mean? Like there's certain things you just don't know that are happening in the context of the game. And so how can you give a good assessment if you are telling me you're not even listening? How am I to believe that you're just sitting there in silence? Come on. That doesn't even make sense. But no one challenged him on it. It's fine. This isn't about Shannon Sharp. But it's just like, are we to believe that this man is sitting in a silent room and just watching football? Do we really believe that?
Facts.
Facts.
So it's like, okay. He watches football though. Come on.
Yeah.
So
Shannon, just to let y'all know, Shannon Sharp is my safe word. So when I lose my mind, this is my safe word is Shannon. I have instructed somebody to say Shannon Sharp because I can't stand Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp is the guy that represents, just because you play football, that doesn't mean you're right. And so Shannon Sharp's my safe word.
You know what's interesting about people like Shannon Sharp, though, is that we like the people that can give us a different perspective because they were in it. But you're right. But also their perspective is their perspective being in offensive rooms, being in being a tight end at a time where football has evolved from when Shannon Sharp played it. They don't even, the position is different. So it's like, yes, he's valid. The things that he's saying are valid, but it's like, but also the game is different than when you played. So it's kind of weird. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I don't think when I got my PhD, the way I got my PhD was a certain way. Now when people are going to get in their PhDs, they're doing it a little bit different. So it's like, how much can I really help them? Because it's different. All I can say is like, you're not going to get any sleep and no one's going to understand you. That doesn't change, but.
Yeah. Let me apologize because I hadn't been calling you Dr. Flaw. So
stop.
So now that you reminded me, Dr. Flaw.
I only tell people to do that when they piss me off. Like, as you move forward, you will talk to me. You will address me as such, or I will not respond to you. That's my ultimate. Yeah, that's my ultimate. Like, I've had enough of this crap.
Yeah, I got you on that. Neymar must have been. You've been struggling because the Giants ain't been good in a long time.
Neymar, you're on mute.
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually agree with that. We have not been good for a long time, and Raw, you got to come on the Giants channels. You would love Lou. You would love. I think you would like NYG and Man Cave.
Who, me?
Raw.
I was gonna say I'm all over those channels. Are you kidding?
I don't even. Okay, all right. Then tell me about the channels because I will go. Don't think I won't.
Yeah, so I'll send you. I can send you the links, Rawhide. So I remember I told you. So when I did my NFL fan series, I think I told you this. One of the things I loved about that experience is that I made like a lot of other connections and friends that I can hear football with. And so a lot of people that I talked to that were fans have like their own channels and they do their own thing. And so I go to their places and I'm like, tell me all the things about the Raiders. Because the Raiders has another like syndicate. I think they call themselves like the Raider Syndicate. And then the Giants have one. It's like the Big Blue Crew. And it's like 4 or 5 different content creators. There's probably more than that, but they all come together and they have a show and they go live and they talk about the Giants. And it's like football talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was on a soapbox where I was like, CU content creators need to do this where we can actually talk CU football, real football, no egos. Everybody's going to have a different opinion. Those guys argue and it's fine because it's football. It's Let's talk
Come
football.
on, not really. It's only 2 people that I know that cover. Okay. So you asked
So,
me, so
Coach
yeah.
Ed that really might agree with me, but Coach Ed speaks X's and O's about football.
Yeah. So they have, and that's the thing. It's like I'm in, and Neymar doesn't have this experience. We have this experience, Rawhide. We're in, well, I used to be. At this point, I can't anymore because it's just too much. There's so many Colorado football content creators, but they don't all come together like you guys do. So you know how like on your show, there's like people with different shows, different opinions, different value adds. And it's just like this love-hate affair with the Giants. And at the end of it, everyone's like, hey, go Giants. Hope we better win. You know what I mean? And it's like, we can do this. And at the very end of this, we're going for our team. And this is our team. And we're moving on. It's just cool to watch it come together. And that's why I'm saying, like, Texas does it too. It's just not happening in the Colorado football space. And we have, I mean, it's all over. It's like if you want to go one place to get one thing, it doesn't work like that. So that's why I'm like, if you, and I can send you the links and stuff, but it's like, it's just a cool place where the Giants people come and say, what's up? What's going on?
We talk Giants sometimes. I know NYG22 has his own channel. He talks Giants, NBA also. He's like a huge NBA fan. I'm an NBA fan also, so he's a Nets fan, I'm a Knicks fan, so there's divides in there, but most of the Giants fans will talk some NBA and Giants.
Yeah. So that's why I always say there's cool things that are happening outside of what we're accustomed to per se, that I like. You're a grown up, you'll take some, that would like blow your mind. You're gonna be like, wait, this is happening? Like, this is how these teams are talking. Like, this is amazing. Like, that's how I know about the Giants. You think I would know this much about the Giants on a regular day? No, I'm usually in their chats, listening to what they're saying. I've been on their panel either once or twice. I don't remember, but it's like, because it's football talk. It's just good old fashioned football talk.
Yeah. That's a good deal. I have to go. I will come over there and check y'all out. Y'all don't treat me like an old stepchild. You know what I'm saying? So, y'all, yeah, I come over there and check y'all out for sure. You know, because we cover a lot of, like she's mentioned, college football, Colorado deal, and I get it, right? A lot of those people, right? They don't really understand. So it's really not their fault. I know I'm giving them a safe place to land, but yeah, it's just so. But the simple fact is, man, y'all know the game. I love to come over there, man, and holler at y'all. So really, you send me the link so I can come over there.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. And that's the thing. And I don't know if there's anything else we want to talk about. I've been on here for almost 4 hours. That wasn't my plan, but you know how that goes. But I just feel like it's important. As a woman, it's important for me that more women like football. They just don't get it and they don't understand it. And it takes time to learn and pick up. If people can't go, if women can't go to places where they can actually learn about it, then they're being fed things that actually aren't what's happening. And to me, it impacts their ability to really learn this game and what it means and why it happened. Like, knowing what a first down is what a first down is, right? Like, whatever. But knowing, like, why did he just call that timeout? Oh, 12 men on the field. That's a penalty? Why is that a penalty? You know what I mean? Like, other things about the game. I just don't think we spend enough time talking about those things. We always talk about the thing, but we don't talk about, like, why did that happen? Why are we not running the ball? You know what I mean? Like, simple things that I feel like we just don't talk about enough. And I hate that because there's so many women in this space, especially now with Coach Prime. They're new to football and they're learning it. And there's a lot of guys that are learning football that don't want to admit they're learning football, but they are. We're missing opportunities to like bring them in the fold.
Facts. I mean, like, I learn every day. But can I ask me more questions though before we go?
Go ahead.
It sound like you're wrapping it up. Oh, hey, help me out. I believe Daniel Jones would have took $25 million a year. Why do you think they didn't offer him that?
You believe that he would take 25?
I think no. At the time before he signed his second contract, I believe he would have took 25 million a year. Why don't you? Do you keep? Do you? What are your thoughts on that? Do you think he wouldn't have took that?
That's a good question. I don't actually know. He might have taken it. I think a lot of it is, like I said, meddling with John Mara, but I don't exactly know. He might have taken that because he did want to change agencies, and it didn't seem like he never said that the contract was the issue, but I could be wrong.
He said, "Oh, sounds like the Commanders were interested."
And Daniel Jones?
I mean, that's what he said.
Yeah, thanks, Mosley. You're the best. Yeah, the Commanders were interested for definite.
So you think the Commanders would have gave him 40 stacks? Well, it ain't stacks. Bricks?
Yeah, I think
To
so.
be honest, they should have let him go. If he's not your guy, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too harsh. I don't understand how teams can have a guy, you're paying him all this money, and you don't protect him. I don't get that.
Yeah.
I can't. Am I an idiot? Like I can't comprehend that. I mean,
To be truthful, I would blame the previous administration. Like, why did Dave Gettleman not think that? Like, he always said, "Hey, we're gonna build an O line, like stuff like hog mollies and everything," and he never built an O line, and now Joe Shane has to start from scratch.
so when did when did he become the GM?
It was like 23 or something earlier than that, I believe so.
And how long? And that was after they already signed Daniel Jones?
No, Daniel Jones was signed, I think, the same time. So I might be off on the years, but I
Okay.
do remember Daniel Jones was signed that year. I
Okay.
might be off on the years. I could look that up though.
Yeah.
'cause-
I'm just wondering if he signed, if that was his guy, or if it was one of those things that it was like he signed that contract and then he came in like a year later, because then obviously he stuck with them. What Mosley said, hold on, they have spent plenty of money and draft picks on the line. Things just don't pan out. And then here, yeah, that's shit. It's just interesting to me. And then he said injuries as well. This is why I always tell people though, like I'm a privileged Steeler fan.
That's exactly what I said earlier. That it's injuries that are killing us mostly.
But we have injuries as well. I think at the end of the year, I think it was like week 16 and week 17. I think we, out of 22 starters on offense and defense, I think we only started 5 starters or something stupid. Like some stupid like number where you're like, well, how are we winning these games? And these are literally our backups coming in and playing. And it's like, that's coaching. There's nothing else to say. That's like, how else do you win? I mean, it was abysmal. I mean, obviously a quarterback play was a joke, but it's even everywhere else. It was just like we're barely hanging on and scrapping and trying to make things work. And then you have the Giants where it's like, really?
With the Giants, the problem was Mike Kafka was calling the plays, and I think hopefully this year Brian Daboll said that he's taking over the play calling. So if that can help out a little bit for Daniel Jones, that could be probably helpful.
It sounds like you guys have a leadership issue.
Yeah, we have had leadership issues lately. Even with Joe Judge, we had a leadership issue because
should have never hired him anyway. So that he never should have got that job. Never.
Rahad, when you watch NFL teams, like, is there a team that you always like make sure that you watch, or like who are your teams that you know
make sure I watch?
Yeah.
Okay. Since Cleveland since the time Cleveland picked up the wide receiver Odell Beckham, watched him flawlessly. Then they went and got their quarterback, Deshaun Watson, so I still watch them. Baltimore Ravens, don't miss a game. I catch Pittsburgh Steelers here and there. I watch the Buffalo Bills because I didn't like how they were crowning Josh Allen before he needed to be crowned, so I needed to make sure I had enough talking points to kill that argument. I watched the Kansas City Chiefs. Obviously, it's not always live, right? I had to go back and watch, right? So,
Right.
Kansas City Chiefs, watch them. Why? Because Patrick Mahomes is the greatest to ever play the quarterback position. And then we go to a different level of I sprinkle them here and there. Watched a little bit of the Raiders. Why? Because they're a crash show. I used to watch Tampa Bay when they had Jameis Winston. Then I backed off of them when they got Tom Brady. And then they tried to act like Tom Brady was all at the back of the chips, but he was just an ultimate game manager. I watched a few games of the Chicago Bears. Why? Because I think people be hating on Justin Fields. I don't like that. And I watched a few. Then we go to another level. Arizona Cardinals. Watch a few of their games because Kyler Murray, he got an asshole attitude, but he does play the game very well. And I think that Chargers. Everybody wants to crown dude that's the best ever. Granted, I agree. He got every excuse in the world because his coach, his used to be coach, was asinine out of his freaking mind. He think he need to go for it on his own one. That's fine. But I watched a few Charge games. I think for the most part, off the dome, that's what I get.
I'm interested to see the Chargers this year. I'm interested to see Harbaugh with Justin.
Oh, I didn't even mention the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why? Because they are the true definition of monotonous.
It's valid. You know what? I can't even argue that. I can't even argue that.
I mean, y'all don't even got to watch Pittsburgh. Whatever they did week 1 at the end of the season, it's
the same thing. It's that consistency. Yeah. And that's I always tell, you've heard me say this. I always say being a Steelers fan makes me very tough on the other teams I watch because they are the standard. Period. I know what I'm going to get. We're going to have great linebackers. We're going to run the football. It's like, I know I got it. If we're in a close game, we're going to be ready to kick that field goal. There's just certain elements being a Steelers fan that you have. I mean, hold on.
Which on that, I mean, y'all are the epitome of boring.
It is. I always say you call it boring. I'll call it ugly football. It's just ugly. It's like nothing is great. You're not watching I guess you can say the defense you're watching is great, but the way the game goes is just like blah. It's just ugly. As a Steelers fan, it was obvious to know that Big Ben wasn't going to stay healthy the whole season and wondering if we could win with our backup. Yeah, that was just stupid.
No, then y'all had that dude. What's his name? Do you back up?
Mason Rudolph.
Mason Rudolph. Why haven't y'all got rid of that guy?
I think. Well, he's gone now.
Oh, is he gone?
He's gone. Yeah, he's with.
Well, hold on.
Tennessee.
When did he leave?
Mason Rudolph left when we got Justin Fields, but he was already a free agent.
Oh, was he a free agent?
No, he's with the Titans.
No. What I'm asking is, I didn't know he was a free agent. I thought Tomlin was banking on him too. I didn't even know that.
No. So at the end of the last season, there was this big thing, and it was like the Steelers have to get a new quarterback room. They have to get a new quarterback room. Mm-hmm, and people were like, well, they could get rid of Trubisky. Obviously, his contract was up. Rudolph, I believe his contract was up. And then obviously they had Pickett. People were like, they have to, something has to happen. So I don't know where Trubisky is. But Mason Rudolph wouldn't go. I think he's with the Titans.
Okay, that's cool. That dude right there. Oh, God. I don't even know why Mike kept playing him. He was nasty.
Who?
I mean, like in that way it sounds. Mason Rudolph. Oh my God, I couldn't stand Mason Rudolph.
Me either.
Hey, Myles Garrett should have connected. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, so so Mason Rudolph signed 1 year with
there we
Tennessee
go.
Titans.
My phone crashed for a second, so I just wanted
No,
to
you're
make
fine.
sure.
You're fine. And then somebody said congestion here. We're taking a step forward. No, I think Hubert is slept on a little bit. But I could be wrong. I feel like whenever your coach, I don't know. I'm interested to see how he is with Harbaugh. Well, I'll just say that. But the problem is I don't think they have any receivers.
No, I think Justin Herbert liked it. I ain't gonna lie. I think dude liked it.
I think he has too, but who's he going to be throwing the ball to this year? Who are their receivers?
It could be me or you out there. He gonna do his thing.
Listen, I don't know about you, but I'm catching the damn ball. So.
Damn right. That's all we got to do. Hey, I'll give him a 3-yard comeback.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna be out there. I'm gonna be out there. That's for sure. I mean, I'm gonna be open too. So figure it out.
Yeah,
but no, I think that's a good pairing. I think the Chargers, and I said this with my series when I did the AFC West. I think that there are certain teams that we don't hear about a lot because of Patrick Mahomes, or because of the weird craziness with Dak Prescott, or because of if the Eagles have drama, we're so focused on that. We forget about some of these other teams. And I think the Chargers are one of them.
Yeah. They just need to coach. They coach, man. I don't even know. I think his pride messed him up. He just was not going to listen to people and how he called games. And like, bro, listen. Stop going for it all the time. Not last year, but the year before.
I have the lineup. So here are the Chargers receivers. Let me know if you guys know these people. Joshua Palmer, Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey, DJ Chark, Brandon Rice, and Darius Davis. That's just first team, second team. I have no idea who any of those people are.
You know Brendan Rice, though.
Well, I know who Brendan Rice is, sorry. But I don't know any of those other guys. Do y'all?
Don't.
No.
I think some of them might have been from the Giants, but I don't think either one of them are from the Giants.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like this guy is from LSU, 6'3". He's 27. This is 7th year. He came from Jacksonville, Detroit, Carolina. Yeah, like that's the DJ guy. Yeah, but my point is like, I just named them, and on first name basis, we don't know them. So it'll be interesting to see if we know them come week 5, week 6.
Yeah.
And the thing I know too, so it's kind of funny. Like, I can't believe I know this much about these teams, but I'm telling you, I did that NFL fan series. If you haven't watched the NFL fan series, you have to go watch it, because everybody knows everything about their team. And it's a great information dump to be like, oh, okay, something to look forward to. Oh, okay, y'all suck there. But I know based on that series that he said that the Chargers focus on their offensive line this year, or in the draft. And so they made sure to kind of shore up their offensive line. So that's something to like keep an eye out, is like, if the Giants haven't been able to do it, can the Chargers figure it out and have a good offensive line? Because apparently they were really bad last year. So
I agree with you. And I also agree with Mosley, the second, is that I want Cleveland to be so bad, I'm not going to tear your channel up and tell you why. I think there's a whole lot of hypocrisy, but I really want Cleveland to be good. Really do.
I don't ever sleep on any AFC North teams. So it's like playing with your cousin. You're like, yeah, okay, whatever.
Damn, I don't sleep on any AFC teams also. For example, I feel like the Browns could not be slept on. I think like they would have a good year also. I think.
That's a good point. Oh, Jack Boy knows all of them. All of the receivers I just named, Jack Boy knows all of them.
Well,
We
I
don't
could
care.
see that because the only reason why we don't, because we do other things in life. I could see how there is a way that I can see Jack Boy knowing everybody. It's called video
That's true too. That's true too. Because I don't play any video games. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the Chargers are one of those teams that, like, if they were, and it's weird because they don't have to be like fantastic, but I could see them improving this year. And at least they have a coach that is not an idiot. I know that about Harbaugh. He's not an idiot. The other coach, I'm like, I don't know what you're doing, dude. Oh, JB said McConkey's from Georgia.
Okay.
Okay,
See,
can I
just facts.
is McConkey white? Is he the white guy from Georgia?
I think he is. Yeah, I think that's the white guy. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and
Yeah,
then oh yeah, Jack Boys. And JB said, yeah. Okay. So who
I
the
don't
other
even
the
know
other
if he's
team
all the way white though. He may not be all the way white. Like he got a little flavor in him, but he do live in Georgia, and the sun's always shining. So people in the South will throw you off.
a little flavor. So okay. I got you.
Yeah.
Not like a
season.
Cooper Cup. He don't got no flavor.
No, he ain't Cooper Cup. No. He's not Cooper Cup. No. He's
Not like a Christian McCaffrey.
No, not that either. No, he's not from Colorado. No, he's not.
Who in the NFL would we say has a little seasoning?
Miami head coach. I didn't even know who he was.
He is black.
Yeah, I didn't know it. I did not know it. Hey, he got hired because the owner did not recognize that he was black. Let's be honest. He thought
Miami. I don't think. Do you take Miami seriously? Like when you guys are like, do you think Miami is going to like do something, or are you just like, oh, they're fun, they're flashy, that's fine?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I just made a video where I have a video coming out in some point in August about who I picked to like in the playoffs or whatever. And I'm just like, Miami, I just don't even know. I don't even take them seriously.
No, they're not. No. See, that's the problem with the NFL. And oh my God, I don't want to roll it back to Baltimore. But
Look at this. Jack Boy plays with Iowa, so I don't know if he's trustworthy.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Oh, they said Max Crosby. He does have a little flavor. Max is seasoned a little bit. The way he went to bat for Antonio Pierce and all that dancing he was doing in the locker room.
No.
Saw that. I was like, wow. I didn't see that.
I'm not going to say he was on rhythm or any of that, but he tried it. So that's all that matters.
Yeah. No, my man, no. They are a soft team, can't play in cold weather. No, we're not going to do it.
Okay, that's how I feel about them. And the other team I always wonder about that I feel like we don't ever really talk about since is Seattle. It's like I don't even know what to do with them anymore. Like I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like I don't even know. Like who are they at this point? Like what is their identity? Is it? I just don't know. I don't know who they are.
That's a good question. I don't know either, to be honest with you. I know one thing that I feel bad for old boy, the wide receiver. What's his name? Big boy. What's his name?
Are you talking about Murphy?
Who? No. No, we weren't having this conversation. I can tell you. He played with old boy at Ole Miss. Oh, what's his name? DK Metcalf.
They should send DK to the Steelers.
Yeah, he needs to leave. You just leave.
Can you imagine DK with the Steelers?
Can you imagine?
We need another receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That would be nice.
DK Metcalf wouldn't be bad, but we got a gift for you guys. You want Darius Slayton? I know a lot of Giants fans have been arguing that, hey, Darius Slayton drops the ball. No, it's not. Like NYG would argue back like it's not Darius Slayton's fault, but I know that there was like some of our Giants fans have been having speculations that
Wait, can he catch?
he doesn't
Talking about
catch that
Darius
many.
Slay? Y'all talking about
Yeah,
He
Darius
doesn't
Slay?
catch that many balls, but he could. Yeah, he doesn't drop too many. Also, he's not Evan Ingram. I won't compare him.
Oh my God. I didn't think Darius Slay. What? Wait.
That's not great. That's not great. Yeah, we need a second receiver. And the funny thing is usually when my team is like lacking somewhere, I'm like, we need this, but because it's the Steelers, I'm like, they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Why am I like this?
The reason I named Darius Slayton is because all the Giants fans want him gone. So,
How tall is he?
I think he's like 6'1" or a little bit taller than that.
Let me see. Let me see old Darius.
You know, I know you said that. Can you imagine DK on the Steelers? I think people forget that Ole Miss had DK and AJ on the same team.
Oh, really? That's wild.
Oh my God! Can you imagine? They had both of them on the same team.
Why
Oh,
Jack Boy send DK to the Chiefs? No, you don't. What? No. Who's he going for? Like, what the F?
I thought Jack Boy was a Baltimore fan.
What an idiot. Jack Boy, redeem yourself.
Maybe that was blow up. I don't know.
Yeah, no, Glow Up is a Baltimore. Yeah, he's a Ravens fan. Jack Boy needs to redeem himself. That comment was inappropriate. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. The Steelers definitely need another wide receiver, but again, it's like either they're going to find somebody within the team that we don't even know they have, or they're going to get one. I mean, because that's my expectation of them, is to make it happen. Oh, Neymar, I think you're muted.
Yeah, just 1 second. I'm looking it up
Oh.
on my computer right now.
Oh,
so.
okay.
Yeah, 6'1". I wasn't off. I
He's
think I
6'1"?
said 6'1". So
And why don't the Giants like him?
he drops some balls, but I don't know if it's the quarterback, but I think some fans just don't like him because he drops some of the balls. I know his stats were really low last year, I believe. So
Well, why the hell is he dropping balls though?
I don't know. Yeah,
that's
I don't know. I think there has to be a reasoning, probably. Yeah, I'm looking at it, 4 touchdowns. What? Yeah, he had 770 yards, and then 15.4 was the average. That's what ESPN is giving me. So I don't know. Some Giants fans think that he drops balls. I don't feel that way at all. So,
but that's what happens. It's that recency bias with like, it depends on, oh gosh, Rawhide, don't get triggered. It depends on when things happen in the game. Because if he drops a ball in the fourth quarter to win the game-winning touchdown, everyone's going to remember that, period. Doesn't matter. But if he's, it's like people remember things that are impacted. Because on Rawhide's channel, they were having a whole conversation about sacks don't matter. I don't know, some dumb conversation, but I'm just like, it sounds similar to this one, where it's
that
like,
is the most asinine thing I have ever heard in my life. I was trying to
do you remember
follow
that conversation?
Oh my God! It
was like sacks don't matter because when they had the sack, nothing changed. And so because of that, and because they won, then sacks don't matter. Some convoluted, like, whole equation where it's like, that is absolutely not true. And that's, again, That's not how football works. That's not how it works. That's just not like sacks
That was
matter.
asinine.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm looking at the stats right here. 2020 he had believe one fumble, and then he had like one fumble in 2021 and 22. So
Oh, that's not bad.
not too bad. I don't know. Giants fans just sometimes don't like how they just feel like he's dropping balls, but that's not bad at all. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Let's discuss Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So again, let's put this in context. If I was going to start a football team, would I say I'm only going to start a football team with Justin Fields or Russell Wilson? No. Okay. That's not what I would say. Also, I don't think the Steelers need this tremendous level of quarterback because their team collectively is so good. And everything that Wilson did last year and everything that Justin Fields did last year is better than every single quarterback that we had last year statistically and by skill set. So if I just take Wilson and plug him in and remove Pickett and remove Trubisky and remove Rudolph, we would win more games just based off of a plug and play. Nothing, and everybody knows I was on the fire Matt Canada train. Even with Matt Canada being there, it would have been better than what we had. So do I think we are the best team in the NFL now because we have those two guys? No. But do I think that we have gotten better? And do I think that now we're able to compete? And do I think our quarterback is going to be the weak spot? No. And I think that is why I'm okay with it, if that makes sense. I don't know if you guys have anything to say, but that's how I look at it. It's not about them being all stars. If they are, fantastic. Like, no one's going to be upset, but it's more about like leveling up and improving and doing better. Last year, what we had, did you see what we had last year? Did you see that shit? I knew the play calls. I don't even watch film. I knew the play calls. That's not great. It's not good at all. And we never threw the ball down the field until the fourth quarter because we couldn't, because we sucked. Like, I don't know.
That's
I
Mike
just feel like
Kafka. That's Mike
Go ahead.
Kafka. That's Mike Kafka. Every time we say, hey, how about we should throw the ball down the field or we should let Daniel Jones do this? And Mike Kafka's like, no, I don't want to do that. And Brian Dable's like, I think it was I don't remember what week it was, but Brian Dable took over play calling and said, like, Mike Kafka, you got no role in here. I was like, thanks, Brian Dable.
Yeah. And so that's why, so it's like, am I excited? Am I like, we're about to world domination because we have Justin Fields and Russell Wilson? No. But am I saying, okay, we can now compete with competent QBs? We didn't have that before.
No, I agree with that for definite. Like, that was the same way with Mike Kafka. So I kind of agree with it.
Yeah. I don't know, Rawhide, if you have any thoughts, but we were just, and that's like, yeah. If anybody watched Steelers football last year, you were like, well, I watched it. And I was like, how the F did we win? Honestly. Like, how did we win? Like,
Simple
what
answer.
happened?
Mike Tomlin.
It's like,
That's how you won.
yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, there's no way we should be winning this game. And then there's some times where I was like pissed that we had the chance to win it late and we know we shouldn't have won it. And then we won it. And I'm like, what was that? What was that? But it's a win. So what do? You just take the win. And you know, I mean, so yeah. So
but really, Paul, I can tell you this: that last season, was it the last? It may have been the last season. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think y'all ran off like 7, 8, 9 wins in a row with Big Ben. With Big Ben,
how did we do that?
Was it his last season?
It was his last year. He made the freaking playoffs.
Right. I think y'all were better last year than that season.
I think so. So the thing about Ben too is once he got old, he was a statue.
Yeah, he was. He was.
And
I
his
mean,
arm, he lost his accuracy. He lost. So I would agree with that. I also think our running game helped us a lot last year. We didn't have that when Ben was there, his last year.
is old boy still there from Bama?
Harris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all doing him a disservice, but that's okay.
Well, you know they didn't pick up his fifth option.
They did not?
Nope.
Oh, I hate to hear that because he runs so hard.
He does. I love Najee. He does.
Oh, he runs so hard. Oh my God. It's like
he does. And you know, he's one of those guys that's kind of like people like to be around him. You know what I mean? Like he's like a you know how that goes. Like within a team, there's certain teammates where guys they just like that, like to be around certain guys. He's that guy in the Steelers locker room. Because he doesn't complain. So whenever he does complain, people are like, uh-oh, what is he complaining? You know, they didn't get rid of Matt Canada until Najee Harris came out and was kind of like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah, he did say that.
He was like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, but I don't know what this is. And I'm like,
honestly, I thought he was out of pocket for saying that, to be honest with you.
But he knew his position because that following day, I woke up to Matt Canada being fired. So,
yeah.
I mean, some guys are those guys, you know, and
that was that Nick Saban in, to be honest with you, be straight up.
Yeah.
I honestly, I did have pushback. I think that, when he said that, and I was like, because I didn't like how it reflected on Mike, but you're right. You know what I'm saying? Mike Canada need to leave, which I don't even understand why Mike was so bad. Not Mike Tomlin, but Matt Canada. I don't know why he was so bad.
So you know what I think happened is, and I'm going to tell like a little personal story here, but I've been to a multitude of training camps for a lot of different reasons. One thing I've noticed being at training camp, so like being in the training camp practice, knowing what's happening in the locker room, watching a preseason game, and then going through the season, what I've realized, everybody knows from jump what you really have. Everybody knows. Everybody knows who's weak. Everybody knows who's good. Everybody knows. Usually there's a couple of people, maybe one or two people in the season that shock you, that do something they didn't do in training camp, but you know what you have. So then you go to game 1 and game 2, and Canada was coaching like he knew what he had instead of just coaching the game. Does that make sense? Like, it was almost like he knew Kenny Pickett wasn't very good, but instead of like trying different things and whatever, he never did. And I think it's because he knew what he had to his detriment, and he never went for it. He never like gave it the opportunity to be something different, because I think he knew deep down he wasn't good. And think about it, Matt Canada was right, because as soon as the season was over, the Steelers were looking for a trade partner. So,
but wasn't Matt there when Big Ben last couple of years too?
Yeah, but Big Ben had limitations. We didn't blame Matt Canada at that time. We knew. We were pissed at Tomlin.
Yeah. Everybody is.
Ben's last 2 years, we were pissed at Tomlin because we were like, who is this guy's backup? Who is his backup? And then Matt Canada did whatever. Ben did whatever, because Ben is a good quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So he did what he did, and the Steelers have a good football team, and it worked. And it's hard to harp on something bad when it works, but it was still bad, and we still need a new quarterback, and Tomlin never really replaced him. And then you go through seasons with Duck Hodges and Mason Rudolph, and you go sign Mitch Trubisky. Like, are you kidding me? And then you have Matt Canada. So you have Matt Canada goes from Ben to those guys. Come on. Like, that's terrible.
Yeah, I just think Pittsburgh was never willing to accept losing. I think it's 8. Well, it's 17 now. I think 8-8, 8-9 is worse than a losing record in the NFL.
Ooh, this is an interesting take.
Yeah,
I
I just
think
don't
Jordan
think.
Love has potential to be good. So I won't say he's the GOAT, but he has potential.
I think Jordan Love wouldn't be bad, but I'm not sure if he's the GOAT.
He's not the GOAT. Yeah, he's not the GOAT. That's crazy, but he has potential. So, okay, Rawhide, I have a question. Do you, because I think I agree with you, and I think I mentioned this before, I already made my Steelers video and I let them have it. Do you think in college football, would you rather have 7 4-stars and 3 3-stars, so 10 total people, 4 stars and 3 stars, or would you rather have 4 5-stars? Rawhide, that was to you.
Yeah, I'd rather have the what you said at first, not the just
Yeah. So for that same reason is why I agree with your take that sometimes tanking, for all intents and purposes, gets you really what you want versus being in the middle, because the middle gets middle. And that you only want the middle if you're trying to eat cake. Although some people like the corners, so that's fine. I like the centerpiece. I don't want all the fluffy stuff. I want the basic piece cut around, and I want the middle piece of the cake. But I agree with you. It is. But then again, how do you fight against the Steelers fans that the second Mike Tomlin loses, has a terrible season, or a couple?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they coming for him. Now I don't disagree with that, but outside of that, like I never would have made the Mika trade, which I think Mika is one of the best defensive players that has played in the last 10 years. I believe that. Mika's off the chain, but I don't think I would have made that move for Mika. Because I don't think it gave them anything. They still been mid since. Right? So I love Mika to death. Don't get it twisted, bro. It ain't very many Mikas out there. But I just, when you made that move, right, you ended up being exact same team that you are today. They ain't improved at all. And what they give up for him? A first rounder, right?
No, I think they gave up.
I think it was a first rounder.
Was it a first rounder or was it a second and a player?
But I just
Minka.
So instead of
maybe it was
just
I don't remember.
Instead of just rolling with it, they made a move or two to try to maintain, and all they've been doing is maintaining. That's why you had to pick Kenny Pickett, right? If you need a quarterback, don't pick him at the 16th pick. You know what I'm saying?
I do agree with that.
Right. And then look what you got. So you drafted Kenny Pickett at 16. And I'm sure if we go back through it and look at that draft, you probably could have some difference. You could have drafted a difference maker instead of Kenny Pickett, and he ain't even on your team no more.
Yeah, what's actually funny is okay, so the Dolphins received, you're right. So they received a first round, a 5th round, and a 6th round for the next year. Then the Steelers we got Minka, and then we got a 4th round and a 7th round. So basically we traded a first, for Minka. So you're right. I also think the interesting thing when I look at some of these trades is that sometimes I think people, every position isn't going to be a home run, but I don't think that that's how they look at trades. If I could talk to any person that would really talk to me, I would love to talk to like 2 or 3 GMs. And they don't even have to mention names ever, but I just want to hear you know what I'm saying? Because I know how we as fans look at our teams and look at different teams, but I would love to hear how a GM looks at these things. Because I feel like when GMs make moves, they think it's the move. They think that it's you know what I mean? I think the way they see the moves and then the way that we see them, we're kind of oh, okay. But I think they think yes, now we got it. Now we got it. And I just don't think it works out like that most times.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree with you
I
on
agree.
that. Yeah, I agree with you on that. It goes to the Nemo's point on when he's asking about Daniel Jones. I'm like, when it was time to re-up him, I didn't feel like the Giants was in a situation where you need to be spending $40 million on that Daniel Jones. You know, what I mean, mid is not where you want to be in professional sports, right? Because you don't get the draft pick. Mid is only the place you want to be when you're building. But when you've been a team and you've been notoriously bad for years, right? But you maintain the head coach. Mid ain't where you want to be at. Right? You want to be like Houston. But who makes those kind of jumps, right? I get it, but
how do you what is that saying? Like, what's good for the geese is good for the gander. Is that the right saying? Did I make that up?
Goose.
Goose, good for the goose is whatever. But I think that's the saying in real life. If you can sacrifice and lose and not be very good for a couple of years, if you can get in those top 10, if you can get 2 back-to-back top 10 picks, then you know it might turn out for you. I also think it's interesting though to think about teams like the Carolina Panthers or the Tennessee Titans or these teams that, dare I say, get the luxury of just not being very good and nobody cares. Like, guys, what is your expectations this year of the Carolina Panthers? What is your expectation? Do you even care?
I don't care. But I think
care
we need to win. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I don't care.
Like even what are your thoughts about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, guys? How do you feel about the Tampa Bay? Like, there's certain teams that just get this luxury of like, nah, nobody cares. Nah. If they're in the playoffs, we'll care. But normally we don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I need to be a GM of those teams. Oh, Neymar, you're on mute.
I was gonna say exactly. I don't care about either one of them, but I agree with you exactly.
You know, It's like, what do they got going on? But it's like, yeah, I just think it's interesting that there's just some teams that we just collectively, you know, if they play our teams, we care about them a little bit. But on a regular Thursday night, we're not sitting here on live talking about the Arizona Cardinals, and bless their hearts. Like, you know, I think the funny thing is I like the things that the Cardinals are doing, but it's like, we don't talk about them. Nobody cares. Who's talking about the Broncos?
Yeah, I agree. I think Arizona's the new Houston Texans. I mean, they just can't get it right. They can't get it right.
I kind of agree with that. I do feel that way.
Yeah, bro.
So the teams that can't get it right, what do we think they can't get right? Like, do we think that they're messing up coaching? Do we think that the GM is wrong? Do we think, like, what is it? Because are we in agreement that we think leadership is the defining factor of a successful organization?
100%.
So do we think those organizations have bad leadership, or do we think they haven't found their leader, or like what keeps them blah? Like, if you were to go watch, I think, a Panthers game, an Arizona Cardinals game, and there's another team, you could go watch all of their games for, I think, the cost of the game to like see the Eagles play the Steelers or something stupid like that. It's some dumb stat where you're like, what? like, because their tickets, like the cheapest ticket to get in, I think was like $12 or something like that. So like, how do they get there? Like, how do they get to be so bad that you're just like, eh?
Well, Arizona, their administration killed that because they were a decent organization. They got enamored with Kyler Murray, got rid of everybody to try to surround him around the type of offense that they think he'd be successful in, and crash the program, the organization. You can't draft old boy from UCLA. What pick was he? Was he third, fourth, something? And then come back the immediate year and get rid of it. To me, I think that's the definition of, you know what I'm saying, of failure.
You're talking about Josh Rosen, right? The quarterback?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So just dumb decisions then.
It's dumb. I mean, who does that?
I don't know. Neymar, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Yep. I was gonna say yeah, but I think a lot of it is the coaching decisions. Also, guys, they hired Jonathan Gannon, which I don't know if that was a good hire, but
That's true. It's just interesting to me that we have teams that just, I don't want to say they coast, but they get to coast. Like, what is your expectation this year? My team's out here in a dogfight every year to try to like win football games and make the playoffs and do this, do that. And then you have these other teams, and I'm like, it's $15 to come and see that. And $15 is being extreme. I think it's like 75, or it's cheap though. It's cheap. And I'm just like, you can barely get into a Steelers game if you don't plan right. So it's like, it's just
Lord
amazing.
knows you can't get in the Kansas City game that way. Take it from me. Yeah.
It's amazing.
I had to sell a piece of my liver. You know, they say livers rejuvenate. So I went in and cut a piece of my liver off to get somebody to go to the damn Kansas City Chiefs game. I'm like,
didn't you go to the what game did you go to? Well, you're in the Raiders stadium?
Oh yeah, but it wasn't it was a college, it was Utah, and it was a college game. It was Utah.
Oh, it was a college game.
Yeah, it was a college game. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was in Vegas, yeah. But
that like the bowl? It was a bowl game, I think, right?
Yeah, it was a bowl game. Yeah, it was a bowl game.
Got it.
Vegas bowl.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, God, NFL games, man, you gotta. I don't know how they do it. Man. It's
not all
extremely expensive. You know,
it is expensive, and it's expensive, but I don't know. I just think I love it. But I like watching. I just like watching the NFL. I love the NFL, and I don't know if it's because that's like what I did growing up with my dad, and so we were so in it. And then I played fantasy football for years, and then I stopped playing fantasy for the same reason I can't watch well off. Like I started getting attached, and I started being like, "Oh, you're going against my team? That's fine. Can you still get me 150 yards?" And it's like, It's such a convoluted way to watch sports, because it's like, no, I actually care about this. So, but I don't know. I just think it's interesting. And I don't know what the hell's going to happen this season, but I hope the quarterback play is better, because for the past, what seems like 3-4 years, I feel like I've just been like, God, these quarterbacks are terrible.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that. Let me just ask a question before you go. So they didn't pick up Justin Fields' 5th-year option.
No.
And you got, and I think next season is his 5th year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then you got man from Seattle, Lil Sierra. So you got Lil Sierra on your team.
Not Lil Sierra.
Yeah, he loves it. Yeah. She's bigger than him, though. He needs to show some respect. So he Lil Sierra.
And I think he would be fine with that, actually. I mean,
so,
wouldn't you be?
Yeah, I'm cool with it. So you got, you know what I'm saying? So y'all got him. So I guess first question is, do they, and they already said he's going to be the starter, right? And what's the plan? What do you think the plan is for Justin Fields? What is
so I don't know the plan, but I do think that one of the things I did when I looked at the schedule was I kind of saw like the Steelers like to do this like Mike Tomlin plays the season in quarters, and he's like, okay, this is the first quarter, it's the first 4 games, this is the second quarter. And so I always like to see what those are and mark them so I can kind of see when he makes his decisions, because he always has like a certain measuring. But I think what he's going to do is let Wilson be the starter, not let him, but he came in to be the starter. And I think he's going to see what happens. And I think that if Justin Fields either beats him out or if Wilson has one of those games, I think that Fields is going to be the quarterback. And the thing about Tomlin is once he feels like he's going to come in and take your spot, I don't know if Wilson can earn that spot back unless he gets hurt or some, you know what I mean? Or something like that. But historically, that's what Tomlin does, is he has the guy and he lets everybody know, this is my starter, this is my starter. But the second that starts to go south, next man up.
Okay, so you think Russell Wilson's leash is short? You think his leash is short?
I don't know if I would say that, or if it is that, because I also think that Wilson fits what the Steelers are trying to do. The Steelers, I know, let me say this, because every year, you know what I mean? Sometimes your teams come out and you're like, whoa, who is this? When did we start running these plays? What the Steelers do historically, Wilson fits that. Now, maybe with Arthur Smith, I think is his name, with the new offense coordinator, maybe the new offensive coordinator, Justin Fields, fits. I don't know. But historically, what the Steelers do, Russell Wilson fits that perfectly.
Right. I got you. Because if Russell Wilson plays have a decent year, I guess my only concern is that since they didn't see what Justin was able to do, because Russell played well enough to maintain, what do you do with Russell? What do you do with Justin Fields the next season? I guess that's really my question.
Yeah, I think what will happen is, let's say perfect case scenario, Wilson plays his butt off and he's phenomenal. I think they're going to sign him to like a 2-year something and keep him there. And I hate to say this, I think they would let Justin Fields walk.
I'd hate to see that.
I don't want to see that either. But again, it like the business side of me, I want to see whoever can take us to winning games. That's the guy I want to see starting. Everybody else. So I hope. And somebody, I was in something the other day. Where was I at? I don't remember. I think I was probably listening to like a Steelers channel or something like that. And they said, what are the chances if Wilson plays well and Fields has to play like a game or 2 or whatever because our schedule is awful? And is there a chance where they can keep both of them? And I don't think that would be fair to Fields if he was the backup. But that's not my call to make. I mean, if Justin Fields wants to stay and be the backup, I'm not going to complain. I don't think he will, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know enough to know how that would work if they kept both of them.
Right. I find it extremely interesting. I guess my next question would be, do you think they even know that? Do you think that they wasn't sure that they were going to be able to pick up Justin Fields, and that's why they signed oh my God, why does his name keep escaping? I just said Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson earlier. Because it seemed like to me, I felt like how it went down, I could be absolutely totally wrong. How it went down was like, damn, we wanted Justin Fields, but we didn't know if we could get him. And so we went on and signed old boy. You know what I mean? Because we just didn't know how the timeline was gonna play out. Because they signed Russell Wilson first.
They signed. So I think that's a good question. I don't know. I do know at first the Giants, the Bears were asking crazy, like they wanted first round picks. They wanted crazy stuff. So I don't know, because then also the first day of free agency, Wilson was already in Pittsburgh.
Right.
But, and again, and you know how this worked, right? There's all this coaches speak and players speak or whatever. let Wilson tell it. The only place he was going to go was Pittsburgh. Like he knew he was going to go there. So I don't know. And also I wouldn't be shocked if they wanted both of them. Remember, from jump, I was like, we're going to get both of them. And everyone was like, no, you're not. Like, stop. You don't know football. I'm like, let me tell you why. We're going to get both of them because we shouldn't have any of these quarterbacks in our quarterback room right now. We shouldn't have any of them. They're terrible. So the only way you can improve is to get rid of all of them because that's how bad they are. And when you get rid of them, if you can get 2 solids, you do that. You make the trade. I didn't think Justin Fields was going to go for a conditional 7th. I didn't have that on my bingo card.
I just tells you how bad Chicago organization is. So I thought the young man played. When I was watching him play the games that I saw him play, which I'm not going to act like I saw all 17 because I did not. He didn't play 17. But I thought he was a good quarterback.
I did too.
I honestly thought he was a good player. I felt like Chicago was bereft of talent, and I thought he played well for what he was up against. And I felt like they forced him because I never even when he came out as a draft pick, I never even thought of Justin Fields as being a running quarterback. I felt like they forced that on him.
I agree.
He was at Ohio State. I never thought it. I'm like, and he played Clemson. He played well, right? He had to tuck it and run it, but that's because that's what he had to do. I never saw him as a running quarterback. So the athleticism that he displayed, honestly, in the NFL was absolutely new to me. So
I also think that that's what happens, though, where it's like if we're going to give Daniel Jones, right, the whatever because of his offensive line situation and his lack of weapons that he has on offense, we also have to give Justin Fields that same thing. But now the Bears have like stacked up to make sure Caleb Williams doesn't fail. They didn't do any of that for Justin Fields.
No, they didn't. They screwed him over. Changing players, then changing coaches. I mean,
all of it.
I know he had 2 different ones. It may have been 3, but Matt, I can't say his last name. He used to be Kansas City OC, Matt Nagy or whatever his name is, and then they had whoever they got currently now. But I thought they had somebody different, but I could be dead wrong earlier. But Chicago Bears was a place where quarterbacks go to die, and I didn't like how the quarterbacks handled him, and I was happy to see him go to Pittsburgh. Only thing is, I'm just curious to see how this play out because I find it interesting that they got a young and up and coming quarterback.
Yeah,
and a Russell Wilson.
I mean, if you're going to ask me what I want in a perfect world, I want Justin Fields to be our guy moving forward. I just, as a fan, how the paths we would have to take to get there, I don't know how I feel about saying it. So that's why I'm kind of like, I think ideally it would be amazing if Justin Fields was our future. And I think we could give a solid check. And then I think figure out who the backup should be, right? Figure that out. But I think it also gives us a little bit of like, a 10-year, I don't know how old Justin Fields was, 25, 26? It gives us a runway of, okay, we have that figured out. And I think that's what Pittsburgh is trying to do. They're trying to find a guy. We just haven't been able to find a guy. And unlike other organizations, we're actually doing the things you're supposed to do to find the guy.
Right. I think, and I know it sounds crazy. I know it do. Yeah, but maybe because I'm doggish on Justin Fields, and I feel like I'm an underdog type of guy. I like to, well, not necessarily. I like to support people that I feel like that the national media, the consensus is that they're not what they are. But I believe they're a Super Bowl contender if Justin Fields started day one. I believe they're a Super Bowl contender. Now, whether they get there or not, I'm not even talking about no playoff. I'm not even using the Super Bowl because I hear people do that too. Well, I think they're a Super Bowl contender. You know what I'm saying? They make the playoffs. Everybody's Super Bowl. That is not what I'm talking about. I am saying that if I felt like if Justin Fields started game one, they could go to the Super Bowl.
I
And you
think
could be right.
yeah. Well, if Watt stay healthy, that what is wrong with his body? He played 17 games.
You know what? So it's something my dad always says. It's like the Westbrook effect. Some guys, when they play sports, they go all out from go. There's not a medium. There's not a okay, let me and I think it shows in their play. And that's why it's like when they're good, but then they get hurt because they're always going. It's so intense that it's like they don't know how to pace themselves. And it always just kind of doesn't work. But he hasn't played a full season healthy yet. Not one.
Nope, he ain't. I don't know what's wrong with him. And his brother need to come back and play with him at Pittsburgh.
He said he was thinking about it.
Yep, JJ need to come
But then
back.
freaking the Texans did well, and JJ was like, well, if the Texans need me, I'm like, screw them. But I like the Texans, but screw them.
Yeah, right.
Cliff says the Chicago organization has been bad for 20 years. I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
This is an interesting question. Where does the New York Giants go from Aaron Rodgers fiasco? When are the Jets going to be serious about winning? The problem is I think they are serious about winning. They need Aaron Rodgers to be serious about winning.
My dad's a Jets fan, so I kind of bug him sometimes by saying, hey, Aaron Rodgers was not at the camp or anything, and he was on vacation, and he's not serious. And my dad's like, you don't know about that. He might be serious this year. And I was like, no, that's not going to happen. So as a Giants fan and Jets fans, we have arguments. But I was like, I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be serious this year. And Robert Saleh is also on the hot seat.
But didn't Aaron get hurt last year?
He did get hurt last year. But then this year, he didn't do any of the team activities. He's on vacation.
But so was Tom Brady with Tampa Bay. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, but Tom Brady won a Super Bowl. And then the next year, he did that. Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles and just whatever for a year. And then when it's time for your team to come back, a great time just to kind of, my thing is, I always say this, even if you don't show up, let's say you don't show up and do all the things. Let's say you don't go through all the drills and you don't do all the stuff, but at least you being there is, you know what I mean? Like you're there, you're with us. He wasn't even there. He went on and then he comes out and says, "Oh, I was on vacation." Okay.
Good.
I heard that, and I was like, are you being serious that you were on vacation? That makes no sense. But I heard that.
Yeah, why are y'all doing it? Y'all gonna make me look it up. I'm telling you, I think it was the Super Bowl season that Tom Brady missed those weeks of practice, right? And then, oh boy, the head coach came back and said, "Hey, look, we were good with it. We knew they were." When you've been playing, okay, why does he need to be there? Let's be honest about it.
Again, I've never played football. But my thing is, they were so bad at quarterback last year. They paid him all of this money to come and be whatever. He gets hurt first play of the game, whatever play of the game it was, doesn't matter. Then it's almost like, how I'm viewing this, I'm not a fan of them because I'd be losing my mind. But it's like, can you just show us you're here and we're back? Can you make me feel better? Maybe that's what it is. But it's like Aaron Rodgers don't care. Oh, he said he was gone because he does DMT and you can't play football and do DMT. Okay, I'm sorry, but what is DMT? Can somebody tell me what it is? I'm 5. Can I Google that?
I thought that was that recreational stuff, isn't it?
I've never heard of that before. DMT.
Yeah, same. I've never heard of.
Oh, DMT. What is DMT?
Yeah, that's that psychedelic CB. Remember he was when he went and did that thing the other year. He was doing that other crazy stuff.
Oh, it's like a JB said he's gonna play. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I think he do that stuff. You know, when he went and saw the light or something, he do that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? He be on that. He be on that other stuff. What's up, JB?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you tell us what it is?
So
Mushroom.
DMT is what's up?
Any mushroom? Is it something like mushroom?
Nah, DMT is the active ingredient in ayahuasca. When you do a ceremony or do ayahuasca like that, it like literally it's crazy because it changes your perspective on life. And so football, you play for a long time, you kind of need a little bit of edge, something to keep you competitive. That DMT wipes all that away. Like literally wipes it from your being. Like there's no competitiveness. You don't want to compete. You don't want to do none of that. And so when he started doing it, I don't know if y'all remember, like a couple years ago, he started doing it. Never had the urge to come play. Never went to all the extra stuff. He didn't go to extra stuff anyway. But when he got hurt, he was chilling. He was like, "Oh, I don't want to do this." It literally changes your brain chemistry and your perspective on life. Anytime you do something like that, is that extreme, you can't. You lose it. It automatically makes it go away. He ain't
So,
never been the same.
what's the purpose of it? To relax your mind?
No, it's called a spiritual molecule. Like it enhances it changes your perspective. Like it changes your mental it just changes your perspective on life. So you're supposed to be able to be enlightened after you do it. For some people, for most people.
Bro, it's mushrooms, bro. Come on.
No, it's a plant. It's not mushrooms.
Ain't a mushroom a plant?
I mean, mushrooms is a fungus. It's like
But
the
isn't it
hardest
like
thing.
a
It's the
seed?
hardest thing you can take. It's literally the hardest thing you can possibly take.
So wait a second. So when does it wear off?
So it's up to you. So like when you do it, so I've done like when you do a ceremony like he did. So what happens is it could last 6 months, 6-7 months.
What?
Yeah, it's long. It can last for a while.
Why is he doing this being the quarterback in the NFL? Like help me connect the
I
dots.
was gonna ask the same.
Because he's going on a spiritual journey is what it's for. And so you try to find yourself and go through all that kind of changes and all that stuff. You go do it. And he went and did it. And ain't never been the same person. Or he's been more of what he thought he was, or however you want to explain it.
Have you tried it?
Yeah, I've done it.
Okay, are you the same person after you did it?
Nah.
So okay. I'm trying to understand.
It's it's crazy.
So,
He's just not gonna expound though. He's not the same person. He's just gonna let that ride.
No, like you. So this is how what happens. So you do like a cleansing, like a spiritual cleansing, all that kind of stuff. You do that, and he did this. I think he went to, I want to say he went to Costa Rica or somebody. You fast for a week or 2 weeks. However, some people do it a month. You fast, and then you take it, and you get hella sick. You throw up, and then you go through all these changes, and then you kind of recover. But what happens during it, you have all these. I'm trying to keep it simple here. You have all these experiences during it. It doesn't last hella long, like the actual exact experience, but your mind is altered after. As long as you keep up with the maintenance of the medicine, it'll keep you going. So, and he's rich, so he can keep doing that shit, doing that stuff. And from what he says, from my understanding, he does it every 6 months to a year. So he ain't playing football. He ain't taking that serious no more. I said this 2-3 years ago. I was like, he done. After he did that, I was like, oh, it's a wrap. It's the same thing happened to me. I had this edge. I was competitive. As soon as I did it, all of it's gone immediately. You don't even think of life the same.
is this something we all should experience?
Yeah, your body produces it when you're born and right before you die. Like you have a little bit in your body, but then when you take it, it's crazy. You can go find somebody who does a ceremony. I know where to go, but I can't say it on here. But
So why would he do that if he was the quarterback of a team? Or is that the $1 million question?
I mean, that's the $1 million question.
Okay. So because okay.
You don't. I mean, it's crazy. But as soon as he did it, I caught it, and it was in the offseason. I was like, he is never gonna be the same. He ain't never been the same.
So basically, he was living his life or whatever, and heard about this thing, and was like, "I'm going to do this thing that alters my brain chemistry." Goes and does it, and then comes back because he was doing it last year, right? So he comes back, gets hurt, then goes out the next year and does more of it.
Yeah, so when you go to a shaman, like when you go to a shaman, they can't recommend you do nothing. But people that can afford and want to do that experience, you do it every 6 months to a year. So it's supposed to be like it's a medicinal. It's one of the 4 medicinal plants on Earth. So that's one of them. Anyway, that's the main one.
And so after it's done, when you said it's different, like how are you different? Like you said, you just lost your want to like compete, or I guess it impacts different people different ways.
So usually, like any type of a simple way that you can probably relate to is like, no matter what, you're only gonna choose the path of least resistance. Yeah, so from as long as you're on that, long as you're in that state, like you're not gonna compete. You push yourself, but you're gonna push yourself to do what you want to do. It's not gonna be anything that you feel labor doing. Like none of that stuff happens. It's gone.
So so why would he do that?
For a minute, if I'm not mistaken, it became like a fad thing for celebrities to do.
Okay. Wow. I didn't realize. Like, I thought it was like a moment. Like
Nah, it's like, I mean, he probably had a moment before a while. I want to say, who made it popular? Joe Rogan made it popular.
Of course, that idiot.
Yeah.
Of course.
So Joe Rogan made it popular, and then like celebrities started doing it and all kind of stuff.
Why did you do it, JB?
Man, I've had a crazy life, man. I was trying to find out. I needed some answers. I needed to find something. Stuff was just happening, and I did it, and clarity hit me immediately.
So it did give you clarity?
Oh yeah, massive, like unlimited clarity. Like so whatever that state of clarity you in, it'll last until you let it go. So like, like I don't know what you do for a living, but like
it
say
sounds
you
like active therapy. That's what this sounds like.
It is kind of, yeah. That's actually, you know what? Really, that is a good way to think of it.
What, Ross?
I can't believe you said that.
That's what, yeah.
Because that's what therapy gives you. Is it gives you like you go there, right? And you're like, everything is screwed up. I'm screwed up. This is why. Let's talk about it. I'm insecure. I suck. Like everybody around me is terrible. Nobody cares about me. Whatever. But then what happens though is as you go, you get life skills, and basically you stop taking yourself so seriously, and you stop. You know what I mean? Like you become a different person because you see things differently.
Do I do that? Oh, please. I hope I don't do that.
You need therapy.
It's what I do as a host to try to respect everybody's opinion. Please, stop me. If I do that, I do not. That is not.
What I'm trying to do is make sense of what he's saying and apply it to something else.
That's a good way to that's a good way to look at it.
We don't have, and we're not going to ask JB personal information to understand what he was going through. Like, so instead of that, there's something that's happening. You see a need or an urge or whatever, and you do the thing. I just don't understand. I just feel like therapy doesn't. Like, I just don't know why you would do that if you're the quarterback. But again, like, what do I know? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know his life.
My question is, why would you want to get rid of your killer instinct
when you're a quarterback?
He's been playing. Yeah, I remember he's been playing for how long? He been playing for? At that point, right before he went to the Jets, he been playing for a long time. So he ain't winning. I think he got a new woman at that time or something.
But what about as a human being? Why do you want to get rid of your killer instinct as a human being?
Maybe it's too much.
Yeah, maybe you can't function in normal life.
But I'm asking you though. You did it, so
Oh, yeah, but he said he did it because of life. Like he didn't say because of that though. He said other life things.
I didn't. So I will say I wasn't doing it for that reason. I was doing it. I didn't even know it would have that effect on me. To be serious.
You found it. I got it. I understand that. You had
I didn't.
You had this lady. She's like she talked you into it. You was like, yeah, cool. I'll go ahead and do it with you.
No, I didn't do it when. I mean, a lady was the shaman that I did it with, but not. I was single. Like I wouldn't even. My pops was, my pops was dying and stuff, and I was just all kind of stuff going on.
See, now we got to talk about. Can you see what I'm saying?
You're right. I apologize, baby. I snagged.
No, you good.
My bad, bro.
But yeah, it was all kind of stuff like that happening. So I was like, man,
I feel like what's interesting about this is that Aaron Rodgers did these things and he chose that over football in a way. Am I reaching?
No, because he had to consciously go. The people who I'm assuming he got the idea from knew what it was and knew it. Like when you go do a ceremony, they like it's not foreign news to what's about to happen. Like they tell you, it's like, oh, you about to be different after this. Do it your own risk.
So can the Jets sue?
I mean, so it's crazy.
Can they get their money back?
I mean, to be honest with you, I think he did it right before he went to the Jets. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was like right before he went to the Jets. And remember, he was kind of like when he went over there, he was like, I guess I'll go over there. And then it was like the whole time he been there, he ain't taking football serious because he ain't got it no more. It's gone. It's been taken away.
I am shook, by the way. Like, this is not where I thought this conversation. I thought you were going to be like DMT, like he went on a mission or he went like this was not. I thought it was, you know what I mean? Like maybe his what is it called? The word people have maybe his charity or like I thought.
I remember the day he was doing something and he said he did it and I was on the phone with my mom because we like Aaron Rodgers. We Patrick Mahomes fan, but Brady and Aaron Rodgers, I kind of grew up on that. So I remember telling her, I was like, oh, he's done. He'll never play good again. He might be good for a few games. He might just sit out a season if he wants to. And she was like, what? I was like, he's done. That's that edge you play with when you play football, it's gone. It's out the door. She was like, no. I was like, watch. And look what happened. Has he even played?
Do a DMT.
Has he even played like more than how many games has he played?
He got hurt in the first series.
Yeah, he got right in the game and he got hurt. And he was like, I guess this is it. And then he was contemplating retirement. And then I guess he probably getting that money.
Yeah, that $45 million or whatever they're paying him.
Yeah, but no, he's done. He's done. He did a spiritual retirement. He ain't got it no more. Too bad. Didn't nobody know somebody and look up what to do.
I ain't let you get away with that. Really, you said active therapy. I'm thrown. Really,
I'm trying to associate it though with something that people understand.
You know what?
You understand spiritual rituals and all. I don't understand that.
She's kind of right. Actually, JB's right too, because from my understanding, it helps with your distorted mind. Like things that transpire in your life that distort your mind, i.e. sex and other things. So it's supposed to cleanse all of that away so that you can have a new perspective, as to say.
And when you play football, you always draw from something to be competitive. And so after you do it, all that you ain't got nothing to draw from no more. It's gone.
Cliff, did you do it too? You sound like an expert.
No, I didn't do it. When I first heard it, when he did it in Green Bay, I was like, what is this man doing? And they said he went on a DMT retreat. And I was wondering what that retreat would entail. I've been on a spiritual retreat before, but
so you did it.
No, I know. See that you go. No, as far as Mind cleansing, no. I've
What you
just
doing on your retreat?
it's,
Well, hold on,
it's
no. Clever, you ain't gonna get away with it. Hold on, let me ask you a question. What did you do on your spiritual retreat?
y'all funny, man.
well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I
No,
practiced
not a spiritual
Catholicism when I was coming up, so I went on Catholic retreats. So it was basically a bunch of
Yeah.
prayer,
and
things
drinking.
of that nature. It wasn't like mind cleansing.
And drinking.
What you say, drinking?
Yeah.
I didn't start that till later on in my life, bro. When
Bro,
I had
you
kids.
gotta act like Kato Drake, bro. Don't do that to me.
This is interesting. JB, you need to trademark spiritual retirement.
Because what happens is you lose whatever your draw is to that space. Like I remember when I did it, it was in the off season of me playing arena, and as soon as I did, I was like, oh, I'm done. I was like, I don't even want to. Like, if it ain't moving me in this direction, I don't want nothing to do with it. Like it was
Good question. Good question. Let me ask you a question. Then here we go. My bad. Really, I'm sorry. I apologize. I am so floored by the justification in these actions. Let me. So let's say, for instance, I'm hard up, right, trying to take care of my family, right, and then I do the spiritual retreat DMT. So now I'm like, man, forget my family.
No. It doesn't.
Oh,
that's
okay.
not.
Okay, explain it.
That's not. It's not about like. It's not. It doesn't change something if you hard up. It changes like it changes your perspective to change how you think of things.
Right.
So you don't think so. I mean, the easy. I'm trying to think how I can relate it to y'all without sounding all
Yeah,
crazy.
you trying to turn it off of my
It's
example.
therapy. It's active therapy.
The active therapy is like the
Therapy's
best way.
thing.
It's just very extreme.
Yeah,
It's active therapy is very extreme.
just because you go to couples therapy doesn't mean you're leaving your couple. It just means that you're working through things with that person. You don't lose your desire, but maybe you do lose your ability to like want to stand up and fight with every argument, or it doesn't make you, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe you'll be softer and back down and be more understanding.
Yeah, JB,
like
he probably could have used it as the example. Say he was a sex addict, like they say Tiger Woods was.
Why you keep going back to?
I mean, I'm just using something that everybody can relate to. That's all.
Bro, I ain't had none in 2 years. What you doing, bro?
Hey man, quit lying over there, man. Quit lying. Yes, but
I am not going to do DMT. I think I'm scared. I just want to answer that question.
Right. Like really say it. That's basically, it's simple terms. It's therapy.
It's just I would say like just a very, very extreme, like immediate therapy. Like it works, but you're as you're in that state of mind, you're figuring out how it works for you.
God, it sounds like it's taking a piece of you away. That's all I heard.
It literally can. Like I mean,
I think it can, but it sounds like from what JB is saying, it gives you the clarity. And so yes, it might take it away, but it's replacing it with clarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rawhide, something wrong with you. You probably need to go to the DMT retreat. I mean,
No, I am not. I am not taking my situational awareness. I am not. No. Situational awareness.
Experience it.
I ain't taking away my. You know what I'm saying? My hey.
He liked where he at. He liked where he at. He did.
Yeah, bro. I got defense, bro. It's telling me you lose all defense mechanisms.
If you want to, though,
you lose. You don't lose. I wouldn't say lose defense mechanisms, but you lose, like unless something like. Oh, like I'm trying. I don't even know how to.
It's you learn how to compartmentalize and manage, and then if you're triggered, probably it comes back.
It can eventually. The other thing is like you don't even compartmentalize because you don't even have those thoughts anymore. It's the weirdest thing ever.
I think it's to me, it sounds so extreme that it's like I can't comprehend it because I don't have that experience, you know?
Like it's very extreme.
It
Is
sounds
what?
like it erases portions, I guess, of your memory. Is that true, JB?
Somebody
you want
in the chat said it can alter your brain chemistry.
it will it can. I mean, if you study brain chemistry, it can, like in the literal sense, but not. How can I?
Hey JB, hold on, JB. Is it like X, bro? It takes all your inhibitions away.
No, I've done no.
No,
X ain't, man. That ain't
X don't do that.
that ain't got nothing. This is like if you did X, then the nirvana you get from doing this is like 10 million times more than X.
That ain't a good thing.
But the thing about it is you don't have the thought of doing the same things. That doesn't cross your mind. So and it doesn't last long. Like the actual space that you're in, they consider it like the altered state. You're not there for a long time. You're there very shortly.
No,
it feels like forever, but you're there very shortly. So you can't really get into nothing.
No, I tip my hat to you. You're a brave soldier. You're a brave soldier. There's no way in the world I do, bro. There's no way in the world.
I think what's interesting though, what I hear is like the things that we'll do when you are looking for something. Like you don't really necessarily maybe know like what you're looking for or anything like that, but like everybody has things that they're trying to accomplish or things that they're trying to achieve. And it sounds like this is a good way to figure out what that is for you. Because if you have like going back to Aaron Rodgers, what if he was just like fed up with football and he was actually thinking of being done and he was like, I'm just going to do this thing and then see what happens. And then the result was it took away something that he didn't think was going to be taken away. But now then he starts to like reevaluating, like, well, wait a second. If that's not my thing, what is my thing? And now you're on this like journey and everything changes. It's just
I kind of feel like that's what happened to
$40 million.
I kind of feel like that's what happened to him. What?
But you said, because to me, the way you were describing it, I can kind of correlate it to the fact that him and his old lady broke up.
It may have been. Because if you look at that timing, I mean, that might have triggered it. He might have done something. I mean, we don't know these people's personal life like that. So it happened around that same time. He was going through all that stuff. He was talking about getting traded. He didn't want to leave Green Bay. He was all sad about it. All that stuff was happening. They was comparing him to other people. He was all upset in the news all the time. Now he don't give a he don't care about none of that.
It's true. That's actually true.
I'm Nancy Reagan. Say no to drugs. No, man.
JB, do you regret doing it or would you do it again?
Absolutely not. I was trying to get a hold of this a few weeks ago. I mean, like, because for me, it's like something that helps me. Like I've only done it once. Like I've done other stuff, but nothing has been even close to this. But this is I've only done it once because you're supposed to not abuse it because it'll mess you up. And then you should do it in a ceremonial environment. Like the shaman I did it with, I don't know, in different languages. She was speaking Portuguese to me. I knew everything she was saying for some reason. It was like the craziest thing I've ever seen I ever done ever. But
oh my God.
I'm about to end this live. What I'm about to say is totally it sounds like you went to a sex dungeon.
No,
You had the most amazing experience.
No. In reality, there's no way. In reality, there's no way I can even explain the feeling you have. They're just like I can't even quantify it.
It's like it sounds like you have this like super exotic like feeling that you can only get if you go to the one club and knock on the door and go down the stairs and like nobody knows what's happening there. And then you come out and you're like, everything is fine. And you're like, because you can't explain it really, because obviously we haven't experienced it.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, and then tying it back to Aaron Rodgers, I'm like, what is happening?
I remember the day.
Maybe that's it though. Maybe he was going through something in his real life. And what, you know, he heard Joe Rogan or whatever, and he was like, you know what, F it. Maybe I need to try that because, you know, I'm going through something. I don't know.
Never the same after that. He was never been. He ain't been the same yet.
Wait, so y'all just gonna roll past JB saying that he understood Portuguese that hardly nobody speaks.
That's what I was like,
we just gonna ignore. We gonna ignore.
That's why I was like, this sounds like it's taking a whole different turn. Like this. But you know what? Like, kudos to you, JB, for doing that. Whatever you needed to do for you. It doesn't sound like you're hurting anybody. So I'm all for people doing the things they need to do for them, taking care of themselves. So kudos to you.
I got hey JB, if you gonna do it again, record it, man. I'll shoot you a couple dollars, bro.
So
record it, bro. Record it, bro.
You want to do some fundraising?
Yeah, bro. I want to see it.
Yeah. Man, there's a documentary on YouTube somewhere of a dude who went through it and he recorded this whole thing.
Just go on and go, Rawhide.
He recorded like his entire experience.
Yeah, I can't remember what the documentary. I've seen part of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. But it's a dude on YouTube. Like I don't know. I don't know if I've seen it before or after I did it, but it's been a while. And he recorded his whole experience from the day he started fasting to the day he took it and all that kind of stuff. It's pretty extreme though. So unless you want, it's interesting the way he did it.
Oh, the medicine or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Oh, so you fast too. You fast too, right, JB?
What's up?
I said you fast too, right?
Yeah, you gotta fast.
Okay.
I feel like the real story is gonna come out soon.
What's the real story for what?
And then what she was wearing was like, I just feel like
who was wearing the shaman?
Yes.
Yeah, funny. Yeah, nah, it ain't none of that. I'm a square. I mean, I'm not square, but like I don't do too far.
Just let it be. Just no. It's fine.
You are not a square. Stop. No, you're not, bro. Stop. We trying to make your addictions, bro. Stop, bro.
This is what I learned today. What DMT was, because I've heard people say like Aaron Rodgers hasn't been the same since he did you know how black people say since he did that stuff, and I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, what stuff? Like, what are we talking? But now I see what people are saying. Like, he went through a whole life-changing experience, and you don't think he's going to be the same?
Never. You can't. I mean, long as he does it, because I think he does it as therapy. So he'll never be the same. Like he's not even doing the things to get that back. So he's done. It's just he's had such a good career. Ain't nobody gonna add people, and people don't know what it is for real. So people ain't gonna be. He'll still get some money. They gonna keep him on the roster. And it ain't like he can't be athletic and play football. He just ain't gonna care. So he might throw. He's like, I think I'm gonna throw it in the double coverage. I think I can get it in there. He might try. You never know. So, and then he ain't gonna feel bad about it. So it's like,
oh my god.
Well, so I'll take the Jets out of the playoffs.
You might well Cliff and JB. They on that DMT.
I think if they get Devontae Adams, like the rumors, then they may make the playoffs.
Jets out of.
Well. Let me just tell you guys something. When I hit the live button, I was not expecting to talk about this tonight. Like, this wasn't on my agenda.
You need to cut this up, really.
You know what? I don't know if I should. I think that should just. This is one of those things. If you watch the whole live, there will be a gem at the very end for you. because I'm still not sure. Like. And the funny thing is part of me wants to go and do a ton of research so that I know what's going on. But the other part of me is kind of like,
So really, I wanted to ask you, did you type it into your computer to see what the definition of it was in actuality?
So before he came up, I typed in what is DMT. and it gave this long. I have no idea what some of these words are, and I was like, nope. And then JB said, drop the link, and so I just dropped the link.
Okay.
Because usually when you type stuff, it'll come right up, and you're like, oh, okay. This time some stuff popped up, but I was like, I have no idea. Like, this is above my brain allotment.
So if you type in ayahuasca, so DMT is an active ingredient in ayahuasca.
Okay,
so
but here's the thing. How do you even spell that?
AYU AYUASHCA.
How do you even know how to spell that?
I've seen it and I've done it, so it's like I don't know.
What is ayahuasca? It's a type of brew made from ingredients with hallucinogenic properties though some claim it benefits the brain health. Well, you know what? If you're listening to this on the playback or live, I hope that you go enjoy DMT if you need it. You know what? Just go, if you need it, go do it. And Rawhide will be right there to cheer you on because he's all about therapy. Neymar, are you still here? Sorry that you. Like,
no, it's fine. It's fine.
He's like, who are these crazy people? I just came up here talking about Giants.
I'm still here. No, I'm kind of happy that I'm educated on this because I didn't know about it.
I was like, one of those, you know how you like do things where you're talking to your friends and you're like, what did you do last night? And you like don't know how to explain to them what you did. This is one of those moments.
It reminds me of like one. I will bring up a story in here because it's true. One of my friends vapes, and I was like, "What is vaping?" And he's like, "You don't know what vaping is?" I'm like, "No."
I have no clue what that is.
It's like Jaha might be able to explain it a little bit better, but it's like smoking, but it's not smoking.
Oh, vaping.
Yeah. Oh, like, vaping. I thought he said waking.
Yeah, I did too. I was like, oh gosh, yeah. But that's why I love these though, because it's like the things that you can figure out that you probably never even think about. But yeah, I don't even.
I'm kind of happy that I learned this because I had some questions about like whenever my friend did vaping, I always used to ask him like, "What is that?" And he's like, "You don't know what it is?" I'm like, "No," and I don't want to know what it is. And he's like, "Oh, you get different flavors." I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense. That you go get different flavors, actually." So he kind of told me the whole thing, like how it happened. He's like, "You go get different flavors. You can have orange, you can have grape," and I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense."
Yeah. That might be a little bit more Rawhide's.
No, I am. Man,
no. I'm just saying, you know what that is. That's easy.
Oh yeah. I know. Hey, when he said waking, let me tell you what immediately I thought about. I was like, they killing themselves and then bringing themselves back.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, well, wait a minute.
I was like, now are we playing dead? Like, what are we doing?
No, I swear to God, that's what I thought. I was like, oh my God, they killing themselves and bringing back to life. Oh my God.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, I have to go. What time is it?
I don't know. You just
10-12 Central Standard Time.
12 hours. You need to go 12 hours. Hey, come on now.
No one wants to be up here listening to me talk for 12 hours about anything.
Man, listen, I'm all in. I got about 3 or 4 questions. They done threw me all the way off.
Oh, here you go.
They threw me all the way off. No, JB, don't do that, bro. You can't be taking us down the road of ayahuasca and act like black folks don't act like we know what that is. We don't know nothing about it.
I'm gonna go find something on this and watch it. I'm gonna do it. I need to do it in my what's that screen called? The privacy, not the secret thing. How you can have a secret link.
So that incognito mode.
Yeah, I need to do it incognito so it doesn't change. So I don't see random stuff when I sign in to do other stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I'm surprised you tried that. To be honest with then Cliff, he gonna act like he ain't done it, but talking about it, we all know you did it, bro.
Yeah, bro. I did not do it, man.
No, you'll never tell, and you'll never deny it. So he ain't done it.
Man, I don't know about.
Why won't you ever deny it?
Because
it was that impactful.
Yeah, like it's that impactful, and it feels that good. Like you'll never tell nobody. You'll always say you did it.
I don't want to do nothing that feels that good. No, I don't want to do nothing that feels that good. Let me tell you. No. If it feels that good, how you put it, I don't want to do nothing in life that feels good. That's an addiction.
Yeah, it sounds like a loss of. It sounds like I don't even know the words. That's why I'm like, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know what to say because I'm not. It's like I haven't seen anything on it, so it's like all my opinions that I would have. I'm not sure because it's like I need to do research and make sure that I have an opinion.
Yeah.
Go to research it. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, whenever Rawhide goes live again, we'll talk about it.
Oh man, here we go.
Cricket.
Put it on me.
Yeah, we got a topic on Rawhide now.
Cricket. I'll show it with my notepad. Okay, so remember, we're supposed to be talking about.
No, I appreciate you really. I'm sorry I was so late. I saw your post earlier. It was 4:30 my time, and I got caught up in editing, so I apologize. I'm so late, man. This was good.
That's okay.
And you know what's crazy is that I honestly was thinking a couple days. I'm like, what? Really need to go live? I'm like, she need to go live. You know what I'm saying? So I had already
go live.
Because I get tired of control. I don't even want that person.
You can just come talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can just be a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Well, and let's be real. It's not going to chances of it turning sideways over here is a little bit slim.
Right. Yeah.
I can't say the same.
Yeah.
Well, really, I want to say
I would say this, that if you guys go to the Giants YouTube channel, you guys will see that sometimes it does turn sideways in there if Lou's controlling it. And I'm like,
trust me. It's no. Trust me. What I'm talking about,
right,
is different. Just you're going to have to trust me on this one.
Yeah.
So I just in the chat I just dropped. It looks like the Giants. Looks like they're live right now. So for those of you that want to go check out just like how the Giants, because I started this by saying like it would be nice if all CU content creators could kind of get together and like create a big thing. You can see how they're doing it over there. And I'm over there usually when they're live too in the comments. Sometimes I jump on their panel, but it's just football talk.
Wait, do you know who's live? Is it Lou or is it Big Pat?
It's Lou. I think they're all live. I think Pat's live. Yeah.
Well, really great show today. I wish I could have came up sooner, but I had to cook.
No worries.
You cook? Wait, hold on.
I always cook every time I'm in the middle of your shows, and I gotta go. I gotta cook a little something.
That's right. You live by yourself, my man.
You know, so yeah, I'm a bachelor at this moment.
I saw that blink. Don't think I didn't see that. That blink was a little bit slower than the other ones.
Now I'm being analyzed by how I look on camera and how often I blink.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with you cooking. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with you cooking, Cliff, since you're in the house by yourself.
Hey, I got to. I'm a bachelor, man. I gotta cook.
Okay, yeah.
I appreciate you guys coming up. Usually people just sit in here and listen to me talk for like 2 hours. I don't know why people do that, but I don't know what to say to that.
I decided to come because the Giants were not live, so I guess they're live now. And Raha, you got to go see Coach Ed's. I think Coach Ed might be live. I'm not sure. Everybody's probably live in that channel. You got to go see him. Like, he speaks X's and O's. I'm not joking around.
I'm on whatever link she put it on. I already opened it up on the other side, so it says it's welcome to what's that? Big Pat Sport Talk, whoever that is.
Yeah, Big Pat Sports Talk. Yep.
And then I just dropped Rawhide show for you, Neymar. Now let's be real. You're only gonna get a show about once a week, maybe if you're lucky. But when you get a show, it will have ebbs and flows. You will get annoyed. You will be excited. Some of the things you will be like, are all of you dumb? What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Trust me. You will not regret, though, clicking that link.
Right. It is. Yeah, right. It is a life experiences. You will be offended.
It's a life.
It's a little bit like a roller coaster ride at Great America.
Yeah, there you go.
Your first time there. You never know what you're going to expect, what you're going to get, rather.
Sandusky, bro. Don't nobody go to Great America no more. Sandusky, bro. See the point.
Bruh, you should, bruh, instead of Big Pat, you should look at NYG 22 or Coach Ed. They're both, Coach Ed is X's and Y's, and NYG 22 is the funniest team in the Giants, mostly.
Man, well, I'm over here right now with the links she dropped. I want to dig into them other people and then peep them out. But I'm already over here. Hey, as soon as this ends, I'm gonna be listening into them.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, I appreciate all of you. Thank you for always showing love, showing support. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me on, really.
Appreciate you, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley.
Thank
Bye,
you,
good
and you
night.
all have a good evening now.
Later.